because man pads, you have to have someone physically there in the right spot at exactly the right time for that to even be a possibility for someone to hit one with a man pads. So the point of telling the story is that the Russians do not seem to be adapting and learning. They seem to be doing the exact same thing over and over, or what we're seeing would not be possible. And that's really stupid. But could the new, like the NASAMS and the Erstas shoot these things down to prevent that? Well, short answer, no, not really. They're not long enough range. I mean, like the Ukrainians have been proving me wrong time and again, with their agility and the way they move things. So theoretically, they could forward deploy one far enough that if they wanted to risk it, they might be able to get one close enough to take a pot shot at a bomber before it does its outmaneuver. But I wouldn't, at least for me, and like in terms of my assessments, that would be a huge risk of a very expensive piece of tech for uncertain ability to take that shot. So never say never, but I would say that these are going to be more game changers at to protect assets and to protect civilian lives and population and save Ukrainian lives rather than take than to take out the enemy. That would be at least how I would use them, because that's what they're incredibly good at.
Thank you so much. I'll drop down now.
Thank you, Colin. And thank you, Ivan, for coming up and asking your question. I think I have Gunter and then Alkilo. Gunter?
Oh, hi. Good evening, everyone. So I watched a little clip on Sky News, and it was they were on an American aircraft carrier, and they were interviewing a first lieutenant. I don't know what the O2 is in the Navy, but that's who they're interviewing, a pilot of F-18. And they were asking her about engaging against Russia. And she said, and I thought she was pretty humble. She said, well, it all depends, like in the box, you just hope you're the better pilot. And I was thinking, so in a theoretical like matchup against an F-18 and a Navy pilot against sort of Russian air assets, not knowing what we know now, like how much of an unfair fight would that be? And I'm generally curious. I'm not necessarily looking for like America's number one or better. It is. I just sort of wanted a kind of a qualification against like, well, what kind of aircraft do they have that could take on an F-18, or how many would it require, or without the training, would it just be a slaughter? That's my question.
Well, I just saw a picture of some planes, so I'm not the one to answer to this one. But if Colby or Colin, can you help us with this?
Yeah, sure. So those are always, fun little thought experiments that we do. We do the doghouse plot, and we figure out who's got the better turning radius and thrust vectoring, and like if it goes into a 1 or 2 circle flight, where's it going to be? Like when they hit the merge and things like that. Like what their capabilities are specifically against it. And to just reiterate a little bit what I said before, their new generation stuff with advanced engines, thrust vectoring, they're really capable, agile planes. And they're never, ever going to use them in that situation. The way that we've seen them, seen engagements, with Russian pilots, your assumption that it would be something close to a slaughter is a little bit closer to, like, they have the capabilities to do like beyond visual range shots, like RISA 12, and their adders, their archers, and stuff like that. They're very capable missiles. Their pilots just aren't good enough and do not train to it. Again, never say never. People can sneak up on you, and they do have the capabilities to get a shot off on you. But in terms of a true dogfight, I'll tell you, especially like the F8 or the F-18, so that talking like Navy and Marines, those guys train for it. They train all day, every day for it. And the Russians don't. They'll they train to take a shot and run. And okay, good luck with some of their more advanced missiles. That might work. With most of their other ones, that's not going to do anything, So, without speaking too much about the capabilities of, like what NATO would do, and trying not to be like all rah rah and all that stuff, like we're the best, and like it would just be if we got in this fight, they would last 2 days or whatever. That's not what this is about. I think it's just a lot about like what Colby was saying, is that they don't train to properly use the equipment that they do have, and a lot of the stuff that they have is aging. So that in a real dogfight with actual fighter planes, with fighter jets, this would go south for them very, very quickly. Which sort of makes the point that if we could get a couple of Ukrainians in some F-16s, that might change some things. But then again, I don't, the way that they fly, I don't see that they're going to be getting into too many dogfights, because they're just, I mean, they've got to know that they don't train to it. So if I were them, I wouldn't want to be a part of one either.
But Colin, if you don't mind, so just to follow up, what I'm hearing is that,
Sure.
in theory, if they had some of their modern fighter jets with all their parts and maintained, and some of the most modern missiles, and with proper training, it would be something to contend with. Versus,
depending on the platform, yeah.
Versus
depending
like
on
an
the platform,
F-16 or F-18 or something.
Yeah, specifically those. I mean, those are two very capable fighters. They're our 4th gen fighters, so like I don't want to down talk them, but our 4th gen versus their 4th gen with equal pilots would be, I'd still give it to us because of the way they train, but they should be at least. They would be able to take out some of our pilots. We would have a couple missing man formations going out. It would not be the lopsided fight that it would be, in reality right now.
Hey, yeah, thanks for answering that question so keenly. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Colin. We have Alkilo. Yes, hello.
Yes, hey, thanks.
Again.
Thanks. Hey, hello, hey, thank you so much. And just, I'm not an expert at all in this area, but I know in Syria they used a very similar app. I think they called it Sentry. It got some funding from, from the West, and I think it was successful in Syria. A very similar idea, and I think like Colin said, I think these things were used like there were spotters on like heights. I mean, scouts were trained to be spotters in Hawaii, for example, for Japanese planes and stuff like that. So I think this idea comes from a long way. But I think that there's been like another app, like in Syria, they've used a similar app. You may want to look into that. But for Collins, thank you very much for explaining these things, because that really sort of helps a lot. So my question is, like, should people be careful not to go the other way around, is to do an underestimation? going from, oh, if they're going to take over in 3 days to now they're just, just terrible and stuff like that. Because is it possible that, somebody in capable hands can restructure, because like you said, with the equipment is there, and it's not bad equipment if it's used in proper hands and used properly, and if there was a change, is that a threat, and should that people be prepared for that? Because and how long, in your estimation, would that take for somebody to maybe it's not even worth discussing that, like in a space like that, but I mean, there must be some capable pilots, and because there've been some pretty brazen sort of show-offy type stuff by Russian fighter jets, and regularly over the last several years, over the sea and stuff like that. So there are some whippersnapper pilots there that seem to not to be afraid. At least we know that. Whether they're good or not, that's another question. But my question is, like, should we not also go the other way and underestimate that there is this potential threat, which is terrible? Because if bombing, because they're not afraid of, there is an element, unfortunately, that is not afraid of bombing civilian populations and using that as a weapon, and using air power to do that. And is that not a threat? And should people be prepared for that?
So
Yeah. It's okay. Go ahead, Danda. Sorry.
I will let you go first. I wanted to mention that John Ridge came also, and you will now have worthy opponent on explaining all this. So I will let you to get to Alkilo's question.
Thank you. I didn't mean to take over. I'm incredibly arrogant. I love the sound of my own voice, so whatever.
We appreciate it. I mean, this is the topic, so we're happy to have you up here, man.
Right.
We appreciate when people come up and give answers on stuff. Go ahead.
Sure. So yes, yeah, my focus is always, trying to save the lives of U.S. airmen and things like that. Like that's kind of where my thinking is. So my general mindset is that this, while they're not very capable of employing the things that they should be employing, they're those that aren't getting attrited and those that are still flying are getting better at it. They're getting hours out there. They're probably not training to dogfighting, but they're certainly getting more frustrated and more bold. And we've definitely seen them willing to use dumb bombs or even those precision guided munitions that they have. Their long range cruise missiles and things like that. To start taking shots at civilians. And I think that there's definitely a threat. Yeah, you're right. To going the other way, like bravado, I've said it myself. The Russians suck at war, but they're pretty darn good at killing civilians, and that is definitely a threat. I made fun of it earlier that a S-300 missile is a crappy ground attack missile, but it is still a telephone pole full of a small amount of explosives with tungsten rods in it that can fly Mach 3 and hit a building, and that can do a lot of damage. And that could be somebody's son or daughter. So yeah, like as much as I've been down talking the capabilities of the Russians, I would certainly not underestimate either the willingness or I'm sorry, their personal ability to we've seen it in Syria to do these attacks and make themselves a danger, and also specifically with the new commander, I can't remember what they call him. Like they call him, he's that Air Force commander from Syria, the butcher of somewhere or other. His willingness to use air power to level civilian infrastructure to the ground is been demonstrated. So yeah, while they suck at war, I think that we shouldn't. Not we, we're not fighting, but I think that the Ukrainians are going to have to keep it in mind, and so, all of NATO, that these capabilities are there, and with if this war drags on, that such that they can train a new generation of pilot. If this just goes for another year or two, they could be employing those, some capable pilots who've had good training. That's a theoretical possibility.
John, welcome up. We know your time is a bit limited, so I just wanted to give you an opportunity. We got Colin here talking air defense, so he's been giving us some information. So I wanted to just, if you had any questions for him, please shoot, John.
Oh, well, unfortunately, I've missed the entirety of however long this conversation has been going on. I was at a event for a local rep for my district, and then I was doing some stuff after that. So,
John, of course, answering questions for the leadership of America or the future leadership of America, in his free time when he's not busy with us. So, John, I mean, broadly speaking, we're just talking, I guess, about air defense capabilities that Ukraine could have. I'm trying to think of like what's been the main line of top. I think I would say the through line has been, I remember that thread you pointed to a while back where that guy kind of talked about the difference between NATO and Soviet or Russian air defense systems, right? Like these things are complicated. They have a very high learning curve, but if you can kind of, if the operator understands how it works and is able to turn all the knobs and stuff like a real wizard, they can really achieve some pretty good results, right? And so the real flaw in Russian capability seems to be sort of everything surrounding the system itself, maybe not the actual flaw of the system. And so the sort of the flaw in NATO military thinking, maybe why Russian capabilities to some degree were overestimated, was the sort of if I were a horse argument, right? Like, a lot of NATO armies have had an opportunity to look at Russian/Soviet kit over the years, right? We have plenty of S-300s, although there's lots of different versions of it, obviously. And we looked at it and we said, okay, well, if our crews had this is actually a pretty good little dealie, right? And so, on paper, it looks pretty good, but
Joseph, I
I
lost
think we
you.
lost them.
Yeah. Did you get the gist of it?
Yes,
or,
yes, I got the gist of it. I mean, so to your point, I mean, that is broadly correct. If anybody's curious, the thread that he was referring to was a piece from a Rusi contributor that was pointing out long-standing issues with Russian weapons system integration as the likely failure point for a lot of these systems that we've observed, be it the air launch cruise missiles or really any of their standoff munitions, the Ka-52s among a number of other airframes, across a wide spectrum of technical areas. They have demonstrated a I don't want to say a total lack of ability, but a serious inability to integrate various individual components of systems together. Such as the components of an air defense system. Integrating your launchers with your radars, with your command posts. Both within both components that are organic to a given system, as well as other systems and other components of adjacent systems as part of a broader overall air defense system. we've observed widespread failures in their ability to do that. Um, not to mention that, even if you have, quite good hardware, one of the fundamental issues that you'll run into is that doesn't do you any good if the monkey operating it has no idea what they're doing. Or if there's, any number of other human factors at play, how long have they been, at the console? Are they, how sleep deprived are they? Are they well fed, or are they malnourished? Are they hydrated? Are they dehydrated? Et cetera. All of these things go into, affecting the net result performance that we see for these systems. And, it's very clear that the Russian failing is on this integration and is on this human side because, in contrast, the Ukrainians, they are using many of the same systems, in some cases, older, less sophisticated, arguably less capable from a hardware standpoint systems, yet they are still able to use them vastly more effectively than the Russians have. And that speaks to A, vastly better integration of these systems, and B, vastly better, human resources in terms of the talent, the training, and the general competency of the operators that are, at the helm.
Yeah, thanks, John. I think that was very succinct. Colin, did you want to add anything to that, or do you have maybe a question for John? I don't know. Otherwise, we'll go to Daniel.
No, that was exactly what I was thinking.
Yep, thanks, John. Daniel, go ahead.
Good morning. Previous contributors said about the polar bombers, which are launching their missiles 1,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers away. But in Belarus, if I remember well, Su-31M's lobbing air-to-ground missiles are in the range of fighters and anti-air missile batteries. Why are not shut down? And my second question is about Sukhoi 57, which flying low was identified somewhere in the Kherson front. Why they activate Su-57? They have less than 12. Thank you.
So, I think a lot of people they'll see what we call a MES, a missile engagement zone, and they'll see like a map, and on the map there'll be circles around a dot that you assume that's where the middle of the system is, and like in all the right situations, this system can reach out and touch this entire area in this circle. And that gives kind of a false impression of what the actual capabilities and what that actual MES really looks like. Which is to say that yes, in S-300, in terms of the Ukrainians, they have a much shorter range version of it, but they still have a very capable system and they're very good operators. But they're not. You're not going to see they're in a defensive posture. They're being attacked constantly, so they can't just constantly be emitting radiation and basically broadcasting to the world where they are, so that they're basically not always watching. They're going to use that system more strategically to try to engage things. So their air picture is going to look a little bit different. A system is only good if it's pointed, and it's just like a gun. If it's pointed in the right direction, in this case, if the radar is slewed to the correct azimuth and all that stuff, it will be able to detect like say the Bears, the Tu-22s, and the strategic bombers far enough away so that ideally if it gets within that range ring, they can meet it with a missile, and all is good, and away goes the bad guy. The truth of the picture is a good pilot knows how to skirt a MES, or where if you're emitting, then he knows where you are. He knows how far away you are, and he knows about how far you can shoot, and he's going to and about how fast he can go and turn around. So he may be able to go into your range ring and drop a shot, and then get out before you can lock. You can actually engage him, get a good track, get a good engagement, lock on and fire, and get your missile to him. It can only go as far as your radar can see, as your radar can lock on, and then the missile itself has legs. All those things are deciding factors. So if somebody can get into your mez, drop a shot, and get out before you can get a missile out there to him, because you just can't do it fast enough, then they're gonna be able to lob shots at you with impunity. And if you're sitting there emitting, just watching for it, you're basically making yourself a target. So you don't want to be doing that. That's the idea behind an IADS, an integrated air defense system, is that you have a bunch of different emitters, long range tracks, so that they can tell you people are coming in from over there, so that you can slew your radar into the correct direction. But those can get attrited too. That's what a good seed campaign will do. Not that the Russians are doing that, but the long and the short of the answer is yes. That in ideal conditions, the long range bombers are entering into the area where theoretically they could be engaged. I would assess that because none of them, at least that I've seen, have been shot down, that they're basically they're running in and running out. They're skirting that mez. They're getting in a little bit, but just far enough to get their shot and then get back out. And if the Ukrainians aren't taking the shots, their operators are pretty darn capable. So I would say that they're taking the shots and they haven't hit them, or they're just good enough that they know that they're not going to be able to punch out to all the way to the edge of their it's that guy who's on the at the edge of your arm's length. They may know that they won't be able to hit him before he runs away, because that's basically what they've been doing, just getting in and getting out. And it's a cat and mouse game.
I think I was not clear enough. Sorry if I was not clear. So this night for me in Eastern Europe, Operation Command South, which have great communication, said exactly this. Watch bombers, Sukhoi 41M, I am not very sure, just take off from airports in Belarus. Belarus is, what I can say, 50 kilometers from Kiev. They have a squadron of fighters there, because usually you see take off the fighters to intercept the Shahed or the cruise missiles. And my question is, if Operation Command South see these bombers coming from airports in Belarus, of course, is all national grid, which they sell them. And my question was, why they don't use air defense missiles or fighters to intercept these bombers in airspace of Belarus? Because it's easier to hit the plane than the missiles. Sorry for interrupting you.
Oh, no problem. I would just I don't actually know the answer to that. I could guess at it, but it would be a guess. So if anybody actually knows the answer to that, I'd defer to them.
John, can you help us with this?
I can't provide an answer, unfortunately, but I can provide my two best guesses. It depends on where exactly. If you're talking about, for example, the backfires, the Tu-22Ms that have been launching air-launched cruise missiles from Belarusian airspace, it depends on where in Belarus or where over Belarus they're launching them. Obviously, if they're launching them quite close to the border, then yes, they're potentially in range. Depending on exact circumstances, potentially in range of Ukrainian S-300 systems. But who's to say they aren't in the northern half of Belarus, 100 plus 150 plus kilometers further away from the border, where they may not be in range of, Ukrainian S-300 batteries. The second point is that I suspect there is a political reason. Ukraine has not carried out any strikes on Belarusian soil as of yet that we know of. They seem to not want to draw Belarus directly in for the moment, mainly because I suspect it would be inconvenient, given the need to concentrate forces elsewhere. So I suspect those are probably, to some combination, the two, the likely explanation.
Thank you, John. Anything about Su-57?
I haven't seen anything personally. If Colin, if you have, please take it away.
I saw was a capture somewhere on the front in Kherson, and he flied so low that can be identified by the soldiers. They didn't shot at him, but was a Su-57, and these are very, very, very few. And why they activate on Kherson?
That would be news to me. I wasn't aware that they were in the theater at all. I was under the impression that they were keeping, like you said. I think there's less than 10. So to my knowledge, that's new and interesting. Did you say they captured the pilot, or that they just saw it?
No, just so they were in the air, just flying. But that is not air-to-ground strike airframe. It's interceptor, right?
I see. I don't know, but I see Colby up, and maybe he has something to add to this.
I know nothing about an Su-57 flying in theater. So, Daniel, if you can provide some links or something.
Let's see. I probably sent to Domen the image. Let's see if I get in the message.
Sure. That'd be great.
I think I've found the videos in question. Colin, if you want, I can send them to you.
Yeah, that'd be great. I would love to have seen, from everything I've seen, they have been, well, they've been really reluctant to use their quote unquote best fighter or multi-role, fourth plus gen fighter. So if they're actually employing it, that'd be new and certainly not a game changer, but certainly a new thing.
John, put it in the signal if you could, please. Thanks. Just on Belarus, John is correct. There is a political decision by Ukraine not to conduct offensive operations into Belarus, either on ground or in their airspace. I mean, they have the capability, obviously, to retaliate against the Russians who are launching attacks from there, but they have chosen not to, since the beginning of the war. So obviously, this is a political choice because, technically speaking, they have, capabilities that they could be using to retaliate against, the various attacks coming from Belarusian soil, but they don't want to take that step. So I think it's less about technical capability and more about grand strategy.
Just as a brief note, Colin, I sent you both the videos, and Colby, I sent both the videos in the usual place as well. Just for the record, I've never heard of this source before. I have no idea if they post good info or not. I don't know if the video is legitimate or if this is actually Kherson, so someone would need to do a geolocation of it. But this is the claim footage in any case.
Yep, we'll look into it, I think, is the short answer there, right, John?
Yes.
Back to you, Anda.
All right. So as you verify it further, I have two other hands. I have Victor and then Stephen. Victor, please take it away.
Evening, everybody. I just read that the Russians were mining some areas around Kherson and also in the south bank of the Dnieper, where they are sort of digging or something. Mines used to be a plague in many war theaters around the world, and I bet the Russians mined many areas in Ukraine. Is it easier nowadays to clean all these minefields or mines somewhere? Thank you.
That are naval mines, not land mines in the Dnieper.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I totally missed it. I'm sorry, Victor.
He said about mines in the Dnieper on the south bank of Kherson, and they are naval mines, not land mines.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking broadly. You know, like the Russians, for sure, mine a lot of areas in Ukraine. My question is that if nowadays it's easier to find, you know, and to neutralize these mines, because I remember in, I don't know, 20, 40 years ago, it used to be a huge problem in some war areas for civils after the war, when it finished, like, I don't know, Angola, I don't know, Vietnam probably, and I think, I suppose that Russians also mine in many areas, towns and villages and fields. And I wanted just to know, it's a technical thing, if it is easier nowadays to find it, you know, and neutralize them.
No, it's not. It's even worse. If you look at Kharkiv ammunition dumps, which was bombarded the city, you see mountains of ammunition. And it's horrible. Imagine the butterfly mines. There are too many and that will not be easy. Let the guys who knows to explain to you.
John, do you want to address this?
So, could you repeat the question again,
He,
specifically
he
about
The
UXOs?
question is does Ukraine have the capacity to deal with Russian minefields, essentially?
Well, so it's really a function of time. I mean, they have mine clearing equipment as is, clearly. It's just a question of how long would it take to clear all the unexploded ordnance, all the UXOs with that level of equipment. Um, I suspect it's probably going to take 10 plus years to clear out all the UXOs, just ballparking a number. And there's going to need to be a lot of support from Ukraine's allies in terms of providing EOD kit to safely locate and dispose of these mines and other munitions. It's going to be a massive problem, quite frankly, because we're not, you're not just looking at minefields of either anti-personnel or anti-tank or anti-vehicle mines that have been intentionally placed by the Russians. You're also looking at, for example, massive amounts of unexploded submunitions from cluster munition rounds, primarily from the Russian 122 millimeter Grad MRLs. There's going to be a massive number of those submunitions that are going to need to be located and disposed of. Not to mention, all the other various artillery pieces they have. The list just goes on and on. They're going to need some substantial outside support to get that done in a reasonable time frame, and even then, it'll probably take a decade plus.
Thank you. I think this is to add to this. I remember we have had in the space in two separate occasions people who are dealing with mine disposal. One of them was working with James Vasquez. The other ones were a separate team. and what I remember from that interview from the first one, because I listened to the first one. What he said was that he was not disarming them; he was blowing them up. So they basically found them, piled them, blowing them up. They were not able to. They didn't have what they need to disarm them, and there are so many that it would take so much time and so risky for them, for their lives, that is not worth it. So they prefer to do it this way. It's not one of the things that it's not um, in Ukraine's advantage is that um, if you blow them up or you have them in your fields, or for example where you plant, where your crop is going to be or needs to be next year, this year. So right now in November, December, you plant um, basically prepare for next crop. It might pose some problems, and for sure there will be places in which they will be left um, missed, left unexploded. So yeah, it will take years probably to get rid of all of them. John?
Oh, real quick on, I just wanted to mention that the guests you mentioned are Ryan Hendrickson. His handle is at Tip of the Spear 42, at Tip of the Spear 42, and John Culp, who works with Bomb Techs Without Borders. Their handle is just at Bomb Techs, BOMBTECHS. Sorry. Go ahead, John.
Thank you. I was just going to point out that my very limited understanding of this is that generally, if possible, you want to destroy the UXO in a safe location rather than trying to disarm it if possible. That was kind of the understanding that I'd gotten from talking to some of the EOD techs and combat engineers that we've had on here. Try and safely detonate the munition in a safe location away from people and property, if at all possible, and resort to other methods if you can't do that. That was the only thing I had to add to that. And well, it would be the only really other point of comparison to Ukraine in regards to the UXO contamination would be Bosnia. So it would be maybe perhaps a good idea to maybe look into pulling some numbers for that to get an idea of scale here.
Thank you. We now have Stephen.
So yeah, I just kind of wanted to make a comment earlier on the shooting or trying to send some fighters after the bombers that are, I guess, lobbing missiles into Ukraine. I guess one of the reasons why it would be probably a bit too much risk was Ukraine's basically kept their air force in existence by moving around a lot and flying very low very quickly. And there's a significant range loss and even altitude difference lockouts in terms of firing a air-to-air missile from, like, say if you're flying at 500 feet, the missile is not going to let you shoot at a target that's at like 35,000 feet, or it's really not going to like it, and you're going to have a lot less range as a consequence. And additionally, like the Blackjack and backfire bombers, they're just as fast as any fighter Ukraine could send to chase after them. And like I know, and plus Russian air defense is still something significant to consider, especially in the areas where like Belarus, where Ukraine hasn't been poking at it for 8 months. And like in terms of benefit, you might knock down a bomber, but if there's any aircraft that can kind of just back up a bit and shoot from a little bit further away, it's a bomber. So, and it's a pretty high risk that you could lose the fighter aircraft when Ukraine only has not enough of those already. They need to, well, keep them.
So, John, do you have an answer for Stephen?
Not really an answer, more so just to add on to what he was saying. He's entirely correct. Ukraine would have to first run siege, suppression enemy air defenses, if against the Russian and Belarusian air defenses that are in Belarus before if they want to have a reasonable chance of success without suffering horrific losses before attempting any kind of missions to target those Russian long range aviation. What would perhaps be more feasible, and this brings it back to ATACMS, is for the United States to provide a sufficiently large quantity and remove any restrictions that may exist on where they may be used geographically, and target every single Russian air base within 300 kilometers of the border.
Thank you. ATACMS for Ukraine now. Good morning or good evening.
Good evening, good morning to you though. I just wanted to remind everybody about how in Bucha they discovered that little boy strapped to his mom who was murdered and had that mine in between them. So these are the kind of monsters that we are dealing with. And I just wanted you guys to remember that. Thank you.
Thank you. It is true. Even before I found this space, when I was just looking on the pictures in every town, and well, what we could find or see at the time, they keep placing this kind of mines in all accessible places or future places in which you would not expect. I have seen them in cabinets, in in glasses, in jars, in between toys, in a home where obviously there were children. So it is very true that in some of the in some of the cities from which the Russian army has retreated, they left these kind of anti-personnel mines, especially in places in which children would have access, which I think it's the one of the most horrible things that a person could do. It's I think I have spoken about this in the space. I'm kind of a straightforward. I'm usually not crying. I can understand the fight. I can understand the need to fight. I can understand a lot of things, but I cannot understand the need to hit people that cannot defend themselves, right? So if you want a fair fight, okay, use missiles, rockets, planes, whatever, the whole range. You want the land, I want to defend myself. I can understand that, right? I can. It's a fair fight. What I cannot understand and cannot forgive and cannot move past this is the shelling of civilians, the this type of leaving behind anti-personnel mines which will target children, especially because they look like toys, and which maim, they basically you will have children who will grow up without a hand, without a foot. um it's a useless um it's a how should I put this? It's a coward's way, right? It's a coward's way to hit someone who cannot hit back, to um just instill pain for no good reason, for no military reason, because it doesn't help them in any way. It only gets everybody else mad at this. I'm not talking here about law, about um, um, if there is against the Geneva Convention. It is if you look at the genocide definition, this is genocide. You attack civilians which cannot defend themselves. But I'm not talking about this. I'm talking like, how can a person who probably has a brother back home, or sister or something, a cousin, someone younger than him, leave behind small anti-personnel mines for another child to pick up? This is, for me, it's like, I don't know, inhuman, strictly inhuman. It's one of the things that get me madder than hell. Yeah. So every time I'm going back to this, and I remember, I think one of the pictures I saw with these anti-personnel mines was posted by James Vasquez in the first month or the second month in Ukraine, when he saw he posted it, for example, saying something like, I don't usually do this, but you need to know this is a possibility. You need to pay attention. So, yeah, this is one of the things that get me horribly mad, horribly mad. Okay. So, Joseph, um, you got me ranting again. Well, not you personally, and I'm not ranting at you, which is a good thing. Uh, um, but I was wondering if you know something or you can share something with us, or maybe someone else, about Kherson. I saw some info, but I wasn't here when language had his update. So if someone can help me with some info on Kherson, that would be great.
So, Anda, first off, yeah, John had to go. He's got to get up early, school and all that. But I think Colby gives an excellent like budget language learner update, so he might have be more information than me. But last I heard, the news at Kherson was pontoon bridge go boom. Colby, is there any news since then that's of note?
Yeah, I heard pontoon bridge went boom. I have not heard anything else from the Kherson's front specifically.
Yeah, so I think that's the big news there. Now, Anda, I got some big news. I'm going down to speaker, and now, as they say on Monty Python, and now for something completely different. We're gonna test out a new co-host, Anda, and you're gonna help out. So I'm gonna hop down now. I'll come back as speaker though. So see you guys in a minute.
All right. So, big changes here. And we will welcome our new speaker. I will kindly ask you, in the meantime, while Joseph is coming up, for you to help us by retweeting the space, and also coming up with questions, good questions, kind questions, and patient questions, because we don't want to scare off our new partner, and we want to be the most kind and pleasant hosts for you all. So, without any further ado, I hope we can soon welcome a long-time listener, a long-time contributor, and yeah, Twitter is not helping us today, but I hope soon, really soon, we will be able to see the change, the news, the new co-host here with me. In the meantime, I will kindly remind you about MriyaAid. You all know that I'm a big fan of MriyaAid. I was before becoming co-host. I was also a contributor, and I'm not saying that to brag, but I'm saying that for you to understand. If I say I support something, I'm also putting my money there, which I do. And I'm doing that because, well, it's an all volunteer. It's an all volunteer organization. The people behind it don't take money out of the donations. They pay for everything they need in order to contribute to this endeavor of bringing to Ukraine non-lethal aid, like tourniquets, bandages, drones, for example. They have had three. I learned yesterday from mockers, because I didn't know that. I lost track, honestly, and that's my bad. She was really um, um, eloquent, and I learned from her yesterday that they have had 3 rounds of training with Fury drones. People are training in Ukraine. They are preparing. The drones are provided through the donations. Um, so it is really making a difference on the front lines. It is really a beautiful thing, when you see physically that your money went into something that actually saves lives. So here we go. We have our new co-host, long-time listener, long-time contributor, Herman. Welcome up, and please take it away.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to come up with you here the first time, and yeah, I've been here since I believe the Battle of Kiev. I found Twitter when the invasion started because I wanted to have real time information of what's going on, and a couple of weeks later, days later, I found the space, and I've been listening in here ever since. And yeah, there's apparently other ways to help with the effort and to contribute to Ukraine's defense than just to donate to MriyaReport. There's also apparently the possibility to help with the conversation here in the space and help keeping the space up and the conversation going. And that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, to be fairly honest, I've been conscripted right away and been put out here. But yeah, thanks, Joseph. Thanks for doing it to me. And yeah, I'm here to help. And yeah, please, thank you.
Herm felt sorry for me in DMs, and now he's here, everybody. So you think about that if you ever pity any of us. Yeah.
We will we will rally you up and bring you fast here with 10 minutes training, like, here are the buttons, here is the steering wheel, good luck.
It's like riding a bike. You kind of just got to do it, I think. I mean, they didn't train me. I've done my best to create some kind of a informal training program among the co-hosts. But I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's just it's sort of instinct, and it's sort of it's guiding the conversation. And most importantly, it's about representing, the interests of you listeners, right? And that's the thing. Herm's been a listener for a long time, as you said. I think he understands like what you guys like and what you don't like, right? He knows when he gets bored and turns us off, right? So, I think it's always good to have people like that who are really in tune with what the audience is and what they want. And I'm not suggesting Herm like knows everything about the audience, but I think it's an important perspective for us to have going forward. So we do appreciate you coming on board, Herman. And yeah, so thanks.
So, Herm, please help me. I had this question, which nobody could help me with, about Kherson, about all I've got from these three lovely guys we have up. We have 4 right now. Wow. was that a pontoon bridge got boom. This is the technical explanation I got on this, and the only explanation I got on this. So, do you have any other information about how that bridge got boom, or about the bridge? I spoke to you away already.
Herm was having some audio issues previously. I don't know if he still is.
Probably so.
Well, Anna, okay, so the story of the pontoon bridge, I guess, if I have to elaborate. So, and real quick, I will
Yes,
say,
please.
right, so if anyone does have any questions, it seems like we're maybe having a topic change. John went to bed. Everyone got sick of talking about air defense. We appreciate, I think it was Colin who came up and gave us some more insight on that. So it was a good discussion. But if anyone has any new topics or just want to come up and talk or have any news they want to share about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen and come on up. Press the little heart icon in the center, and on the far right, you can raise your hand. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have. Anda already made a great announcement for MriyaAid, so I won't do that. But please do retweet the space. We had a crash; it was awful, but of course, we are up 24/7. Crashes don't stop us; they never stop us. But it does hurt our numbers a little bit. People, we had I would say about 500, 600 people, and we're down to like 300, 400 now, I think. So yeah, please just let people know we're back. We're back in action. We're here. We're hanging out. We're not going anywhere until Ukraine is completely liberated. So just some quick stuff. I got a couple topic ideas if we got no one interested in coming up, but we'll get Herm back. We'll get everything on track. We're getting new people up. Anda, back to you.
Well, Donna has come up. Welcome up, Donna, and Chris. So, Donna, please.
Thanks, Anda. I just wanted to add on to what you were saying, sort of that feeling of how you can understand how Russia can act in the way they are in terms of attacking civilian targets, attacking playgrounds, and not fighting the war in a way that is sort of following the modern rules of war, where you're attacking military targets. And I think part of it is Russia rules by terror, and that's how they feel they can make their point. And I feel that same kind of helplessness sometimes that sort of I was hearing in what you were saying. And I just wanted to share how I have dealt with it personally. I have the Ukrainian app on my phone that rings every time there is an air raid alarm, and I have it set to Kiev. And I believe MriyaAid is a great organization and seems to be doing a lot of good. And as a Canadian, I live in Vietnam, but I am Canadian and I have bank accounts there. It's very easy to transfer money using the Interact system. And so every time that alarm goes off, I'm like, hey, here's some money, MriyaAid. Go help buy some drones. Go buy something to help the Ukrainians. And that's kind of how I've dealt with it. It's like, okay, Russia, you're doing something stupid. Here, I'm going to help the Ukrainians. And it's just sort of the way I've dealt with it. Anyway, wanted to share that. Thanks.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Donna.
thanks, Tom. Oh, real quick on that. I was just going to mention. I mean, yesterday I know there were air raid sirens in most of Ukraine. I want to say about 80% of Ukraine. It's every day. Me and Ben had an interview with Renegade Relief Runners. I mentioned that the other night. There was an air raid siren in the middle of that. So I mean, this is it's daily terror tactics by Russia. As Anda already pointed out, it doesn't have any military value. Like Yehuda said, this is the V2 rocket, right? This is, I mean, the Germans did this too in World War II to Great Britain. So anyways, back to you, Anda.
Yeah, I wanted to say to Donna, I think I really miss that girl. There was a girl from Switzerland. Her name is Rahel, and she was very active, like 4 months ago, something like that, 4 months ago, and with her and Wende, we used to do exactly exactly what you say. Every time we saw um, Ukraine taking a hit, someone died. Unfortunately, it was Roman at that point. At that point, that we found out he died, and many other horrors that we saw. Each and every time we kind of ganged up, donated to MriyaAid, tweeted and retweeted about that, and it kind of um, lightened the burden that we felt, the helplessness that we felt, and Rahel had to drop for personal reasons, and um, um, we have had some chats after that, but um, yeah, it really helped, knowing that I can do something, I can contribute with something. That was one of the ways in which I could contribute, and um, after that, I I ended up here. So this is another way of contributing, um, because we are all volunteers. We support Ukraine, um, and we have a new website. Right, Joseph? We have a new website. It was launched yesterday. It's called MriyaReport in one word.org. If you go on it, you will see lots of interesting stuff on it, including, for me, this is the most important. Um, you have a button there. Um, if and anytime you want to join the space, you can click on it and it will take you to the active space. So you don't have to search, to pin, to scroll in your Twitter app. You just have to get on that web page. You have a very big blue button. um, I don't know if you remember when we used to have a big blue button on the bottom right corner, which we used to tweet and retweet the space. Doman has had a very nice pitch for that button, which I loved. So yeah, basically, this is what you can do for now. um, if you don't have the money, it's okay, you can tweet and retweet and help us spread the word. You can add a few words. You can use a hashtag to help spread the word. um, so there are many ways in which one can help. So I have hands, Joseph. After my rant brought hands. Um, Marcus.
We're gonna try to get Herm up to run the hands at some point, but he's having all sorts of problems. It happens. I don't know. So we'll get him up here. Don't worry about it. But anyway, Anda, Take it away.
So we have Marcus here, who actually works with Myriad. He can give you a better insight and maybe more details than me. I think everybody else has a better pitch than me for Myriad, but Marcus, please give us some details.
And thanks very much for plugging, Maria Aid and Donna. Nice to have another Canuck in the space here. And thank you for your donations, because I was on the other end in Ukraine, when things were coming through there, and some of the stuff that we were able to provide was just absolutely heartwarming for the soldiers to get up there. Some of the mining, demining equipment, and all the medical aid and things like that. So thanks, Donna, for doing that. And for those who are interested, I think it's maps. No, it's what is it? The app. I'll come back to you. I'll get the actual name of the app. I have it on my phone, and the first time I arrived in Ukraine, the night
Is it Live Map?
No, it's not Live Map. It's another one. I'm just going to see if I can find it here. No, it's not defaulting. It's
Deep State Map.
Sorry, say again.
Deep State Map.
No, it's not that one either. I'll dig it out, and at some point I'll come back to you with the name of it. But what I wanted to see if I could try and see if anybody's got any word. I was surfing around this evening, and I was reading. Someone had tweeted out about ricin having been used in Ukraine, and some of a small group of soldiers seem to have been suffering from the effects of being exposed to ricin. Has anybody heard anything at all about any sort of chemical weapons being used at this stage?
No, I'm sorry, I haven't heard anything. But then again, I slept for the better part of 3 hours or so. No.
Hi, it's Alexa,
Alexa?
and I think I heard. I saw a tweet today, by maybe about 6 or 8 hours ago. It was.
Alexa, I lost you.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. Okay, I just put the mic back on. Yeah, about 8 or so hours ago, I saw a tweet from a woman. I think it was Tetiana, and she said that 5 of her colleagues had been poisoned. So she said they're suffering. It sounded like maybe she's the medical person. Maybe they're out in the field somewhere.
That's
so I
the one
did see that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you see that? I thought I didn't see ricin though, but so that would be a good guess though, right?
Yeah, I did see one that distinctly said ricin, and
Okay.
effects that they were suffering.
Let's.
It may have been the same lead. I don't know.
We will have a probably a confirmation soon about that. I know that in the past there have been other claims of similar attacks which were not proven. So for this kind of because that would be a real step up, let's say. And I would like to have some proof in have more sources, right? So when you have a claim, this kind of claim, I prefer to search for more proof, more sources, not to have the information from one source, which was redistributed. And I try to be to pay attention to that. This it's something I learned here in the space um, to pay attention of the source of the information I read, and um, to not jump for every claim, because sometimes there are some bad actors which um, post, for example, old pictures, old video clips which are they claim they are from another. Um, so this was something that I learned here in the space, and also we have had Rosalie and others up explaining us how this information works. So I will wait a bit on that, to for us to be sure it was really ricin or something else. I would like to remind, or to tell for the first time, we have Alexa and Chris. I never had them on the panel before. Um, Usually, when we to keep order, it's easier this way, and we have um, Herman with us today. It's easier to track who wants to speak if you raise your hand. So you have a small heart shape icon with a plus on the bottom right side of your screen. If you push it, yes, you can raise your hand when you need to speak. Thank you. So, Herman, I will let you guide us through Storm, and take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. So for the poison, and that has been brought up before, so that there's a forensic way to determine what kind of poison, if there was a poison at all involved. It is quite common that people get poisoned. I've been poisoned many times in my life by food poisoning, like at least 5 times, I would say. That's not uncommon, and I wouldn't put too much towards that. It is also very rare to use poison in a military situation. So I would shelf it a little bit lower and see what happens there. There's typically a couple of days delay if there's anything really happening, that there's a laboratory analysis, and that people can actually speak to that and say what it was and how it happened. And okay, for the hands, I'm a little bit out of the picture. I thought it was Charles. Is it correct, Charles? Was it you?
Yeah, maybe. Thanks. Yeah, good morning. Anda, you had a question about bridges. You know, I love bridges. What was the question?
The question was about her son. Joseph and Colby told me that there is a pontoon bridge there, and that it went boom. And this is the only thing that they had for me as news from her son today. And
And
I
then
was
I promised to elaborate, and I forgot about it to add to that. Anda, sorry, go ahead.
yeah. So that's what I wanted um, to know about how they work. Um, how is that? I saw pictures of this pontoon bridge, but I don't quite understand how does it work? How do you put it in place? And if damaged, how fast can it be replaced, repaired, and so forth? So
Okay. Yeah, I think I know the video that you're talking about. So we can talk about Kherson first. So unfortunately, the video is at night, so you can't really see a lot. But yes, it did go boom. It's the same bridge that the Russians built. It's the barge bridge. in Kherson. It's the one that's basically underneath the Antonovsky Bridge. And I expect that they built it there, not only because there are landing points on both sides, but it's also somewhat harder to hit because it's sort of underneath the structure of the concrete bridge above it. Yeah, so it's definitely that one, because you can see from the blast photos, you can see the Antonovsky Bridge above it. So it's not a new one, so that's a good sign. Also, because of the width of the Dnipro River there, it would be, I don't know what military would be able to use real military pontoons to cross that. So that's why they used the barge bridge. What it was hit with, I don't know. I think I'd have to refer to Colby there, because I don't know exactly the signature of different types of 155s or HIMARS, but it's certainly indirect fire. Some kind of artillery weapon hit it. We saw several days ago, there was one of the barges on that bridge had sunk. So it seems that they had repaired it. Now, in that nice video during the daytime of that sunk barge, we could see that they seem to have one or two spare barges under the bridge, waiting with the anticipation that the Ukrainians would fire at it. So it seems like they replaced it. One interesting thing about that video is that it's taken from a truck, and those trucks are leaving Kherson. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's an evacuation or anything. Trucks would go in both ways for potential resupply, but the convoy that it shows is actually heading south out of the city. So that's part one. Does that help a little bit about the video? And then I can explain a bit about pontoon bridges.
Yes, and please, because I do have some questions about that. So
okay, yeah. So a military pontoon bridge is a floating bridge. So they basically they come in sections. These sections for transportation generally fold up. So in the U.S. military, they fold up into like a W shape, so that you can transport them. What the truck does is it backs up to the edge of the river, and just like you might deploy like a fishing boat or put a fishing boat in the water, it sort of backs up, and the pontoon rolls off the back of the truck, and then it unfolds and it floats. Then you need boats, and it's the same in these any kind of pontoon or floating bridge. You need a boat, and the boat will then grab that section with ropes, and it will pull it into position. So you connect one to the next and one to the next, and then you connect them together. Usually there are some kinds of latches or levers that you'll just throw into place, and one section connects to the next. Then depending on the current of the river, you may need the boats to continually run and push the bridge against the flow of the river. You'll often see pontoon bridges, they'll be curved, and that curve comes from the current of the river. And depending on how fast the river runs, you may need more boats to try to keep it straight, because the current can destroy them. If they're broken, they can break in a number of ways. They can break from the current itself. In that case, you may just need to retrieve the sections that floated away, or the levers were broken, and put them back into place and somehow connect them back together. Or if it's hit by indirect fire, and it's the same in these barges, that section will actually sink. And then what you need to do is you need to somehow pull that section out and basically replace it. You can try to pull the section back to shore and try to patch it, for example, weld things over the holes in the pontoon, and pump out the water and try to refloat it. That could be possible, but in many cases, you don't really have the opportunity to do that, so you try to just replace the section. Did that help a bit?
yes, and I have a follow-up question. I'm the girl from the back of the class with the questions. So as we are in October close to November, right? And I don't know Dnipro, but I know the Danube. And usually towards winter, the level of the water is lower, as the flux of water is reducing. So would that affect the bridge, the stability? If, for example, because the I suppose the bottom of the river is not straight leveled, you know. They didn't have time to drag it, to prepare it. So would that affect the bridge going forward?
Yeah, it certainly can. And yes, you don't want your pontoon bridge to be sitting on the bottom of the on the riverbed. Um, it doesn't necessarily damage the pontoons themselves, but you imagine all these sections that are connected to one another, and if there are certain angles, like vertical angles, it can cause damage, and the sections can come apart. Um, you know, when we were talking about the dam a while back, and there have been many reports about Russians, you know, releasing water from the reservoir, and there were some people speculated whether they would blow the dam. I think in reality, all they were doing was to control the level of the river to make sure that it was relatively stable. Because the main thing that they would have to do is you're going to have a landing point on each side, on the left bank and on the right bank, and it's the same for the ferries. And you have to bulldoze that, maybe lay gravel down, try to reinforce it a bit so that trucks and tanks and other things can actually drive onto the bridge or drive onto the ferry. And if the water level of the river raises or lowers, you have to basically do all that work again, because now your landing point would be 25 meters further into the river or 25 meters back behind where you built it. So by controlling, yes, you want to have a stable flow, so that you don't have to redo all of that work again.
Thank you, Charles. That was perfect. And thank you very much. Herman, do you have question, or we can go to Hans?
Yeah, let's go to Alexa.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for all this great information, Charles, about the pontoons. I did see one going into the water, and I was pretty impressed by how it kind of inflated. And yeah, it's pretty impressive. And then in that video, I think later it was shut up, if I recall. Anyway, I was listening earlier. Colby was hosting, and Language Learner presented a lot of great information, a lot of updates, which I see he posted to his account with a nice user-friendly connection to the SoundCloud. So I recommend listening to that. He did mention something about one of the towns in the east. All the men were taken, and then the women and the children were left alone. And he didn't give a lot of detail, but I'm planning to go back and listen, get the name of the town. And I just have a question for anyone who might have an answer. Are there a lot more of these heinous war crimes we're going to learn about as these towns are getting liberated in the east, and people are possibly being used as human shields, or the kidnapping that's, I think I've heard something mention about several thousands of people have been taken to Crimea. So I'm just trying to get clear on that whole subject. So if anyone has any answers, I would appreciate that. And I'm going to turn the mic off. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll jump in here real quick to say the only time I've ever broken on air was when the fire chief of Kharkiv, Roman, was talking about how his guys were currently exhuming. This is a few weeks ago, almost maybe 2 months ago now. They were currently exhuming the mass graves in the the Izum area, and that there were certain organizations donating those guys masks because they didn't have masks and they had to smell that, and it was really bad. So yeah, it's a serious problem as these areas are liberated. There needs to be extensive forensic work done. They're finding mass graves of civilians. There's evidence of torture of women and children. There's evidence of, I mean, every unthinkable thing you can imagine, basically torture rooms, and yeah, all the nightmarish things. Yeah, it's something, you know, that is going to have to be thoroughly documented and recorded for posterity, and you know, just for the actual legal reason of prosecuting as war crimes later. Yeah, so I think that's all I have to say about it. Anda, if you want to add anything. Sorry, I'm watching my dad's dog. He's a little bit of a bonkers guy, so a really bad time for him to be making a bunch of noise. Back to you, Anda.
Actually, is back to him because I gave him the steering wheel. He is now the master, so he will take it away.
Yeah, make me drive the car. So where should I drop you off? Alexa, that was one of the items of language update today that was quite concerning to me as well. And I remember that he said they first removed the man and then the women, and then there was some comment from him about the children. I'm not sure how accurate this information is, that children were left behind. I don't really believe that. Because this is now a complete opinion of mine, like the way I interpret those things, those information we get from language is that in context, other information was that there are more and more, and also from Andrew Perpetua, by the way, he said the same thing, that Russians are moving into towns and villages and settle in there because the conditions of the weather and the climate are getting really harsh, and they want to have walls around them. They're trying to get out of the trenches. And my take was they're removing civilians in order to have more space to host their troops for the night time. So that was my understanding from that. What it exactly was, and what the notion that he gave about the children were left behind, that is, I cannot tell. That's something that we need to ask him, I guess, where he got the information from, or I don't know. Yeah. Thank you for your question. Do you have a follow-up, Alexandra? If not, then it's back
Sorry,
to...
I'm new at this. Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, that's definitely, we need to follow up with him and find out the extent. And I'm wondering if it's affecting the Ukrainian advance, just trying to balance what they're going to find and everything. I don't know. It just seems like it gets more complicated the further east they go.
Well, the Ukrainian advance is that is separate. What they're going to find is after they take back those territories, those villages, those places where they're going to, there's hardly anything they can do about it. So if they have a very good information that they're removing civilians, that's actually good, I believe. Taking civilians out of the battlefield is, in my opinion, always a really good thing. What's happening with those civilians, that's probably not as good as we hoped it to be. Yeah, time will tell. That's the problem with the internet age. You get a lot of raw information in the front, and it will take a lot of time on the back end to actually make sense out of that. And yeah, let's hope for the best.
Okay, agreed.
Go ahead.
No, I just say agree. That needs to be documented over time. Thank you.
I think, Chris, your hand was up. Please, if you want to speak, or I mean.
Thank you very much. Please forgive me my thick German accent. I just woke up and cannot help it. I just want to know both claims about the dirty bomb. You talked that probably to death, but Russians are ruthless liars. Nobody in the West, I think, especially the Western leaders believe that bullshit. But the question is why, and I would like to know what was the consensus here in the last couple of hours. Is it because pretext, like we had to defend ourselves? Is it a false flag operation? They would pretty much like to do it themselves. Is it psychological warfare against the West? Or is it simply aimed at the Russian population, tell them, guys, look what we are up against. This is the evil, the Satanists we are fighting. I just would like to know, maybe somebody can bring me up to speed. What was the military opinion here? Thank you.
Yeah, Chris. So the opinion is it's a most probably psychological warfare. Lavrov was calling up the Chinese counterpart, and I believe the Indian too, and all over the West and other countries to inform them that Ukraine is definitely going to use a dirty bomb. So that is kind of like, oh, hey, that they're going to do that. We know about that. Like, we would have an intelligence agency that can actually snoop out those things, and that would make actually sense of Ukraine using a dirty bomb in their own territory, close to their own troops or civilians. That doesn't make sense at all. They just bring it up and they try to get people concerned, get people worried, have people afraid. The strategy here is have people being afraid and seeing concerns. Ultimately, they are trying to get some type of concessions out of a frozen conflict, trying to get a negotiated deal that ends the entire situation is really bad for them, and they are hoping that other third parties putting pressure on Ukraine to reach that deal, and that is well recognized and well understood, and nobody's going to fall for that. That's very obvious. It's just a dumb charade.
Yeah, right. They have done this previously, correct? With other occasions. First time, I believe, at the beginning of the war, they starting a narrative with Ukraine is going to use this and that kind of exploding bomb, and then they use they use themselves the thermal bombs. I think they are called. Maybe you know better. Those kinds of bombs which explode high up in the air, and when they come down, like burning glittering stuff, and
Incendiary munitions.
yes, thank you, Colby. I promised Joseph I will sleep more. I will try next night. So incendiary bombs. And at that point, I remember there were discussions about some type of incendiary which is not allowed, and they are using instead thermite. Is this the correct word? What I do remember is that before using it themselves, I mean the Russians, they said the Ukrainians are going to use it. They are going to shell us with incendiary bombs, and they are going to do this and that. So, yeah. Chris, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, no question. I mean, there was a lot of made up stuff from the Russians, like, if I remember correctly, in the beginning, laboratories for biological weapons and stuff like that, all made up bullshit. So it fits in the big picture again.
Yeah, so for the incendiary munitions that you spoke about, so the one is the thermite and the other one is the phosphorus. And I, I think I read up on that one a couple of months ago when the first time the Russians used those. And from my understanding, from what I read, is the international conventions, they don't really forbid having them in the military and using them, but they're supposed to be used for illumination purposes, for bringing light to the battlefield in the nighttime or in hours of darkness. And they're not supposed to be used against ground target and, of course, not against civilians. Any military actions against civilians is against international law of warfare. And yeah, so just to bring it up, so just having incendiary munitions and using them is not necessarily forbidden. It is the way that are used by the Russians that is clearly an illegal act of warfare.
But isn't phosphorus forbidden?
No.
No.
No,
Like phosphorus is
Okay.
not a prohibited weapon.
It's the
Okay.
usage, it's the way you use it, the application that makes it either okay or illegal. So if you just use white phosphorus to illuminate the battlefield for your troops to see the enemy, that's fine. And the difference is in which altitude you set the fuses that those munitions explode. So if you illuminate them, you set them higher, so they give you light on the battlefield and they burn out before they reach the ground. But what the Russians been doing with the thermite, they're setting the fuses for such a low altitude that those fragments, those magnesium and iron oxides, they're burning, they're actually reaching the ground, the civilian homes or the trenches of the army, and that is not allowed.
All right. Thank you for clarifying. See, this is good. This is perfect. I have info. Thank you.
Well, I will say at this point, I guess, if anyone has any questions for the panel, we do like discussing the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Come on up. We'll do our best to answer your question. So recently, we've seen Russia take a weird turn in their propaganda. My guess is they've done their polling or whatever cynical garbage they do, and they've decided, this is a good angle. It's getting like a lot of Western media coverage, or it's getting a lot of domestic popularity, or whatever they decide. This is Russia's typical strategy. They just throw random garbage at the wall. They say, "Oh, we're doing this, and this is their new angle. This is a holy war. It's Russia's holy war. Everybody, we're blowing up 1,000-year-old Orthodox churches that are older than anything in Moscow because this is a holy war." You heard me right, folks. And not only that, it's a holy war that somehow Orthodox Christians and Muslims are fighting together against other Orthodox Christians, because Kadyrov has announced it's a jihad, and certain Russian propaganda outlets are going, yeah, like it's a holy war, like it's their holy war. So I mean, this is the level of like Russian doublethink we're dealing with. And now and before you go, oh, that's just Russian propaganda, oh, they're just talking, more nonsense. We're now hearing in official Russian terminology, the same way we heard denazification, we're now hearing the term desatanization. So my hot take, my big theory is, that this is Russia attempting to take a new angle, that the whole Nazi stuff, it's just not really working. It's not working well anymore. And so,
this Christianity garbage that they've cooked up seems to be playing better. I presume with their domestic audience. I can't assume any other Christians are taking them super seriously, but I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that. But anyway, yeah, I mean, it's the most cynical campaign I've ever seen. Again, this is an active campaign by Russia. They've shown no regard for the historical, treasures of Orthodox Christianity found in Ukraine. I'm not an Orthodox Christian, and I'm weeping at the stuff they've destroyed and lit on fire with these artillery shells. So, I mean, it's a real cynical move on their part. It won't work. It's crazy. It's more of their nonsense, and just another weird chapter in their crazy brain knots that they're tying together to try to square the circle of them being Nazis, I think. So anyway, if anyone wants to come up and dispute or agree with my hot take, please feel free. Back to you, Wanda.
Well, thank you, Joseph, for giving us a new angle here, because I actually had a little bit texture to what you just mentioned. So last Sunday, I wanted to go to church, but the church was closed. So I just hopped over to our military church, and that is always open. Has it ever happened to you, Joseph, that your church is closed, but your military church on your local site is always there for you?
No, it has not, Herm. But that's interesting.
Have you ever been to a military church in your hometown?
I don't think so. I'm trying to think, like in the United States. You mean like on an army base, or like what do you mean?
No, a church in your community that is dedicated to the military forces of your country.
No, I have not.
Because in Russia, they opened up there's a word for that, like consecrated or something like that. I don't know that word in English. And they had a church open for that purpose in 2020 in June, I believe. They finished building it on the Memorial Day of the Great Patriotic War, and it is in Moscow Oblast. They have a church for the military. It is a very actually, it's not looking that bad. It's kind of like looking like a regular Russian Orthodox church, like those big tall towers and the ornaments around it. Just the color looks like the painting on a BMP. It's made out of steel, and it has paintings and glass windows depicting alternatively battle scenes from World War II and from the Bible. And it's a thing. And Patriarch Kirill opened up that church for the usage of the Russian people. And that is probably one of those weird insights into the Russian culture and the Russian mindset of how they see the world and how they see themselves in this world, and what they believe, what they are doing in Ukraine right now. And do you have a curious question about that, or should I elaborate a little bit more?
Well, now, Herm, is that where he blesses the tanks, or does he do that on site?
No, he blesses the tanks and the Satan missiles on site, or like where the missiles and the tanks are. They even have flying priests in airplanes and helicopters going over the battlefields, blessing the front lines. So they have a reliquium in there, like a holy object they were collecting, allegedly from this Russian article I read today. Is they have an actual suit and the cap of Adolf Hitler they're storing in there as a memoriam of the great victory in the Patriotic War, and in a church that is dedicated
like
to
a
the
relic or
military.
something.
A relic, yeah, exactly, yeah, a relic. So that is what we are fighting against, people with that type of mindset. And do you have the order of the hands? I saw 3 popping up.
Well, real quick, let's go to War Doggo fella, because he's actually in Ukraine, and then we'll go to the other hands. Go ahead, War Doggo fella.
And after that, I have to have a question. So, Word Dog,
Go ahead, Wardaga.
Depending on which type of the part of the globe you are. Hello from Ukraine. About this church and I cannot say like military religion. I would call it military cult, because if you deep dive the topic, you really see the signs of the cult in that, and what you can see, you should see the graphics in the church in more detail, because I mean it's showing a lot. Instead of having the usual graphics describing, which you can find in a different illustrations from the Bible, different events, religious events being described. They simply have the as they call it, great patriotic war scenes over there on the walls. They have the current military executives on the walls painted, and actually about helicopters flying blessing around the battlefield. It needs to be mentioned that they're not just helicopters, they are helicopters with the popes, and popes holding the icons flying over the battlefield, and in that way they think it may help them in certain sense. Of course, it is highly fitting the local request to believe in something, because what else you can expect from the nation who have the corpse on their main square, laying in the specific place, and they're commemorizing that. Let's call like that. That's the addition to what already mentioned about the cult. I'd like to say. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Wardaga, for bringing up the Lenin Mausoleum and the corpse in the central place of Moscow. So, funny thing about those glass windows in that church, they depict also Joseph Stalin and Vladimir Putin, for his annexation of Crimea in 2012, and Joseph Stalin, of course, for the defeat of Nazism, on the same glass window, in a very patriotic, romantic, and I presumably assume religious context. So that's that. And I believe we had Chris next.
Chris? Hey guys. Yeah, sorry. Just curious about something. I'm just wondering if back when Russia was what was the name of the place? The nuclear zone back in the day, just above Crimea. What's that name? Eluding me now.
Chernobyl?
Chernobyl, thank you. Chernobyl. Was there any nuclear waste removed from there? I remember early on, and when they took over Zaporizhia, same idea. Then they were talking about the possibility of them taking possession of some of the old nuclear waste and doing something with it. So I'm just curious if any was removed from there, or do we know anything about that? Reason I ask is I know when they talk about the dirty bomb and this possibility of it being used, and I'm not saying it's anything to worry about, but I'm just heard a lot of people suggest that they would never do it because it can be traced back to where, who used it. So if they're saying Ukraine is the one that's going to do the dirty bomb, they're going to do this false flag that it can be traced back to Russia. But I'm just curious if they maybe have possession of some nuclear waste and can somehow try to pin it. Is that kind of an angle that we'd have to worry about?
So I would call on any of our nuclear experts to come up and explain how the stuff is stored at Chernobyl real quick. But go ahead, Herm. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, it's all right, Joseph. So so we do not know, or I do not know, if there was any nuclear waste removed from the Chernobyl site. And Chernobyl is actually an active nuclear reactor. There's just one of those, I believe, 4 blocks of that nuclear power plant exploded in 1986. And at least to a couple of years ago, I don't know how it was this year, 2020, there was at least one nuclear block still operating there and producing electricity. And the nature of one of those reactors is that you always have waste products on site in the cooling down basin where you have to spend a nuclear fuel that you leave on site and give them some time to cool down where you can safely package it and move it to a long-term storage or medium-term storage facility. And we don't know if the Russians removed any of that. The things they don't have to take something from Chernobyl. There's always an ability to take it from any of the other nuclear sites they have, and they have plenty of those inside of Russia. And yeah, there is actually the notion that if you have a reference sample from one particular reactor, and you have then later spent fuel material or even enriched material from a certain that you find separately that has been manufactured from that reactor. Let's say if you take plutonium that has been removed as a byproduct from a reactor, and someone makes a nuclear bomb out of that, and you find that bomb and you analyze it. And you analyze it really well, and you have reference samples to all the nuclear reactors on the planet. You can, with a good certainty, tell which reactor made that plutonium, and that comes from the way reactors are built and their own personalities, if you will, their own characteristics, and the way, simply because we can analyze chemical and nuclear material very, very accurately, so you could trace that back. And there's also the chance that they would simply, if they were to do that, which they're probably not, they could simply take some of the material in Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which they still have under control. But again, none of that is actually likely to happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's very unlikely to happen. But you know, to that point, they were originally in Chernobyl there, and I know when they left, I just thought maybe, again, they can, in the hypothetical situation that something was done and it was analyzed as you suggested, and it says, well, look, it came from Chernobyl. Well, look, Chernobyl's under Ukraine occupation, so look, it was Ukraine that did it, type of thing, kind of that kind of narrative. So I'm just wondering if there was evidence of them taking some of this waste when they were there, or disturbing it, or you know, anything to trace it back to Russia, because obviously if it comes from Russia, we know it's Russia. But if they're going to try to pin it on Ukraine, maybe there's yeah, that was kind of the angle.
So no, there's no evidence of them taking anything that's really hot, red, hazardous. But there's evidence they were actually well, digging trenches in a nuclear contaminated forest and living there for a couple of weeks, and that is yeah, stupid, I would say. Okay, Alexa, your turn.
All right, I'm new at this microphone. Okay, is on. Yes, hello. So yeah, I agree that's disturbing about the nuclear, and I'm kind of comforted that there are people saying that it's not likely to happen. So I'm just hoping that's what happens. But well, I also wanted to add about, we were talking about the churches, and I'm reminded of that expression, he who holds the gold rules. I think it might be a parable or something. So I think in the churches, I did not know that there was a stained glass window dedicated to Putin, but I've seen churches where wealthy families will pay for the mural or a window, perhaps. So so yeah, churches and wealthy patrons have always been around. And I'm wondering, though, if this is the church angle of the propaganda, if it's connected to the recruiting. maybe the recruiting of women. I did see today kind of an ad. I think it was a young girl. She looked maybe about 22, and she was wearing the Russian military uniform and jumping around and learning to salute with all these tall young men behind her, also in military uniforms. And I did see the video of the priest early on. I think he was in Belgorod, got on an airplane, and he was blessing the war beneath him. I'm not sure if he made it to the Ukrainian border. I think that probably would have been risky for him, but yeah, it was the priest was flying around and praying for the war. And I also saw a recruitment. Well, it was a video of new recruits, and the officer was, you know, welcoming the new recruits and telling them they're fighting for morals and against the Western lack of morals, and they're fighting against the LGBTQ, and he really was giving the religious message. So I wonder, when they mention the propaganda concerning religion, is that part of their recruitment
For sure.
material?
Yes, for sure. So they are using right, this idea that and this is instilled. I don't know if you heard, we had Salome like a couple of days ago, and she also had an interview, and she told us the same thing. The narrative is, use the some, not everything from the Bible, uh, and use it the way you want it, right? The way you um, can lead the public where you want. So in this narrative, you will say, okay, you have Sodoma and Gomorrah, yes, and this is bad. Look what happened to them. This is what is happening in the West, right? We are the rightful ones. We are the good ones, and they are the bad ones. And look how bad they are. They are the rotten ones, right? This is like a prelude to what happened yesterday, when they moved to this. They stepped up, right? The narrative. It went from they are bad, they are doing bad things, to they are with Satan, which frankly, it's hilarious when they use this weapon, which is called Satan, right? And they bless it. Like, this is unheard of in any church, in any faith, for you to bless something that is that has the name of the very thing that you are supposed to despise, right? You are supposed to fight on it. So as Joseph said earlier, and Herm, this is a preposterous narrative. This is just another narrative. They started this war saying, we are going to denazify Ukraine. They posted like three pictures of very early singular guys from Azov battalion, like from early 2014, 2015, something like that. And they stick to that narrative. They um, got Azovstal, right? They stick to that narrative again, and they said, we will put them on trial. And yeah, they had some sham trials for some of them. They simply mistreated the rest of them, right? I think all of us have seen the videos on with Sean and the other guys um, who came on TV and brought us details on how was it to be condemned to death and to wait for it, right? So how was the trial and everything? So all of these, right, were narratives, were things that they used inside their country to justify going into another country and waging war on civilians, right? So they are bad and they are out of pictures. Instead of that, they have a lot of bodies coming in, a lot of mutilated soldiers and injured soldiers coming in. They have an economy which is in shambles. So they need to step up again and to find a new narrative. And the new narrative is more absurd than the rest, than the previous one. So it's one big blunder after another, right? Okay, I have two hands up, and frankly,
Oh.
during my rant, sorry, Alexa.
Oh. No, I just have a follow-up. Do we know who's buying it in Russia? I did hear about the Nazi propaganda. A lot of the seniors, I guess they're watching their TV all day long. And a reporter went and interviewed the seniors, and they were repeating word for word the Nazi propaganda that Ukraine is full of Nazis. Now, as for this religious stuff, is anyone buying it out of the younger generation, or are they still trying to flee from the country?
They for sure try to flee from the country. They are fleeing mobilization. That's for sure. One. Second, we must always ask ourselves, who is asking the question? Where is this reporter from? Right? Because I'm from Romania. This is a country which, until 1989, was not only in communism but under a dictatorship. And even if someone would have thought, and some of us did thought, this is bullshit, this is propaganda, look, he's coming again and telling us how well it is, how well we are faring when we are freezing to death in our homes, when we don't have anything to put on the table. And he says, the production of wheat is great. This was my life before 1989 in Romania. So I have heard propaganda firsthand. And let me tell you that when you have an oppression system around you, and some reporter comes to you and asks you, please tell me, Anda, what's your opinion on the current regime? You're not gonna say on public for your family and everyone else something against the regime. So that would be my first guess. Nobody will speak up in front of a camera. They are not reporters. If they would have been reporters from another country, maybe, but in Russia, no way. And we know they have partisans there. We know there are more partisans in Belarus, because stuff is blowing up, and it's blowing up at a fairly large distance from the border. But they are not going to come on TV and say, look, it was me, right? Because the next thing, they will disappear. So this is not an option for them. Chris, please.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure, but isn't Satan the NATO Western name for Russian rockets and not a Russian name? I'm not sure on this one, but
Yes.
I thought it's a Western name and not the Russian name for the rockets.
No, they also have that name. So
The alpha is in Russia. Okay, interesting. Thank you very much. So that's indeed funny, because the new narrative is we are fighting against KISS, knights in Satan's service, and they bless Satan weapon. So that's messed up. I personally I don't believe for a minute that Putin ever felt threatened by NATO or by NATO aggression. I think that he felt threatened by a liberal democratic Ukraine, and that would be a threat to its crony mobster regime. That is the main reason why he is fighting this war. And the interesting question is what Alexa said: how many Russians can see through the propaganda? And I personally think because of what many Russian soldiers experience there, and Russian or minorities living in Russia, maybe there's a chance that over time more and more people will realize that this is just simply bullshit, and that there's a mobster regime fighting for its survival. But I don't know. Many people in rural Russia believe the bullshit and easy prey for the propaganda. I don't know. I don't have insights in Russia that deep.
Word Doggo, I see you immediately put your hand up. So if Helmi could be so patient, I will go to you.
I hope it's okay. I hope it's okay. Speaking about the propaganda working and feeding human minds, in order to contradict the propaganda, you need a critical thinking, and any autocratic regime is definitely not the one that promotes the critical thinking. And Soviet Union, as the history of modern Russia, was not the one who was promoting the critical thinking in their society. Russia does not do that neither. So from that you can scale what kind of effect it has and what kind of support is there, because there is very limited critical thinking, and you can see from overall support that is that the current regime has in conducting the war against Ukraine, because it's not a Putin's war, it's Russia's war, and silently or actively, majority of them are simply supporting that. So that can give you a guess about how many of them are feeding that propaganda.
Actually, I saw yesterday a video, a clip from Ukraine, encouraging Russians to surrender, and I think it's a good thing. Most of them do have their phones, right? We have seen the maps with the phones at the beginning of the war. They were everywhere. So I think it's a good thing that at this point they are encouraged. On one hand, they are treated, right? On the other hand, they are offered an easy way out, right? A better way out, because Ukrainians have treated them decently, like in opposition to the way the Russian army has treated the civil population and the prisoners of war. So I think it's like the carrot and the stick, right? It's on one hand, I will threaten you to punish you further, and do punish you further by cutting your supplies, cutting your oil and gas, cutting your food, sorry, impairing the supply lines, on the ammo dumps, on everything. And on the other hand, we offer you, look, if you want to get out of that shit, if you realize what's happening and you want to get out, this is an easy way out. Come up with your hands up, and you will be treated decently. And I think that's a very good thing. Helmi, you have your hand up.
Okay. Yeah, I also think it's a good thing. You give them some choices, and that's not what they're used to, having choices. And if I read and hear all this propaganda, it is as if I read a fairy tale. Or when I was 12, I read this pocket. What was it? Novels with a love story, and there was always a bad girl and a good girl, or a bad man and a good man. It's always the same narrative, and you can fill in Satan and the good one, Bella and the Beast. You can fill in everything, and it's so silly. It is so silly. I have been laughing about it from the beginning on, and I could not understand, and I can still not understand that in Russia they go along with it, or maybe they don't, but then you hear nothing else. So very strange. Yeah. And I come back to what you were saying, Anda. Have you heard of soldiers reacting on this action from Zelensky?
Not yet. No. I saw the video yesterday. So I didn't see, and I think it's gonna work, but it's gonna work in a few days, not on the spot. But yeah, I'm hopeful. They already have awful conditions, no training. Herman can complain of the same thing if I think this through. We kind of throw him up, learn as you go. So this is you can call this an on-job training, Herman. Yeah.
I thought there would be training before they sent me to the front line. Come on.
So, because we are talking about training, do you have any knowledge, let's say? Have you heard or read about how the training worked, and as opposed to how it should have been?
You mean for demobilized units from the Russian side?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's a lot of since Gather reports that gave a bigger picture. And the bigger picture was that they were collecting bodies and putting them into focusing hubs, collection hubs of those bodies, and they did not provide training unless they had to. Let's say when a senior officer like a general was around, they got a couple of bullets and they got to shoot, but else they are just trying to find food and cramming along, trying not to starve. And at one point they're gonna be sent to the front lines, some sooner, like within a few days, and the other ones later. I guess that depends on how much bandwidth the Russian logistics has to move actual people to the front line, not just material. And no, we don't really see any evidence of them getting training whatsoever. There might be more capable trainers for certain professions in the military, like artillery, but in the most case, we don't really get any reports from people getting any higher training.
So basically, they give him a rifle. This is yours. Some bullets and goodbye. Hello and goodbye, right? And most of them die, and that's awful, and that's another way of how do you say ethnic cleansing, right? Because they are doing this with soldiers conscripted from the Far East. So
yeah, yes, Anna, that's correct. So in Crimea alone, what they were drafting for this mobilization were almost exclusively Tatars, a minority that have been persecuting for centuries already. And from Russia proper, they drafting minorities, as you said, but also notably poor people, like people from a lower economic means, that they seem to be targeted specifically to get them to the front lines with the idea that their families and their social networks wouldn't be fighting back that much when just people of lower means are gonna be sent into the meat grinder. That appears to be the thought behind that. Take people that there in Moscow are not going to miss, that not are going to be relevant to any of our friends. That's what it is. And also what I assumed, what I saw, but people discussing, but also assumed, is they're exchanging troops they have on the front lines that have been trained, that have some kind of capabilities with newly mobilized people, just to hold those trenches until they can retrieve their more capable troops so they can use them later on. That also appears to be a pattern, but that there needs to be more confirmation, I guess, in post hoc.
thank you. How do you say? No further questions. We will go to Helmi because I think she has a comeback, and then to Goose.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to ask you. Yesterday, I read this article about this Belarusian doctor, and he told in the he was saying in the article that a lot of wounded Russians were brought in Belarus for medical support, because I think the Russians didn't think about medical support. So all these wounded soldiers were brought to Belarus in the hospital, and they were brought, yeah, normally they need first aid, but these soldiers were 2-3 days later brought to the hospital. So they were very badly wounded, and this doctor, yeah, I don't know exactly why, but maybe somebody else can tell me why, but he took a lot of x-rays and he ran to Romania to show the world how yeah, Russia's army treats their wounded soldiers. Has anyone of you read this article?
No, I didn't. But if you can DM it to me, that would be great. I would love to read it. I don't know. Herm, have you seen it, or maybe we can look at it later?
Yeah, I'll look it up and I'll try to find it and I will send it to you. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Please send it to me too, Helmi, and I would be interested in having a look. But the netherings of life, of the life of their own soldiers there, the mistreatment from the leadership, that is nothing new to this war, that there's a long history in the Russian military going back centuries, that they use their own soldiers like goods, like equipment, like consumables. There's nothing new. We've seen it for many, many years.
Very bad.
Thank you, Helmi. Harm, yes, please.
Well, no, I just wanted to add that I'm from Europe, so I'm aware of the history of our wars ranging back centuries, and we didn't used to be that different from how the Russians conducting them right now themselves, how they are treating their own soldiers. And so Germany had the big civil war in the 17th century that killed about 30% of our population. And it was just horrible, horrible, horrible things going on, genocide and the most despicable atrocities. And after World War II, there was a snap. That things changed in the world. People decided we don't do that anymore. We are not like that anymore. We don't just go around and move borders for political will and pressure, and we don't glorify our might and put ourselves in other people. We just accept the things like they are, and we're happy with that, and we manage to get along together. That's like the core of the European idea that came after World War II. And that never really resonated with the Russians. They're still in the 17th century. And that's not just how they treat their own soldiers, how they started this war, conducted this war. This is complete barbarism. That is not any contemporary nation would consider that anything worth pursuing or doing or being part of a doctrine that you engage in a conflict like that. That was 100 years ago, 200 years ago. That is completely outdated. And I'm sorry, I'm going to start to ramble now. And Goose, I'm sorry, your hand was up.
Well, actually, that's a perfect segue into what I was going to discuss. And I just wanted to check if I could kind of steer the topic back to a book that I've been reading by Jessica Aro, which is a book it's called Putin's Trolls. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with it, but it's been absolutely mind-blowing to me. And I'll try to make this really brief, but I've taken some notes on it. So if I start to ramble, just cut me off. But back in like 1996, there was a guy called Bill Browder. He was working in Russia and he was investing in undervalued post-Soviet Union companies and was actually doing really well, generated a portfolio of about $4 billion, and his and Putin's interests aligned fairly well. This is all according to the book, by the way. His and Putin's interests aligned up until the point where 2003, the oligarchs started to become too rich and too powerful. And there was an oligarch called Mikhail Khodorkovsky who ran an oil company called Yukos. So Putin put him in jail and took his company away and demanded 50% of the money from all the other oligarchs in order for them to stay in power. And that worked. And so they acquiesced and fell under his power.
Brower was then detained, his visa was revoked, and his offices were raided. So his company got taken away from him by the Russians, by Putin, by the Interior Ministry, and his original certificates for his company were taken away. They were then immediately re-registered to 3 different companies under a guy called Viktor Markelov, who was a convicted murderer. At that point, they were then sued for a breach of contract by people with whom they were never even in contract with. The plaintiff's documents, the complaints, were forged, and it was held in a court that didn't even exist. The Hermitage, Bill Browder's company, was represented by lawyers that he didn't hire, who weren't even known, and they just accepted the charges from the Interior Ministry. The judge ruled that the evidence was so clear that the trial didn't even need to go ahead, and that the damages would just be awarded. So the final result of this was that damages of the precise previous year's operating profit was awarded to these plaintiffs. What that allowed these people to do is to file for a tax refund. Since Hermitage then had no profits, they could then file for this tax refund, which was then pilfered from the Russian treasury. So they stole this guy's company and then awarded themselves a tax break from the treasury of Russia. It was approved within 1 day, and then and that's it. That's story's over, right? So Bill hired a lawyer called Magnitsky. This is an important name, and he started investigating this. Well, that would end up with him being in jail and beaten to death by Russian guards, like literally beaten to death. And that was all presided. This investigation was presided over by the people who stole the company in the first place. I know this is a convoluted story, but my point being that the gaslight level of Russia is almost a feature, not a bug. Like, they stole this guy's company, and then every investigation from there on out was actually run by the people doing the crime. And this lawyer who was investigating it was literally beaten to death by the prison guards. And there's actually now an act that was passed in America called the Russia and Moldova-Jackson Vanik Repeal and Sergei Magnitsky Rule of Law Accountability Act of 2012. And it's very important to read out because this infuriates the Kremlin, and they have gone to great lengths to repeal this act, to the point of that meeting with Trump and Trump's lawyers in the Trump Tower was specifically around repealing this Magnitsky Act. So I go to great lengths to explain this whole story because it's devastating to me to see this, but it's also illuminating to see the way the Kremlin operates and how they twist the truth, and they do the things that they accuse others of. And we've seen that this whole way through. Anyway, thank you for listening. I know it was a long one.
Yeah, thank you, Goose. Just a quick follow-up question for you. If you were a mafia boss and you would like to take out one of your branches that has really a lot of goods but is not very loyal, how would you go about that within your own organization?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if I could think like that, but I would discredit the head of that organization is what I would do, I guess.
Yes, but they have connections within your organization. They have friends there. They have a network that you can fall back to. So to cut it short, so what you just described, how that business was conducted in Russia, shows that those laws are not really applying to. They only apply when they are convenient. They're not applying to the case by case. In this case, it was just an execution of one part of the mafia by the other, and that's leave it like that. It's a mafia state after all.
It is. It is, and I'm just the way that they handled it. In that, when Hermitage filed its appeal, the judge and the witnesses and the investigation were handled by the suspects of the initial crime, and that was not an accident. That was a signal saying, like, we do not care about the rule of law. In fact, we're going to appoint the suspects as the investigators.
There is no rule of law. The law is a tool to expand and utilize power. That what it is good for in autocratic societies. It has nothing to do with justice or that people are treated by the letter of a word of a existing guideline. It is simply just if the tool works for us, we use it. If it's working against it, we're gonna dismiss it. That's how the law is gonna be treated in countries like that.
Right. That sounds exactly, so far of the book of what I'm seeing, that's exactly how it works.
Anna, could you help me with the hands, please? Or
Yes, I will. So we have up Florian, Peter, and Luis in this order. Also, Joseph will drop and clear his cache and come back up because he will co-host with you at as I need to run.
And I go to work.
Yes, pretty soon I will go to work. So I will swap with Joseph. It's gonna be all male team, but it's been lovely co-hosting with you. I really like and I'm happy you accepted Joseph's plea to come co-host with us. I think you're doing a terrific job, and I'm looking forward to co-host with you soon. And I'm not saying this just to say it, right? So when I say something, I say it because I mean it. Okay.
Go
Florian.
to work, Anda.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and yeah, we know everything you say comes from the bottom of your heart. And yeah, get to work, please. Do something productive. Yeah? And thank you for being with us.
Anda, can I ask you where can I send you the report? I promised you to send an article, but where can I send it?
Use direct message. So follow her, she follows you back, and then you can send it.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
No, as Anna said, I think Herm's doing a fantastic job. Sorry, go ahead, Florian.
If I'm allowed to, thank you. There was this discussion on Russia, how Russia treats its wounded soldiers, and then there was the Bill Browder story. And I think there's a basis to that most people, I think, do not appreciate well. Russia has not undergone the Renaissance, Russia has not undergone the Enlightenment, and Russia has not undergone the Protestant revolutions of Western Europe. And that, of course, is the cultural imprint of our cultural operating system across the Atlantic. That's also not true for China. So Russia has no notion of separation of power. It is still, in a way, you can think it of a medieval kingdom. So that's why they have all the symbolism. Because like in medieval times, symbols signal power. And power is just something that is derived from symbols and persons. There's no notion of something written down that counts to everybody. Think about whatever, the 13th or 14th century France or England. This is how power is ruled. The change in the West is mostly the Enlightenment, but also the Protestant Revolution was very, very important because it created this notion of that I have a direct relationship to God. I matter as a person. My consciousness matters. I'm responsible for my actions. That came from all, for example, the Protestant Revolution. And of course, it left a mark also in the Catholic part in Southern Europe. And having not undergone the Enlightenment and the industrial and the revolution, also the scientific revolution, Russia usually imported these people. Follow Kamil Galeev, he's very, very good on this. So whatever in technology or culture was imported, the great buildings of St. Petersburg were built by German and Italian architects, not by Russian architects. And that's Russia essentially is from its mental state centuries back. And that's why it never holds any contracts, because they have no meaning. The border contract with Ukraine has no meaning to Russia. Anything that constrains the rule of the Tsar is bad. And this was essentially also taken over by the Soviet. Lenin said the law is an instrument of the state to exercise its power. And that's so alien if you have been living long in the West and you're used to the rule of law and you're used to the separation of power and that you have independent courts and so on. I don't know who said that, who told the Bill Brower story. That's totally alien to us. And it's like another, whatever, the 15th century society has come upon us and we don't understand them. And I think that's the cultural operating system that is so alien to us. And that's why this war and its behavior is so alien to us. And that's why probably the Ukraine as a multicultural society that was not always Russia. It was in part Poland, it was in part Austria-Hungary, is far more Western and got far more of the Western operating system that Russia did. And I think both discussions go back to the same fact. And both speakers were sort of confounded why Russia is acting this way. And I think that's sort of the cultural reason, or the societal reason, or what I call the operating system of a society that is very, very alien to us.
Yeah, thank you, Florian. That was a very nice take on the history of that. I had a question for you. Since Ukraine and Poland were divided between Russia, Austria-Hungary, and more Poland, also part of Prussia, they didn't really get those Enlightenment wave and the Protestant Revolution as either, right?
No, they get, for example, Poland had the same parliament where all the nobles could vote. Poland also has a tradition going back to Roman law. I mean, don't underestimate.
Go back. 1848, right, Florian?
Yes. So don't underestimate. Poland is far more westerly than we think. Especially, I'm 47, so I remember the Cold War, and we were thinking, just all the East, but the East is not the East. It was Middle Eastern Europe. That was far more to the West. It was always Catholic. With Catholicism in the 12th century came the division between what is sort of the realm of the Pope and what is the realm of the Emperor, the Kaiser. And that was also in Poland. And this was the first move of separation of power. So Poland had already far more imprints in this way of thinking what we do than Russia ever had.
And I would just go even a little, like, we're getting a little like deep into the cultural studies here, but right, like if you go back, in my understanding, right, in Poland, there was a very strong, like, decentralized culture of nobles, and same situation for Hungary, which is another state like in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So yeah, that's like another tradition. Like the power wasn't centralized purely in the hands of one person. Sorry, go ahead, Florian.
Yes, and they were mostly at the time in exchange with the Holy Roman Empire of German nation, and this was totally decentralized. And that thing also, if people were wondering, why is Germany the West or not? Of course, parts of German culture took very long to go to the West. But parts of it, like in its cities, it had democracy, and in its cities, it had something resembling the rule of law, and the Holy Roman Empire of German nation had a functioning court system. And this was also sort of the cultural model the Eastern countries bordering that followed. And that's why they were similar, decentralized. They had a notion of independent courts and so on. And nothing of this existed even to Peter the Great. Nothing. Russia had no notion of courts. Nothing.
Yeah,
and
great points. Go ahead.
Problem is often we lump all the Eastern, the Polish and the Hungarian and so on, or also the Romanian, that of course were long under Turkish rule, but had also the Roman law and everything into one category, and this is unfair and untrue. Of course, they had a different relation to those things than what France or Britain had, and Germany was in between. But still, the cultural imprint and the exchange toward that idea was far, far better than to Russia. Russia only imported sort of experts and businessmen to its economic or state profit, but it didn't change Russia in any way. And Ukraine, going back to the Ukraine, was far more touched because of Ukraine was for a long time, until Catherine the Great, part of Poland, Lithuania. And the western part of the Ukraine was Austria-Hungary and then Poland, and just became part of the Soviet Union in 1945. We shouldn't forget that. Cities like Lemberg look like a Middle Eastern European city. They look not any different to whatever, Prague or Vienna.
Yeah, thanks. So, yeah, we don't want to go too deep, but I think it's great to point out, right? This is a very long history we can go back to in terms of where these institutions come from and why Ukraine is responding in the way it is to Russian imperial aggression, right? I mean, it goes back, we can go hundreds, even almost 1,000 years back, but really, a few hundred years, as Florian said, it kind of goes back to these traditions and these differences. And yeah, these are good points. So we'll go maybe to some other hands. Maybe there's some responses. We'll see what's going on. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little skeptical about this cultural explanation because let's not forget Germany played a big part in the development of the Protestant movement. It was playing a big part in Enlightenment and in the scientific revolution, and it still developed the most murderous regime in the history of the world with the Nazis. So I hope you understand my point. So it's not mutual exclusive, and you can still descend into a murderous regime even if you took part in these developments. And Germany only came to its senses after it was bombed to rubble and defeated decisively on the battlefield, and then they gave up for good their imperial ambitions.
Agreed, but there was two ways of thinking. One part of Germany, inclusive Mr. Mann, who wrote in 1918, he's rejecting Western values and the democracy and the capitalism and so on for sort of deeper cultural values. Germany had two ways, and Prussia was totally imperial. So I live in Switzerland, but I have a German passport. Come also from Munich. The southern part of Germany was far more decentralized. Prussia was a centralized militaristic state. And so you had these two traditions, and the Prussian tradition ruled Germany, and that's why it got into the mess. Hitler just took on the Prussian traditions, which were not unsimilar to the Russian way of doing things, and which were very different to, for example, how Switzerland developed as a German-speaking country. They're completely integrated in the West of the 16th century. But I don't want to have a long German discussion here.
Yeah, no, I think it's an interesting discussion. I think as Florian pointed out, there's a few different viewpoints of historiography, and I think it's a good it's a good pushback, right? We shouldn't be completely culturally deterministic, but I think there's also some parallels to draw in terms of what maybe we're trying to reiterate is, and again, I guess 1848, right, in terms of Germany, to understand what's going on there with what Florian was saying, centralization and imperial traditions versus these decentralized states. But anyway, I think what we're kind of broadly getting at is it's probably not I think a lot of people, maybe early on, maybe this is fading now, but the idea was that at some point, Putin's going to get overthrown and we're all going to live happily ever after, right? And I think the point is that these institutions in Russia would have to, at least to some extent, be built from the ground up. I'm not suggesting, I don't think anyone's suggesting societies can't change, but I think there is, we aren't super optimistic about Russia's ability to immediately turn a corner in terms of its respect for human rights and like the broad understanding of a need for there not to be basically a colonial center to their empire, right? Like their model of extracting wealth and resources and people to the center of the machine for the state to use. Does that make sense, Chris? If you want to follow up, I think you raised some good points too. Go ahead.
I mean, for me, it's very important to see that Russia is still, even without Ukraine, an imperial empire. There are 40 million minorities in Russia. They conquered all the lands in the last 200 years, and they are still a colonial empire with 40 million minorities. So it's like part of the DNA. And unlike the French and the British, they never gave up their imperial dream.
Yep, absolutely. Good point. So I'll let Florian respond, then we'll go to Luis. Florian, go ahead.
I wanted to make a simpler point. I just wanted to put the discussion in context where people seem to be still confused why Russia is acting in the commercial space or how it treats its own soldiers. I just wanted to explain what is the overarching reason for that. And then what everything else said, I agree with. And also, why is Ukraine following the law of a conflict on the Geneva Convention and treats its prisoners of war, where Russia doesn't? So on and forth. And I think there's a reason. Culture doesn't rule everything. I totally agree with that. But I thought it made sense in the discussion from see how Russia treats its own soldiers when they're wounded, and see how strange Russia treats a successful company, and there's no courts and there's all the things that is alien to us. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, good points. We can go back to this. Let's go to Luis first, and then we'll go back to Chris. Luis, go ahead.
I will try to be as short as I can. And I want to pick the approach Florian has had, but now look at the Russian side. And I will ask Florian, if I'm imprecise in anything, please correct me. On the Russian side, there was always this idea that the Moscow kingdom, that then succeeded as Russia, they described themselves as the king of all the rest. This happens in all empires, but they defined their territory as all the rest. They never wanted to give much independence to different parts of their kingdom. And what we are seeing now bears some resemblance of that, I think. The other thing is that I know that at some point in Moscow, while it was not called Russia yet, there was the king and the peasants, and the peasants did not have a permanent, I'm not sure if I'm using the right word, a permanent grant to the land that they worked and where they would pay the taxes. The king or the ruler could at any time rule out the peasant, and the peasant would lose the possibility to explore this land and would have no way of subsistence. And this brings also this, in one way, this is quite similar to some aspects of what communism was. The state controlled everything from the center, and on the other end, it brings again the idea of absence of rule of law. The ruler could do as he pleased. And now I will go back to silence.
Yeah, so good points, Luis. Just one, I guess, brief thing is so the idea. So this is a Russian village. The idea of the Mij, right? It's the Russian village. So there's two kind of separate concepts. Sometimes they're conflated in the Western historiography. One is the commune. So we can think of the commune in Russian feudal understanding as like an economically self-sufficient unit. In some cases, it's the same as the village. But the point is, like, someone's got to make shoes, right? And in certain, like, not densely inhabited areas, that might be a collection of villages. You've got like enough for a self-sustaining unit. A guy who makes shoes, a guy who makes beds, you know, what have you. So there's the commune, but then there's also the mij, the village, and the mij has like an elder or, you know, someone that, or a system to dictate who has land. And basically the way it worked was there, you know, the village has X land, you know, as per the feudal arrangement with the czar, and you know, a family every year, I think, or maybe every 10 years, I want to say, they would all get together and they'd say, okay, well, your family got bigger and your family got smaller. So from now on, you get this bit and you get this bit and you get this bit. And also, it typically wasn't contiguous. In other words, it wasn't like my bit is going to be that chunk over there. It was like, you know, back in 10 years ago, we got this little bit over here, and 5 years ago, we got this little bit here, and so forth. So yeah, it's just a very different system of agriculture. You can go real deep into it. I think there's a book, man, Robert Conquest. I'm trying to remember the name of it, but it's about the collectivization. It's very good. It goes into these agricultural practices in a lot of detail, and like the horrors of collectivization that were imposed on it. But anyways, yeah, so good points. I mean, we go kind of deep into that if we really want to, but it gets kind of down into the weeds. But so good points, Luis. We'll go to other Luis now, or my fave Luis. Go ahead, Luis. Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Luis with flag. My friend Luis. The website, Luis, is up and running.
Good morning. Good evening, whatever you are in the world. I was a little bit shocked when you the first time called for Luis, and I was writing a DM, and I urgent finalized DM to speak, and then I see, oh, another Luis. It's not me. So, but good to see you here also, Luis, because I actually have a Portugal related question that I read something yesterday about the Web Summit in Lisbon. For you guys that don't know, that's the biggest tech conference in the world, I would say, that is held every year in Lisbon, in Portugal. And I saw yesterday a statement regarding some invitation that they sent out to a specific group. I would not name that group, but they were disinvited because they are spreading Russian propaganda, Russian narrative. Do you know something about that, Luis?
Yes, I know. Those invitations were revoked. Do you follow João D?
Yes.
Yeah, if you go to his profile, you have the details.
Oh, okay. So I noticed that it was a big thing yesterday in the tech community, because Web Summit organization clearly stated that they will not platform someone that is spreading such lies and evidence that it is Russian propaganda, and they got I would say a little Vatnik shitstorm, but that's the right thing to do, right? So I'm as a Portuguese, I'm proud that that decision was made.
Thank you, Luisius. I believe that's Luis kind of agrees there. So real quick, I guess we lost Florian there. I guess I'll go to some announcements. So real quick, if anyone does want to come up, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That'll bring you up. You can ask any questions relating to what's going on with the Russian invasion of Ukraine today, or at any point. Basically, we'll do our best to give you an answer based on what we've heard in the space, or what we ourselves are aware of using our various sources. I should also mention, though, that we do have a Spotify account, Herm. Have you been to the Spotify? Do you use the Spotify, Herm? I'm just curious. It's like an honest question.
Oh yes, I'm totally aware of the Spotify account, and I found MriyaReport on Spotify. I just haven't had the chance to listen to it because I'm always drawn to the live space here, and I have a few interviews, like brilliant interviews. So I've been told I'm gonna listen at one point, but I'm gonna be more here live until I have a quiet minute. We can really focus on those interviews that have been conducted here on the space that I'm gonna listen to on Spotify later.
Yeah, fair enough, man. And so I want to now turn it over real quick to Luis, who, again, we now have a website, MriyaAid.org, or sorry, MriyaReport.org, MriyaAid.org, by the way, great charity sending non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Please do check them out too. But we now have MriyaReport.org. So Luis, what can people find if they go to that great website that you set up along with some other friends? Go ahead.
Joseph, one thing you can find is a link to the Maria Aid website. So if they stop at MriyaReport, they'll end up at Maria Aid sooner or later.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I also wanted to talk a little about a little. We have now a new website. It's the first version. You have to keep that in mind. We of course try to put only things live that are finished, but the website itself, it's work in progress. We have a lot of ideas of what we want to show you there. At the moment, you can find a list, and it's not a full list, I have to say, of past speakers, recent speakers, regular speakers, with the direct connection to their Twitter handles. So if you heard someone, you can directly go from the website to their Twitter account and give them a follow. It was a lot of work because and that shows what MriyaReport is doing. And like I said, the list is not finished, but I had to put around about 80 past speakers, and if we count the followers from those speakers, we would be, I don't know, 50 million followers, and it's simply amazing what the guys here, you guys, hosting and co-hosting. I do not co-host since months now, but what you guys are doing on a daily, on an hourly basis, simply unbelievable. And I was very humbled as I was putting that page with the speakers on, how much work that was. And if you think about it, every single one of them had an interview for 1, 2, 3 hours. It's amazing. So we want to use that website to go to the next level. That means that we will be working on search engine optimization, so more people can find the MriyaReport. But we also, and that's something that is close to my heart, we also want to save specific information like war crimes and stuff like that, because that has to be saved, so we are as a society able to prosecute those crimes. And like I said, there are a lot of ideas what we would like to have, but unfortunately we can only do this because we all work, right? So we are all volunteers, and we have to check when do we have time available. In Germany, where I live, it's a crazy time at the moment. People are getting letters from lawyers regarding Google Fonts and data privacy. It's a big change here in Germany that we have to switch off Google Fonts because the IP addresses of the visitors are being sent in the background to US. It's simply crazy when you think about that a genocide is going on. So that's why a few deadlines that I myself had set up for the website didn't worked out, but finally we were able to put it online this week. I already talked about it yesterday evening here in the space, but I also wanted to talk about it a little bit, if you allow, Joseph and Dermot, for the European audience that is coming online now. One specific part of the website was is special for me, and I have to tell you, it is the simplest, the cleanest page that you will find on that website. There is only an audio player there, and you can click on play, and you will listen to air raid alert that Ukrainians are hearing on a hourly basis, or even less in Ukraine. So when I was putting the website up, and when I had to take a break, I simply go to that page and let the air raid alert run for a couple of minutes, and think about my children being in a country that is being bombed, and or they are at school and they have to deal with that. It gave me, I don't know if that's the correct term, goosebumps a lot of times. If you go to the MriyaReport.org website and scroll a little bit down, you see a button, Sounds of War, and that takes you to that page I'm talking about right now. And do me a favor, go there, press the play button, close your eyes, and think about the Ukrainians that are suffering this from Russian invasion since 8 months, and they know when this alerts go off, death is coming. Many times that means the bombs are dropping, and yeah, just hear it. It did something to me. I hope it does also something to you, because the support and the determination that you have to support Ukraine will increase. You will understand a little bit, even if it's only 1%, you will understand what Ukrainians are going through. And like I said, work in progress. If you have ideas, just write to me what we can put on the website. We ourselves have a lot of ideas that we will be working in the next couple of days and weeks, but it's not finished. It is more to come, and we will keep on working on that. On the other side, I just want to quickly remind my European friends that our paychecks are in. So we have end of the month. That means that you can donate again. I personally donate to MriyaAid. I have a monthly donation that I set up automatically on the website from MriyaAid.org. On the process of the donation, you are able to select a single donation or monthly donation, so I don't have to do that every month again. But beside of that, of the monthly donation, I always try to give a little bit more when I can. So think about Ukrainians not only as victims, but also as our bodyguards. They are our badass bodyguards that are protecting us from evil, and you have to pay them if you want protection, right? So go to the MriyaAid.org website and make a donation. Your paycheck is in. Check what you can give, and let's repeat this every single month until this is over. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. So yeah, real quick, I just wanted to add, I'm sure people were thinking like for a long time, like, why don't you guys just slap up a website? Like, what's the big deal, right? Just, go to I don't know what kids use these days, but back then it was like go to GeoCities or whatever and make a MriyaReport website with a little HTML banner at the top, and I get it, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we probably do just need a website, but I'll put it this way: like the people that started this thing, they have a certain vision, and part of that vision is that this stuff is built to last, right? That they weren't going to host this website on some platform that's like, we don't want you guys putting pictures of war crimes, storing pictures of war crimes here or something. So we wanted to make sure. And well, I should say, the people at MriyaReport who are responsible for setting up the infrastructure for all this, like they set it up so that it's like their own system and it's their own, as Luis said, like they can build it however they want to. There's no limitations on that. And I'll say too that just like every second of this is being recorded, right? Like I'll say like there were priorities put in place about like what needs to be focused on and what needs to be done, and a lot of it's like very long term, so it might look like not a lot was happening on the front side of things, but like with a lot of big projects like this, it just sort of looks like that. Ultimately, a lot of people are working really hard for no money to set all this up, and like once it gets going, I think you guys will be pretty impressed with like how fast things kick off, because it took us a long time to like get everything set up to run that way. Like Luis, do you have anything you want to add there? Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I would like you to understand that the people that you see here in the space, there are many volunteers here just listening, but they are really working hard in the background. As an example, I can tell you that the Twitter button that we have on the website was programmed by two Ukrainian developers that were at that time really in Ukraine. So they were working and listening to these air raid alerts, and then they have to go to the bomb shelters. And I met people, and I mean, you guys know me here from the space, that I've been here for a long time, but I've met people as a volunteer that I didn't knew before. So the team is really, really big. And like Joseph pointed out, it's volunteer work. None of us get paid. None of us want to get paid. The hosting, the domain, everything is paid privately from our own pockets. There is no donation included in it. We do not want donations for ourselves. We indicate organizations where you can donate to, but none of us is asking you for money, because we put our own time and our own money on the table to and try to help. So that's what I wanted to point out.
Yeah, thanks again, Luis. I think it's great to let people know, because I know you guys worked really hard on it. It's actually a great website. It's got a lot of useful resources. We're going to keep working on improving it. As Luis says, we're kind of showing it to you guys, and we do want some feedback on it. So, don't be shy. Don't be a jerk about it. Obviously, they worked really hard on it. But if you have any ideas on how to improve it, I'm sure they'd be open to suggestions to make it more like accessible and to have the information you guys want. Obviously, I would say a list of all our guests has been a priority of ours for a long time, and certain other things. But anyway, so Herm, I'll turn it back over to Luis in a second, but I know Herm said he might have to get going now, so I'm going to give you a choice, Herm. Do you want to stick around, or do you want to get going?
No, I can stick around for a few more minutes. It's no problem.
Okay, thanks, Herm. Back to you, Luis.
Just a quick question, Herman. What time is it where you are?
Midnight and 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, that's another point, right? I talked yesterday to Anda, and I came up yesterday in the morning. She was co-hosting. I came up yesterday late in the evening. She was co-hosting, And then we talked a little bit about it. She's only sleeping 3-4 hours a day, and try to help here.
I'm so
Try
mad
to-
about it, dude.
Yeah,
I keep telling her to go to sleep, and like, I don't know. I'm working on it. That's all I can tell you.
Do you know what she said yesterday in the evening? Hey, I wanna try to be like Doman, because he's Iron Man. He's always online, 24/7, and I want to try to do that.
Yeah, I've been trying to let her sleep in a little, right? Because like it's me and her 7 p.m. is like when kind of my availability starts. So Anda usually tries to get up at that time to be with me at that time, but I can give her like an hour to sleep in. So I think that's the plan moving forward. But
Yeah.
we'll see. I would rather her not try to co-host the night, because she can't seem to. She gets spun up and she gets all excited, and it's hard for her to go to bed, I guess. I don't know, but I want her to get enough sleep, right? I want everyone who's working here, including Doman, of course, to have enough rest and rotation and so forth. Go ahead, Luis.
Yeah, just to point out that, of course, the objective of that website is also to have a presentation to reach out to people, to important people that might be able to help in some way Ukraine. So you can just send them the link, and they will watch it at the past or regular speakers, and it would be easier for the guys in the background trying to schedule someone to get new people in. So that's of course the objective. And like Joseph said, and I also said, work in progress. If you have constructive critique on the website, just send it to me and we will look into that. Thank you very much.
It's awful, Luis. I could have done better.
I hate you, Ryan. I hate you.
Who did this? Did you have your kid do this for a school project or what? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That website, you say it's a first iteration, but it's 1 million times better than I ever could have done any online web dev stuff. So you're a little
won't
humble.
save yourself from doom today, my friend.
I'm gonna have to watch my back when I'm in Germany now, eh?
And all I'll say is, if you got like a real hot ideas and you're like, this thing's made in like C+ or whatever, I use Ruby. I don't know any of the terminology for this. So I'm sure I'm insulting a lot of very competent web designers right now. But like, be careful what you say, because like we'll rope you on board to this thing, and then you'll be on our wild ride. So be careful. You better be nice, or you'll wind up volunteering here like we all did. So I'm gonna hop down real quick and maybe get Doman up, just because I want to see Doman and Herm co-hosting together. It would warm my heart. I'll still be here as speaker, but let's make it happen, everybody.
You passed the event horizon, Herm.
Well, that's impending doom. There are no hands, but Ryan, do you have a topic for us actually while Domin is coming up?
I don't at the moment. I've actually been regretfully not on the space nearly as much as I should have been in the last few days, but I will be spending a lot more time on the space in the coming weeks.
Well, you don't have to on the space. Whenever live calls you, can just do as the calling. It's hi Domin, how are you doing this morning?
He's still taking his coffee, apparently. Yes, life did call me away for a few days, but I have not reduced my commitment to the MriyaReport or the efforts of Ukraine to repel the invasion of the Russians. Actually, I've probably doubled down a little bit.
So you said you're gonna be available the next couple of weeks, a little bit more?
I hope to be, assuming I have
damn it.
Good internet connection.
So Ryan, I see you got yourself a new fella. Is that what is that?
That's the same old fella I've always had. But I did notice today that if you go to the main Wikipedia page, they have a Did You Know section. And one of the new Did You Know Wikipedia articles is about the NAFO organization. So the North Atlantic fellas have become Wikipedia official.
That is hilarious.
I don't
Look
know.
at it, Doman. What do you think, Doman?
Time to join the
About
fellas
NAFO
guild.
being wiki official.
No, about you and Herm being up there together. How does it look? What do you think?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
You know,
He did a great job.
Grayscale, right? Because I see Luis in the same row as well, so this is just total grayscale.
Well, Herm, you can stick around as long as you want, buddy. I'll be here to support Doman. But yeah, if you got to go, you got. I always say that if you have to go, you have to go. But it has a completely different meaning. So what I mean is, if you ever at any point need to leave, please feel free. For everyone else out there, please, you can now Doman's here. Now a grown-up is here who can answer all our questions about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. A pontoon bridge blew up. Doman, I'm sure, would love to talk about that. You can press
I'd
the
love to learn
microphone
about
button.
it. Where is said pontoon bridge, Joseph?
In Kherson, Doman, on the Dnieper River, where we often zoom in on as the situation unfolds there. But I would love if our listeners wanted to come up and they could just press that microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of their screen. They could come right up and we could talk about this. They could ask any questions they had about it or about something completely different. Ryan, did you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, pontoon bridges, those aren't typically a spontaneously combustible item. They sit on water, so one of those blowing up would be quite the incident. I would assume some outside influence may have had that effect on said pontoon bridge. No?
Well,
Spoken's
this is what
bad.
happens when you smoke a particular brand too close to the bridge.
That's unfortunate. We
Hello?
need to get them another carton of Atacam's brand cigarettes.
Hello.
Good
Hello,
morning, Paul C.
Okay, guys, listen. I used to work for the Russian government in the mid 1990s. I actually set up the bond auction system for the government state of St. Petersburg in Russia, working under Vladimir Putin with Dr. Igor Kostikov in the mid to late 1990s. I'm ex-military. I spent 10 years in the Special Forces trained regiment, although I was not Special Forces myself. I have got access to 10 BAE Mark 67 fighter jet aircraft, which can be used as ground attack aircraft or take out drones or attack Black Sea Fleet. They're not air-to-air combat aircraft. They come with 74,000 rounds of high explosive ammunition, 2 to 5 days pilot conversion training. I have been trying since March to offer these to the Ukrainian government. Haven't been able to get hold of anybody anywhere because I'm not that kind of.
Do you know why?
No.
Because when somebody says, "Hi, I used to work for the Russian government in the 90s. I have a squadron of aircraft with ammunition ready."
I don't say that to them though. I don't tell them that. Right.
Okay, fair enough.
You know,
but you can see how people hear that and think, "Really?"
Well,
not so sure.
Well, the thing is, I don't tell people that. But what I'm saying is, you have to understand, these are the United States, right? I have all the paperwork. They're owned by Raptor, which is actually an aircraft broker. They're not actually owned by Raptor. They're being broked by Raptor. They're in the United States. Why? Because under the American Constitution, you have the right to bear arms. Those arms are never defined. And so there is a quirk in the United States. You can earn certain pieces of equipment. This is ground attack aircraft. I've been trying to find somebody since March to offer these. The other thing is, and price-wise, they're $50 million for 10 fighter aircraft with 74,000 rounds of high explosive ammunition and the support spares. Plus, they have low number of flying hours. etc., etc. Now, those aircraft could have been put into combat use in Ukraine. They could have been used against the front lines. They could have been used against the drones, etc.,
Paul,
etc.
this is not a useful place, because no one here has ability, capacity, capability, or skills and knowledge and access to deal with capital pieces of weaponry. No one. There's you can maybe
I believe in
going to,
if you believe in contagion, then anybody who is listening might know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, and something actually gets done at some point in the future.
Okay,
because that's
ladies and gentlemen,
I know
if
somebody.
you're listening, if you're listening,
I mean,
message Paul.
I've bumped into somebody in the House of Commons. I showed him what sort of gifts he should buy for his family. He turned around to me, that's very kind of you, thank you very much. It turns out that he was, at the time, I lost contact now, but he was working for one of the senators of the United States, Senator Ted Cruz. So you never know who you're going to bump into and contact. That's all I'm saying.
The question is why you come up in a Twitter space like this is that I've offered. You could just contact General Zaluzhny back in March. I mean, he would have probably taken you up on that offer.
Who? General Zaluzhny? Yeah, that's great. How do you do that?
He is on Twitter.
Well, he has a mail address. You can send him a letter.
It's got an
His
address.
contact information is out there. You can send him email or a mail letter.
Okay, look, I appreciate that.
Call it the office.
Because I tried to phone the president's office and none of the numbers worked. I tried to do something else, that didn't work. I've tried a number of avenues, that's all. So I thought when I saw all these number of people on this chat, it might be useful that somebody somewhere might have a cousin, a friend, a relationship, somebody, or they might be in the military or whatever, and can help. But anyway, I'll stop talking now because that's, otherwise nobody else gets a chance to talk, do they?
Thank you, Paul. Again, anybody who thinks they can help, message Paul. Paul, I really hope you manage to get them in there, but I have my doubts that anyone here specifically can help with that.
I appreciate the time. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much, Paul. Right. Anybody else? If you have anything else but offers of capital weaponry, please request to speak. If there's more of you out there, my God, why are all of those things not on the train to Ukraine months ago? Luis, go ahead.
Yeah, I would recommend eBay, maybe. Thank you.
And I don't think that's the best. I think that might be illegal. I don't know. It might be different from country to country, but I suspect that eBay might be illegal, if not, de-armed at the very least.
As long as they don't have the weapons attached, you're fine. You can eBay a jet.
Well, I said de-armed.
Yeah, demilitarized MiGs are a thing on the internet. It's when you put the guns on them that people have a problem. Then you turn into Victor Boot.
Uh-huh.
Wait a minute. Let me just check something. How much did he said cost? 50 million?
50 for 10, yeah.
Oh no, sorry. I don't have enough money at home right now.
No, it's okay. Look, I really hope it's true, and I hope he finds someone in the Ukrainian government who can actually deal with these things, because I can do a lot of things. I can't do that. That's for sure.
Gentlemen, speaking of things you can do, okay? Last night, we didn't have any guests, which is also similar to tonight. And I just asked you, who do you want back on the show? And you cast a spell, didn't you, Doman? Because you said
Maybe.
Jessica Berlin, and she appeared. She just appeared on a cloud.
Guys, you have my contact info. You can call me outside of Twitter and let me know when Jessica Berlin's back on the space. No, I
Yeah, we
don't have a
tweeted out the
crush.
card.
I really enjoy the intellectual conversation she brings.
But so, Doman, my only question to you today is, who you gonna magic up today, Doman? We don't have a guest today. Who you gonna
I
make
don't know.
appear? Just say a name, Doman. Say a name and do your Slovenian, candle or whatever you did last time, and who we gonna get?
Rub your
Doman,
genie lamp.
Doman, I would be available in the afternoon if you need a guest.
I vote Alexander Vindman. When was the last time we had Vindman on here?
Yeah, Doman, do it for Vindman. All right. The next one, do it for Vindman.
All right. I shall attempt. Let's see if it works the second time. But I think that's a bit presumptuous. But it would be great if Lieutenant Colonel retired Alexander Vindman would again be joining us today. I agree, Joseph. I agree, Ryan.
That's true. You probably need to recharge your magic powers after pulling a major guest like Jessica Berlin. That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Exactly.
Your lips to God's ears. So it is said, let it be written.
Well, until we find out what guest Doman brings us today from thin air, please do check out our Spotify. As we mentioned, Herm and I earlier, it's got all our best interviews. They're all professionally edited. That means that every time Yehuda drops out, he edits that out. It satisfies him greatly to edit that stuff out. It really bothers him, the connection problems and all that. It's professionally edited. And it's all high quality stuff. Please do show it to people. People who might not be like, what is this what's a Twitter space? That's weird. That's okay. They can check out the podcast where we interview General Ben Hodges. That's not weird. That's normal. It's a normal podcast edited professionally with really smart people asking really, really, really smart people questions. So do check it out. It's got all our best stuff, all our greatest hits. All of Doman's greatest hits. Let's be real here. But of course, there are also others. I'm on there once in a while, not super often. I'm usually asleep for all the guests. Doman, I don't know. Anything you want to say about guests? It seems like it's been a little bit of a light week, but we had a little bit of a heavy week last week. So I guess there's not much to say, really, huh?
No, but there is always the backup option, Joseph. What is it?
Is it me as a guest?
Oh, I was going to say, Joseph, where can people go to listen to our previous interactions with previous guests?
Spotify. I said it. I did the whole thing. I did the whole dance for the Spotify.
Oh, well, okay then.
It's professionally edited, Doman. Should I do it again? They're all professionally edited, Doman. You can just go to Spotify. It's MriyaReport, one word. It's great. Everyone can check it out. And what's a Twitter space? I don't know. It's weird, but Spotify, they're normal. It's just a podcast. So show it to people who might be a little bit confused about what we're all about up here live. Would you agree, Doman?
Exactly. If you have someone in your life who's very confused what you're doing on Twitter all the time and not even writing things, then at least at the very least send them over to a Spotify podcast channel or whatever that's called, and people can listen.
I always think
absolutely.
I always think you're very interesting, Doman. I love listening to you live, buddy. I would ask you questions all day. So if anyone does want to ask any questions, we'll do our best. We'll get back to discussing what's going on in Ukraine today. We have almost a full panel, so I will say I'm probably going to go to bed soon, but I'll hang out and help out for a little bit. But if anyone doesn't have a pertinent question, you can maybe drop down. We'll cycle you back up if you want to come back up. We'll do our best. We just want to let everyone speak. If you do have a question down in the listeners there, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Raise your hand. We'll do our best to answer your question. Back to you, Doman and Herm.
Thank you very much, Joseph. And we have a couple of people up already. I have a hunch that Gnostic was up first. And I've not heard from Gnostic before, so I'd be very curious to hear what he or she has to say. Gnostic, go ahead.
Oh, I was in here before, and the experience was not not a good experience. So let me say I come back only reticently as a result of that experience. So I have a few suggestions for the hosts here on what they can do with some people. But that aside, the gentleman who was here earlier, I just came in just as he was finishing up. What was he trying to do?
Well, he says he has 10 ground attack jets with ammunition that he's been trying to get to Ukraine since March. So I said that
okay.
we probably aren't the people who can help with that.
That's a little on the expensive side. I have anti-drone software, actually passive anti-drone equipment that we're trying to get into the Ukraine. So, and having problems doing it, it can take stuff out at about 20 kilometers. And I thought it might be just a little bit helpful, but it's a little bit, it's not as expensive as what I heard the number for that was, but it's in the 1.2 to 1.7 million US per unit. Just did tests in Switzerland and knocked them all out of the sky. Did tests in Pakistan, and trying to see how we can get some into the Ukraine to help with the knock out the Iranian drones. But trying to get a hold of people, like you said, is a little difficult. So anyway, if anybody knows how to sit down and do something like that, it would be much appreciated. Because I think if the Iranians ship them another set of 6,000 drones, this is going to turn into a bit of a mess, and those things are quite easily taken out of the air. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say.
All right, thank you very much, Gnostic. If anybody knows, please message Gnostic, because I don't want to get
Yeah, these are passive. They're not active, so it's not.
No,
doesn't quite fall
I know.
into the bit of a
You
joke.
know what I mean, right? There's only
Yep,
so
I do.
much information that's good to share in a public space. So it's best if people talk to you directly. Thank you very much, Gnostic. Anda.
Good morning, Domen. I know who you want to summon today because you are invoking the Finns. You're not talking today. Like Joseph came here, talked for, I don't know, 5 minutes, and you were like, yep, nope, yep, yes. So I reckon either Antti or Pekka Toveri are going to come tonight. At least I hope, because this is the vibe I get from you this morning. Am I at least close?
Maybe I'd quite like some Finns. I always like myself some Finns around, so no, we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. But that's great. I think that's a great request. I think Antti will be very honored as well with what you've just said. Actually, no, he won't be because he's not listening. That's even more funny. Very good.
I will drop down now to let other speakers come up, and have a very, very nice day.
Thank you, Ande. Luis.
Yes, I just wanted to make a suggestion because it's getting really interesting. If someone comes up and tries to sell such hardware, please let them know that we take a 25% commission if the stuff is sold. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, commission goes to MriyaReport, to be perfectly clear, or directly to the Ukrainian government. All right, thank you, Luis. Ryan, do you have anything? And we have Victoria with us as well. Just great.
Yeah, Victoria can go ahead.
Yes, good morning, everyone. But I'm
Good
just
morning.
a listener at the. Good morning. So good to hear you all. And
Not
in particular
anymore.
English. Why? What happened?
You've been voluntold as a speaker. Good morning, though.
Yes, good morning. Okay, so I will be, yeah, but I will be a listener because I just joined you. I don't know which subjects you're covering at this stage. Give me at least 5 minutes so then I can jump in. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Victoria. I was trying to get someone up who can explain to me what pontoon bridges went up well, or down rather, up a bit and then down a lot overnight, because I am not up to date on that, and I was really trying to get Joseph to try to explain that to him, but yeah, I've just not
Pontoon bridge
managed
go
to coax
boom,
it.
Delman.
Yeah, but where?
In the one next to the Antonovsky Bridge, the Kherson one.
The barge bridge, not the pontoon bridge.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. The pontoon barge bridge.
So the barge bridge is what's destroyed again. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I guess you're right. The technical term we've settled on the barge bridge across the barge bridge next to the Antonovsky, I guess is the name of it.
Right. Okay. So how destroyed is it?
I think pieces
It's
of it
not
are
a bridge
floating
anymore.
around.
It's now a fish nursery.
Is that the bridge where they had the rails on it for the trains?
No. It's the one that's made of grain barges.
Yeah, they were working on it for ages, don't remember? Like we were watching this thing and they just they didn't build it.
Yes, I remember those hollow things that they use as a bridge. Those barges. What I already said, one hit and those are gone. So they hit it.
Yeah, but so
Yes, go ahead, Joe.
go ahead, buddy. Yeah, because Mr. M, like you do work in bridges, I think, right? Go ahead.
Sorry, I have worked with the 105th Fouwbrug Company in the Dutch, yes. And those barge bridges, that wasn't a good bridge. That first of all. And now they have totally destroyed it. So it's even useless, more useless. Are the pictures
Yeah, it was just kind of
that it's destroyed?
I haven't actually looked at the images in detail, but it looks pretty borked to me. But so yeah, I mean, it was weird that they didn't finish it for ages, and then I want to say a few days ago, up to maybe a
Last
week ago.
sometime, yeah. Week, maybe 10 days, yeah.
They just quickly finished it. They just slapped it together like out of nowhere, and it was really surprising because it looked to me like they weren't able to do it. Like that's kind of what it looked like. Pieces of it floated off, and they were like, I don't know. But then they just quickly slapped it together, presumably because they wanted to retreat, or I guess to get more equipment in, because they were desperate.
And to steal the ambulances and the fire engines better, together with the remains of Potyomkin and the statue of Suvorov.
Yeah, I guess that's true. To get more loot out. Yeah, like they got maybe desperate. Maybe that's the explanation. They decided, okay, we need to start moving stuff because they're bearing down on us. So let's slap this thing together finally. Who cares if it falls apart in a week or whatever? It doesn't matter. Even it won't hold together even that long because it went boom. Right. I guess that's the end of the story.
Yeah.
Now I see there are videos of the strikes as there are vehicles on the barge bridge. That's amazing. Wow, interesting.
Can you send me those pictures?
It's yeah, absolutely. It's there you go. Actually, I'll put that in the next because I bet there's going to be many more people who want to see
I take a look at it now.
I will put out one last call before I go ahead and hit the hay to please retweet the space. We did have a crash earlier, so our numbers are a bit down. It does help us out a lot. please just let people know we exist, what we're talking about. And it sounds like Doman wants to know a little more about this barge bridge situation. We did have Charles Ray, another combat engineer, come up and discuss a little bit. Mr. M's here. He's got some background in bridge engineering and military bridge stuff. So if anyone has any questions about that, please do come up. Press the microphone button. And with that, Doman, since we got no guests to plug, I will bid you adieu, my friend, Slava Ukraini, and also Herm.
Heroin Slava and good night, Jersey.
I'm gonna drop out down too. And yeah, it's nice to let me join, and have a good day in Europe.
Joseph, before you go, I just wanted to let you know that we fellas were referred to as an actual tactical event against a nation state, and that is a direct quote from the Wikipedia main page on the Did You Knows. We're famous. Tell your dad.
Yes.
Everyone in my immediate life thinks I'm just an insane cartoon dog on the internet now, but it is what it is.
It's for a good cause.
Exactly. Anda's with me, even if Doman is too cool for school.
I just take a look at the pictures you sent me, Doman. That's a huge blow, and I see cars on it driving, and it's getting hit. So they not gonna use it anymore. That's what I can see from it. So
Well, probably not. But it's very impressive timing, and it also makes sense with what we presumed from previously, that they were only going to be using it at night, and when in the cover of darkness.
yeah, you can see cars getting over it, but
Not anymore.
Not anymore. But did are there pictures from that there are trucks or tanks going over it? I don't think so. Or heavy artillery.
I'm sure some trucks might be, but not probably fully laden ones. And yeah, anyway, it's not that important.
It's
Speaking
gone,
of
it's gone.
bridges, Tim, shall we talk about some reconstruction proposals coming out of Poland?
Reconstruction proposals, intriguing.
Well, so the Polish Deputy Minister for Development Funds and Regional Policy, Marcin Horała, spoke to the Ukrainian ambassador to Poland and talking a little bit about logistics and reconstruction, saying that Poland wants to help Ukraine rebuild airports and also expand railway links. Okay, rebuilding airports, that's sufficiently straightforward. We know why that's necessary, because Russians in the early hours of this full-scale invasion have destroyed a number of airports, a number of runways, and obviously that needs to be fixed if airline traffic is to recommence at a later point. However, I quite like the note about railway links, because they also discussed the TEN-T, the Trans-European Transport Network. What's going to come of that? Now, as a reminder for those who weren't paying attention in June, the European Commission revised its Trans-European Transport Network map to include Ukraine to a much greater degree than before, also including a north-south axis through Western Ukraine between Poland and Romania, which is something that I've been arguing for a while, as a future sort of important transport mainline. And they're also apparently now thinking of a high-speed rail line connecting Poland to Kiev, which I think would be very interesting. And there we're probably looking at moving Ukraine to operating a fundamentally mixed system of rail gauges. Right, we're looking we're looking for that rail line to probably be on standard gauge, and probably one of those first, longer distance standard gauge lines through Ukraine, to start possibly the eventual transition to standard gauge, or at least be able to operate both on the main lines.
Now, this is certainly the high-speed aspect is rather welcome, because I was on a train a couple of weeks ago from Kiev to Przemysl. Have I got that right this time?
Przemysl.
Przemysl.
Przemysl. Fantastic.
That was good. That was better.
That's a long old journey. That was like an 8-hour train and that was on the I guess that was on the slow train, but it didn't stop that often. Only stopped 4 or 5 times, and that was we got on that train at 5 o'clock in the evening, 5:30, and we arrived at about 4 in the morning. Okay, so I think we lost an hour, but yeah, I mean that was a long old journey. So that that's not a practical way to travel between Poland and Kiev, right? There needs to be something faster.
Yeah, the normal trains go about 140 kilometers max, normal trains. So that could be a very long journey. And you're right, a fast train would be beneficial for both countries.
No, of course, but I think what's much more important still is the north-south connection, right, of eastern Ukraine with eastern Poland through eastern Romania and eastern Poland through western Ukraine, because that's going to, it bypasses the Carpathians on the east side, which makes things far more efficient and effective, and also because that's going to, substantially help actually the reconstruction and rebuilding of Ukraine, because it's going to make Ukraine a very important and valued and valuable piece of the puzzle, being included in that. So these are the sort of things that infrastructure benefits that infrastructure brings to a wider economy, right, Tim?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's like a measurable and predictable effect on GDP growth when it comes to this kind of stuff. Not really my area, but whenever they announce an enormous rail project, then they are able to confidently predict how beneficial it'll be to an economy. So Poland offering help in this. Poland is good at this stuff. I'm not really sure.
I don't know either if Poland is good in this stuff. So
I
can't
mean,
answer.
they operate railways relatively well. That's a good start, but any bit of help is going to be important and necessary going forward.
Absolutely. Helmi.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I think about a month ago, I asked you whether it would be possible that Putin would use a missile to ruin satellites. And now I received this tweet that Russia has threatened to destroy US satellites if they work for Ukraine in the war. And it is a message from Truka. I don't know what Truka is, but
it's an aggregator, right? So they pick up stuff on the internet from news sites, from wherever else, and then kind of put it together on Twitter. So it's always good to look for a primary source, because they're not a primary source ever, right? Beyond that,
I think it was
beyond that,
Telegram.
let's just go and deconstruct, right? What does it mean when Russia threatens something? Usually that they can't actually do it, because I mean, what all has Russia threatened, right? It also said they're going on Warsaw and Berlin, and they have it, and they can't.
But I wasn't really thinking he was going to do it, but I already then I thought he was going to threaten to do it, and then now he does.
The other part is what actually taking a satellite out means. It means a whole lot of space junk, which is honestly very bad for Russian satellites too. And just a few satellites, disintegrating up there would lead to big problems for satellites going forward in general. I think it's just yet more of a case of what should we call it?
Posturing.
That threats, etc. I don't know, Tim. Well, what do you reckon, Tim?
Well, yeah, I mean, as we've said, Russia has a habit of threatening things. It seems to issue two kinds of threats. One is the kind of impotent saber rattling that we hear from them a lot, like, oh, they're going to use these missiles to nuke all of the UK except Wales for some reason. Oh, we're going to inflict grave consequences on Sweden and Finland if they join NATO, and all of that nonsense. So kind of empty threats, hollow threats. Then there's the kind of threat they make when they're actually preparing to do something themselves. So they'll say Ukraine is about to do something, and it means they're preparing a kind of false flag operation to do something themselves and blame it on Ukraine. I don't know. You have to look at the actual upside here, which is fairly limited, and you have to look at the downside, which is absolutely huge. So if they start destroying American satellites, not only will the United States destroy all of the Russian satellites, but they'll really, really piss Washington off. And yeah, I mean, it's just, what do they gain by doing that? That's, I don't know. I'd be very surprised if A, they had the capability, and two, they had the political will, because they may not be strictly rational, but they're not stupid either. So it's kind of seems, it seems unlikely to me, simply because of what would follow, which is a very, very pissed off Washington destroying all of their shit in space.
I agree. Yeah, but it was funny that I predicted the threat. Thank you.
Graag gedaan.
Thank you, Helmi. Knut, go ahead.
Knut? Oh, Knut dropped down again.
Oh, he probably had technical issues, probably couldn't unmute or something, and I'm sure he'll be back momentarily. Or maybe requested accidentally, that's possible as well.
Now, in Estonian British news, as an Englishman, well, Welshman, Britisher in Estonia, which is always something that makes my ears prick up. This morning, the Estonian Foreign Minister, Mr. Urmas Reinsalu, has fired a sort of passive-aggressive warning shot at Rishi Sunak over defence spending. Now, as we know, Liz Truss, the previous Prime Minister, she made some quite specific promises around defence spending, particularly increasing British defence spending by about 1% of GDP by 2030. So from 2 point whatever it is up to 3% of GDP, which is quite a substantial increase. It's basically a whole other Royal Navy, right? So the UK has a defence budget around the £50 billion mark. It's roughly evenly divided between the three arms of the armed forces, so the Army, the Royal Air Force, and the Royal Navy. So it means they have around the 15-16 billion mark each, including procurement. This will be an increase of around 1%, 0.8%. So this would basically be, effectively a 50% increase. So quite a substantial increase in defence spending. Rishi Sunak has been a bit wobbly on this. Now it was suspected that he would kind of prioritise the slightly harangued British budget a bit more than new spending commitments, of which defence would be one. And he has made some alarming comments about this. He has not matched the pledge by Liz Truss. He has also described the 3% target as arbitrary, so slightly worrying. However, he says he believes in investing in the armed forces during his So yeah, some fairly weak stuff. However, Urmas Reinsalu was interviewed by the BBC, and he said that the UK should absolutely stand firm on that commitment. And he has said to defend our values, the rule-based orders, we also need to invest in weapons. There's a big British Army presence in Estonia. There's a UK-led battle group here, which I believe is about 900 men. With bolt-ons from various other places. I believe we've got the Danes here at the moment. We've also got the Italian Air Force, and so Urmas Reinsalu has been saying various things. He has said that the UK needs to set a good example in this area, and also the UK needs to decide whether she is the heir to Churchill or the heir to Chamberlain. So some very interesting. I don't know. I would call it a passive-aggressive warning shot. What do you think, Dermot?
A little bit. So what is Britain actually proposing with respect to its commitment in the Nordics and the Baltics?
Well, we have our garden variety commitment towards NATO. So that is long-standing and inalienable. We're also the framework nation for, I believe, 2 enhanced forward presences. So the NATO EFP is the kind of NATO integration missions to the to kind of peripheral allies within the NATO system. And we've also got our battle group in Estonia, and I believe we've also got quite a significant presence in Poland as well, where we've been assisting the Poles with upgrading their heavy armor, because the Poland have graciously given a great deal of their tanks to Ukraine. So there's I think there's a regiment of British heavy armor in Poland. Plugging the heavy armor gap that Poland now has ahead of it getting its spiffy new South Korean tanks. So there's a fairly heavy commitment from the UK on the east. There was also the bilateral guarantees given to Sweden and Finland ahead of them joining NATO formally. I'm not sure how significant they are because, frankly, Sweden and Finland can take care of themselves in all respects, possibly except naval power. Yeah, I mean, there has been a significant commitment from the UK on this towards the east and the north. The big question mark is whether that can be balanced appropriately against the UK's pivot towards the Pacific, which was a kind of key Boris Johnson policy. We saw the AUKUS Pact, in which in which the UK and the USA agreed to supply nuclear submarines to Australia. Now, this is quite significant. The reason the UK is involved in that is not only because it wants to be, but because the UK and the USA have an automatically share nuclear technology between us. Dates from a 1954 treaty, the UK-USA Mutual Defence Agreement, which means that we not only will we automatically share nuclear technology, but we will not share it with anyone else without the other's permission. So for the purposes of nuclear technology, the UK and the US are one entity. And if one of us wants to supply nuclear submarines to the Australians, the other one has to be involved. So that created the AUKUS Pact, had the added upside of annoying the French, who were trying to sell some diesel-electric submarines to Australia in a 40 billion Australian dollar deal. This scuppered that, so lots of annoyed Frenchmen, which is always good. So there has been, part of the Johnson policy was to pivot towards the Pacific from a security and geostrategic perspective. There's a question mark whether the UK has the defense resources to do both of those things. Yeah, that's my concern, particularly in terms of the Navy, particularly in terms of hull numbers. You know, we have reached a point where we don't really have enough ships to do everything we want to do. And so there is going to need to be a severe rethink. Now, the future of the Royal Navy, we have the Type 23 frigate coming in the next few years. This will increase Royal Navy hull numbers for the first time since the Cold War. Sorry, in fact, the first time since World War II. I think we've been steadily cutting hull numbers ever since then. Whether it's enough, whether it will be in time, I don't know. But it does seem like we might be dealing with a bit of a capability gap if we're making commitments both towards Northern and Eastern Europe and the Pacific as well from a security perspective.
Thank you, Tim. So in other words, challengers are rather occupied at the moment, right?
Yes, I mean there's not a huge number of them anyway. I think we built about 350, 400 of them. They weren't the Challenger 2 was not a great export success, largely because our typical arms buyers, who are the Arab countries, were perfectly happy with the previous iteration, which was the was it the Chieftain? The tank before Challenger 1 was extremely good, and it was a massive export success, and a lot of our typical customers are still happy with it. I think we sold Challenger 2 to Oman, but that's about it. So we built around 350, 400 of these. The numbers have been steadily cut in the last 20 years. Challenger 3 is coming out, but as far as I'm aware, there's only plans to build 150 of those. So yeah, Challenger's a bit busy. They're not particularly, you know, there's not an enormous number of them anyway. So yeah, I mean, we've discussed this on this space before. I think the appropriate heavy armor solution for Ukraine is one where there are a lot of them. So that means basically just Leopard 2 or American Abrams. I'm not sure the UK can be much help in that regard.
Exactly. Thank you, Tim. Mitek, morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Fantastic.
So listen, this morning I bring to the show the 5 easy lessons. I say 5 because it's always 5. Could be more, could be less. On how to live a better life and not freak out when you read Twitter. Number 1, can it be done in some place other than a James Bond or a John le Carré novel? If it can be, is it an actual act of war? If it's an act of war that takes the conflict in the Ukraine outside the confines of Russians and Ukrainians physically fighting each other, then Russia won't do it. If it's within the confines of a fantasy spy novel, Russia won't do it because they can't do it, and they're too busy training. What do they call them? Oh yeah, suicide dolphins, or some other equally ridiculous notion. If we look at Twitter and we look for information, and we look at we'll look at an original post. The original post says, so many Ukrainian troops crossed into a village. And we know we trust that place, like Noel, from the Ukrainian information site. That's an original source, and a lot of people are going to retweet that. And I have no problem, having difficulty with what Noel says from time to time, because just, on that day, the information bothers me a little or it doesn't. It's information and I know it's a good source. Everybody else is just retweeting. So I have no problem muting those people. So I just have the information. Thank you very much. Then we come to a place like MriyaReport, where for the first time in decades, I feel I'm surrounded by people who know as much as I do or more and aren't worried about using the big words and the big concepts and talking about weapon systems that normally no one would talk about. And this is also comforting because I feel that you guys are grounded in some sense of reality that, even okay, first of all, if those of you who don't know, I am in the UK, I'm a leftist. In Germany, I'd be a centrist. In Canada, I would be a centrist. But when it comes to militaria, I believe that we need to have armed forces that are ready for a ground war. Nuclear is off the table because who in hell is going to do that? Why would we even talk about it? So let's put that aside somewhere and live there in the corner with the boogeyman and Baba Yaga and everybody else that we're scared of, and just let's talk reality. And if we can do that, then we're not going to worry about the stuff that, frankly, A, we can do nothing about, and B, shouldn't be taken seriously. What should be taken seriously is free the leopards. Free the leopards, free the leopards, more air support, and everything will be fine. And if there are problems with the Ukrainian military, we should know about it and help them and not be afraid that, there are some days the information will not be good. Like apparently there was an attack in Kherson where some Ukrainian units went up against a slightly stronger group of Russians. They're not always going to have it their way. That's the way of war, and we should be prepared to hear about these things without going, oh, that's propaganda. And if we can live that way, that'd be fine. I cannot imagine being in your shoes with the trolls and the fantasists and all the other people coming down on you and having to filter that out just so you can get information and decent guests. And again, my condolences to what happened the other day. I've been in broadcasting. We've made mistakes and we learn from them and we move on. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you, Mitek. On the point of how you made mistakes, I apologize that video earlier. Frans Pescher had a new video, but it's from strikes on the barge bridge from last week. So not new strikes, just new video. Chris.
Okay.
Yo, thank you. I'm all for freeing the leopards and sending them to Ukraine. But if we assume that the former speaker is right, and it's all bullshit, and I also believe that nuclear threats, and then it's safe to assume that all the Western governments in the UK and France also see it this way, and are also very sure that it's all empty threats, then the question remains, why, if Germany lacks the courage, and they all know that leopards would be very beneficial to Ukraine, why doesn't the UK or France send a couple of challengers declared to Ukraine, even if they cannot support them and it's a problem in the long run, just to push the Germans? Because if they know leopards would be of really big help for Ukraine, and the Germans are hiding behind but no one is doing it. Why not use challengers, Leclerc, as a gesture and just send Ukraine a couple of those just to push the Germans?
Would you think it would persuade the Germans to do that if others would send them?
In Germany, that is the biggest issue and the most discussed topic. And Scholz is always saying that, and also the coalition, the traffic light coalition, many of them say, no, we cannot do it. We don't want to do it on our own. Nobody is doing that. The UK, even the Americans are not sending Bradleys and Abrams, and we don't want to be the first. And that's where they are hiding.
So I agree.
So if
Chris?
French and UK would send some of those tanks, that would be one excuse less.
So I agree. That's one way to break it, right? My worry with it is they'd be like, yeah, but there's this other difference that we now found, right? Remember the Christine Lambrecht Panzer speech, right? So I'm all for it though. I would really like it if the new Swedish government said, yeah, we're going to send some CV90s, and at least the IAV argument is out of the water, or is off the table at the very least. Same goes for Stridsvagn, or whatever else, be it. This is
from the UK. I mean, UK is much more
this is where even a
Germany.
nominal number of challengers would make a difference.
Yeah. There's nothing left to hide behind because there are leopards. Everybody knows it. They could send leopards, but they are hiding behind other NATO allies who don't do it. Even the US is not sending Abrams and Bradleys. And if one has the courage to break this circle, Germany will not be the first, sadly. But like I said, other countries are more courageous, like the UK. They don't fear the Russians as much as the Germans. And I would assume that's also true for the Americans. So that could be important to push the Germans and to help Ukraine. And I'm wondering why are they not doing this?
Yeah, that's a question I can't answer. Only the people who are behind the scenes and all arranging these things can give you an answer on that, and I don't think they will give you an answer on that.
Quite. And Tim, shall we then start a different campaign? A challenge to the new British cabinet, a challenge to release, a dozen challengers.
That would be nice, but the problem is Challenger doesn't really lend itself well to puns, does it?
Well, that's why I said challenge the UK government.
Yeah, but you can't build a visual picture around it in the same way as you can with tanks that are named after cats.
They would like university challenge.
I'm not sure that joke would export well. Does anybody else have University Challenge? Does anybody outside the UK watch it?
No. It's half of it is about UK literature and history. Nobody cares.
Were you ever on University Challenge, Devin?
My first year in England, I was the captain of my college team, but we didn't get through the selection for the actual one. And then I didn't care anymore.
Oh dear. Chris?
And I mean, what also is important in Germany in the discussion, because, if people who are against the delivery of leopards or Marder or other advanced stuff are saying, look at our allies. They are also afraid. There is an invisible red line. They fear escalation. And that is the reason why they are also not doing it. So You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
get the
it's easy in
excuse out.
Germany to convince German public and point out the other allies and say, hey, they are also not doing it because they are afraid. There's a reason for that. They fear escalation.
Brad, morning.
Good morning. So I guess the question that I have, and I think a lot of people echo this, we're just sick of them not getting the equipment that they need. If they're not going to get Leopards, what other weapon systems are there that could provide the capability that they need and would fit within the logistical constraints that they have? Whether it be the United States or Great Britain, or I know we were just talking about challengers, but what if, let's just assume for a second that there are not going to be any Leopards. What else is there and who would provide it?
Tim, I bet you have a spreadsheet in your brain.
What else do we have? Well, there is British Challenger. Problems with that is there's not very many of them. It was not, as I said, it was not an enormous export success. Partly it was a victim of better British tank designs in days of yore. So it was the Centurion tank before that, not the Chieftain, which was an enormous export. Sorry, no, it was the Chieftain. It was Centurion, then Chieftain, which were both enormous export successes, and our typical customers.
Centurion was like a 1948 design, right?
Yeah. So that's kind of T62/M60 pattern generation of tanks. So that was an enormous export success. So was its successor, Chieftain, and that meant that Challenger 1 and 2, while they were expensive and they are extremely good vehicles, our customers didn't really need them because they still had the previous iteration that was still excellent if you upgraded the optics, etc., etc. So UK doesn't really have very many main battles tanks to give. There is, of course, the French, who operate the Leclerc tank, which.
Why did they name a tank after a supermarket?
That's something I've been wondering as well. No, of course, they're named after Marshal Philippe Leclerc, who was commander of the 2nd Armored Division during World War II, the Free French Armored Division. He's sort of a thinking man's pattern. A very impressive commander of armor, and so they named the tank after him. I believe there are more Leclerc tanks. There have been around 900 of those produced. They were exported with modest success. So the UAE bought them. The UAE bought loads of them. They bought 400 of them. Jordan bought 80 of them. France operates about 200 of them. They're being considered by India as well, and also Donan's home country of Croatia. So they are, so again, France doesn't have an enormous number of them. They are very, very effective vehicles. But again, there's a problem with the numbers, and also the problem with the capability gap that would arise in France should France give large numbers of these to Ukraine. It's kind of a similar problem with the as the British tanks. Going further south to Italy, there is the Ariete, which is another tank of the Challenger 2 generation. This was not exported at all. They only made 200 of these. They're operated only by Italy. They are, again, highly effective, very good, very good vehicles, but there's just not very many of them. The other major powers, obviously, Germany uses Leopard, Spain uses Leopard, Poland uses T-72, but is about to get a delivery of 1,000 spiffy new South Korean tanks.
Korean. What's the tank called?
K2 Black Panther.
K2 Black Panther. There we go.
But they're gonna get a different designation in Poland. I think like K2PL or something.
Right.
You know,
Okay.
PL standing for Poland. Shockingly enough.
PL. Okay, so Wakanda forever, etc. Now, so yeah, options on the table. The only realistic ones that are produced in very large numbers and exist in very large numbers are Leopard and Abrams. So that is at the mercy of Messrs. Biden and Schultz. Does that answer your question?
Yep. So I was kind of expecting Abrams to be the only other real option out there.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah.
Poland has also 142 Leopard 2s.
Oh, that's fun. I didn't know that.
Yep, they have. They wanted more, and then because of very slow production in Germany and all the messed up, and it's a different topic, but it's catastrophic. They decided to switch to Korean tanks, but they have 142 in service, and the number of the operational tanks, there are more Leopard 2 in storage, much more, and they produce them in Spain, in Greece, and in Germany, if I'm correct. It's no question. But the Bundeswehr has also about 250 Leopard 2s operational. And the French have 220 Leclercs, and the British have 220 about Challengers. And like I said, symbolic. Just give him 10. Give him 10 Leclercs, 10 Challengers, and then the Germans have to chew on that, and there will be no more excuses. And the question remains, why are they not doing it?
So, Tim, should we just roll in 500 Abrams and just end this party?
Yes, please.
Yes. Yes. You wouldn't even need 500. 5 would do it.
Just don't want them to get lonely. Let's have a party.
It would be, yeah, it would be nice. The Abrams and a number of other European tank designs have had considerable fun together. Thinking Gulf 1, Gulf 2. Yeah, it would be a shame to break them up after all this time, wouldn't it? So yeah, but I totally agree with Herm's comment that it takes a symbolic supply of tanks. It doesn't have to be a combat effective supply of tanks. It doesn't have to be a particularly useful number of tanks, but somebody needs to break the political deadlock and give Mr. Schultz no excuse but to either show his cards as asset of a hostile power, or do what he said, do what he has promised to do, which is to supply Leopards if somebody else supplies heavy armor. So yeah, that's it.
Tim, how much of a difference do you think it would make if either Bradleys or CV90s, or what was the UK equivalent? Is that the Warrior? How much
Warrior,
of
yes.
how much of a let's say difference would that make? How much of a narrative effect would that have?
Honestly, I'm not sure. These Warrior is a vehicle with a mixed reputation. It has, I think, it may have been upgraded, but it had a not particularly good gun on it called a Raden, which was a domestically produced. I think it's a 35mm cannon. It wasn't very good. Its ergonomics are bad. So, for example, it has a what's the opposite of vertical? No, vertical goes two ways, doesn't it? It has
horizontal.
A bottom feed. Yeah, no, I mean the other way, but sorry, that's a stupid question. It has a kind of the magazine feeds from the bottom, and this means that the ammunition supply to the cannon can often fail. The ergonomics of it are not particularly good. So from my reading, people
people injure themselves quite a lot using this if they don't use it with particular care. So it's not an amazing gun. They may have upgraded it to something else. I think they put a new gun on the Warrior with and a new American gun on it or something. Yeah, I mean, Warrior's in the process of being replaced. It's a vehicle with a very mixed reputation to my reading, but I'd appreciate if I'm wrong if somebody would come up and correct me on that. In terms of how the quality of IFVs affects the effectiveness of armored infantry, way out of my wheelhouse, so I'm not really sure. But Mikolaj has his hands up, and I do know that Poland is very, very good at armored infantry warfare, so maybe he has a view on this. Mikolaj.
Hello. I was listening your conversation, and that's what I was thinking about. That I still think that because we were talking about Leopards, I think that we should forget about Leopards because the political view from Germany is to not give a offensive weapon to Ukraine. I was thinking about maybe because those tanks you was talking about, it was about Abrams, it was about Leopards, about Ariete or something like or Leclercs, but it's the third generation. And I was thinking about maybe because France, they still have a AMX 32, if I'm not wrong, and 40. And if I'm not wrong, they have it in quite large quantity, and they could be still better than T-72s, or that's what right now it's sending by Russia to Ukraine. So maybe from France, the old stock could be used, because right now the Polish T-72s and PT-91s, which is similar to AMX 40, let's say this the same generation, they're working good. So probably the Western tanks from the same generation should make the job, but that would be possible to get it and to send to Ukraine, because Abrams, I don't believe that it's possible because of logistics. And Leopards, it's unfortunately political will and view from Germany. It's rather stop it. So even if United States will send five Abrams, UK 10 Challengers, and France 10 Leclercs, it doesn't mean it doesn't change anything to Germany. They send just defense weapons. So I think that we should start to looking for something older from the previous generation, but that's what can be on stock and could be used. So maybe that could be some follow. Thanks.
Thank you, Mikolaj. Remind me if I'm wrong, Tim, but weren't these older French tanks pre-Leclerc kind of problematic because they were under armored?
The AMX-10.
No, the 32 and 40.
No. I said about 32 and 40. So it's normal tank. If you let me, I will check right now what gun they have.
No, not armed, armored. Right?
Armored.
So thin armor, I think. Right, Tim?
I think it's still better than T-72s, to be honest. I need to check it.
I mean, because it doesn't explode when it's hit, right? That helps.
But AMX 40, they have some smarter way of to store ammunition. So it's not like an Abrams, but it's much better than carousel full of munition under the turret. So that could be some option, in my opinion. Give me a second, I will check how it looks like.
Well, the AMX 32 and 40 never entered production.
Never entered production.
No, there were only ever prototypes of these built.
Oh, I was pretty sure that there was much more of them. Okay, sorry then.
No, they were designed to be kind of they were designed for export rather than for the French army. They were light as tanks go. As no one said, they were not particularly well armored. Nobody wanted them, so the French gave up.
Okay then, thank you. Sorry. Bye. I need to turn it off.
There we go. Thank you, Mikwe. Yeah, and I'm guessing you don't really wanted them because they would get hit by a D-72 and still, not stop that. Chris?
I mean, this week, I think 4 additional Panzerhaubitze 2000 arrived in Ukraine and 2 German multiple rocket launchers. And if you look at the history of German weapons delivery, at first they were very reluctant when the Americans started sending howitzers and rocket launchers, and then Germany started to send Panzerhaubitze together with the Netherlands and rocket launchers. And I'm 100% sure if Western allies would start sending modern battle tanks, Germany, it would be impossible for Germany not to send Leopards to Ukraine. Really impossible. I don't know about the quantity, how many, but it would be impossible for Germany not to send Leopards. The pressure would be immense on Germany, inside Germany and from the outside world. So I'm pretty sure they would follow.
I think the other interesting question is, what happens if Sweden says, "Yeah, we're going to send our Stridsvagn," right? And because that's based on the Leopard, but it's quite heavily Swedish modified. Does Germany then have to even issue a re-export license, or does Germany have a say in it, or does it mean, well, one of the better versions of a Leopard is going, therefore, is that enough? Chris?
I'm pretty sure that would be enough because it's basically a Leopard 2 advanced by Swedish technology, but it's still a Leopard 2, and the pressure would be immense on Germany to also send Leopards, because there are a lot of voices in Germany who say, okay, let's do something together on the European cooperation basis with Leopard owning countries, and Sweden is one of them. There will be no excuses more left. It needs one to break the circle, and then Germany will send Leopards.
Yeah, break the dam, so to speak.
Yeah, break the dam. Thank you.
I'm just saying because it's, with all of the dam talk, it's an inappropriate thing to say, but it is just the best expression.
Doman, shall we talk about Italy?
Let's talk about Italy. What's going on in Italy?
So, Ukrainian Pravda are reporting that Giorgia Meloni, the newly minted Prime Minister of Italy, a lady with a checkered history of media exposure, shall we say, she has come out and made some very, very strong statements in support of Ukraine, and I would like to quote her because I think she puts this very, very well. Now, she has said that from time immemorial, the only way to facilitate negotiations in conflicts has been to establish balance. If you don't want to tell me that peace is achieved by capitulation, then peace is achieved by continuing to support Ukraine, allowing it to defend itself. She points out that the economic interests of Italy lie with Ukraine, not with Russia, saying that Russia accounts for around 1% of Italian exports, whereas the Western countries, the allied nations, constitute 80%. She further says that if Italy refused support for Ukraine, it would not change the result for Ukraine, but it would change the approach that others will have to Italy. So it would cause damage to Italy's reputation for trustworthiness, reliability, at both the political and the commercial level. And she further concludes that our decisions regarding our decisions regarding Ukraine decide the fate of Italy, which is, it's really quite strong remarks. So it looks like she's kind of rallying her troops, as it were, to keep them behind Ukraine. She's made very positive noises in the past, but I am rather impressed with how she's gone so far, especially given the initial skepticism towards her government.
Yeah, I didn't think she would support Ukraine with the knowledge of the history of her party and herself. I didn't expect that she would be so supportive, but it's very good that she did. Very good.
Indeed, this was her first address to the Italian Chamber of Deputies, which is the Italian version of a parliament. She said that she made her first statement mainly about Ukraine, right? And she said she would not succumb to Putin's blackmail on energy, and that Italy would remain a key partner for Ukraine. So very welcome words. Not heard from the puppy recently. Has he been on in the last few days, Doman?
Don't think so, but I think we can. Not even listening. What is this? Betrayal is what this is.
Maybe
I'm sure
he's at the vet.
Maybe hope it all ends well. So I, for one, Tim, was very surprised indeed. I was very surprised because I was expecting something very different. Now, I don't know whether she basically just said, do you know what? The Americans are on one side, we should be on the same side as the Americans. Just simple as that. Maybe somebody presented some, strong arguments to her. Great. Good job, whoever that was. Or maybe she's, kind of realizing, do you know what? If I want my domestic agenda to go through, I need to not be complained at about other things. I can only fight so many battles at once. But I mean, the approach she took is very good, surprisingly so. I am very impressed. I would love to hear from our Italian friends, what happened. But either way, very well done. Now, how about them Ariete then?
Yeah, that's the next question. Do we know what Italy doing in terms of supplying stuff to Ukraine? Because Italy does make a lot of very good stuff.
The problem is the best stuff they make are ships, and that would be kind of difficult. Although Italy hasn't actually signed the Montreux Convention, because the Montreux Convention was built to stymie Italy, actually, right? So no wonder they haven't signed it. They have sent FH-70 towed howitzers. I know that's for sure. I don't know what else they've sent. I think they're keeping it kind of quiet because of domestic political reasons. But there has been some posts by Thomas Tyder of, I think, M109 seen on the Autostrada somewhere, which wouldn't be moving around without a very good reason, apparently. So maybe those. I don't know. I think they sent a bunch of logistics vehicles as well, if I remember correctly. I might be off on that.
Yeah, they have been slightly reticent about exactly what they've been sending. They have sent FH-70. That's kind of an older towed howitzer system. It's from the 1970s. Estonia also uses it, and Estonia has supplied a number of them. To the Ukrainian armed forces, as has Italy. A few other countries have got a lot of these as well. So the UK's got a lot of them, but it retired them in 1999. Germany has 150. So there's quite a few of these kicking around. Japan's got loads of them as well. Japan's got 500 of them. Yeah, they seem to have a deliberate policy of keeping exactly what they're supplying quiet for presumably Italian reasons.
I have something on that, and this comes from the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, that Italy will be supplying Ukraine with heavy weapons similar to the howitzer. There is not specifically named what they are sending, but it's similar to the howitzer. So look. Italy, okay. Italy would also send the German-made Panzer Howitzer 2000, which Rome has in its army stock.
When is that from, Mr. M? I thought that was from like midsummer.
That is correct, Doman. It is from midsummer, but that's the only thing I can find what the Italians are sending. There is no recent report of what Italy is going to send, so I can't find.
And again, those are domestic political reasons, right? Why? Tim, I think the excellent thing for Italy to send would be some Aspide, because Spain is already sending a bunch of, Ukrainians already trained on those. So I think that'd be a great idea. Chris.
No, sorry, I just wanted to point out that Italy is also operating the Panzerhaubitze 2000. They have, I think, 70 units, and so they could supply a couple of Panzerhaubitze 2000.
Yeah, and that'd be very helpful, of course, because clearly you can't have too many of those. Apparently, if you're the Ukrainian artillery. Thank you, Chris, and let's go to Malamut, Chris. Malamutin, Chris.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mic distance check.
Very good.
Very good. Okay, good. Well, yes, Malamuts are unhappy because there's the wrong sort of precipitation again here in the UK, but there you go. It is what it is.
Chris, do your Malamuts work for British Rail?
No, they don't. No, they don't. They did once participate in a campaign for fibre optic infrastructure, but that's about the closest as they've got to that type of work. Yeah. Long story. You want to go more on that, or have you done enough of that?
No, it was enough of that joke. Go ahead.
So, interesting, actually, very interesting, Tim. On the so was that the new what is she, Italian Prime Minister? Is that what she's called?
Yes, she is the leader of the Brothers of Italy party, which is a party of, shall we say, mixed reputation.
Yeah.
It grew out of the sort of post-war, not exactly neo-fascist, but not neo-fascist either movements in Italy, which still has a degree of intellectual and political respectability. There was slight concern around their reliability regarding Ukraine, because before Russia's escalation earlier on this year, they were kind of they kind of made a lot of Russian noises. They were in favor of kind of détente with Russia, while being, you know, ostensibly pro NATO as well. Since the invasion, and particularly under the leadership of Giorgia Meloni, they moved more towards Atlanticism. They have decent relationships with, well, they have indeed formal ties with a number of mainstream conservative parties. So they're in the ECHR group, so the Euro Party, European Conservatives and Reformists. They're very friendly with the Conservative Party in the UK, with the Republican Party in the US. Meloni is a guest at CPAC, which used to be a fairly mainstream conservative conference in the US. Got a bit nutty recently for obvious reasons. They're also buddies with Likud in Israel as well. So yeah, I mean, they were iffy. Now they seem to be fairly mainstream. They have made all the right rhetorical noises on Ukraine, and so yes, Meloni has pleasantly surprised us all.
Well, okay, so that's great, and I think like there's a sort of a simple conclusion there, which is like economic interests trump everything type of thing. If I just put that simply for a minute, right, and just hold that thought, and then, you know, going back to you know, I was listening as always to your earlier conversation, so going back to, you know, Rishi Sunak and the interests of the UK, and also going back to hashtag Free the Leopards, and, you know, who's going to send what tank and all the rest of it. And I'm just getting slightly worried here. I think we might need to protect Axel, because I'm seeing increasingly scantily clad leopard ladies under the hashtag Free the Leopards trail. So what I'm thinking here is like, okay, clearly at the minute nobody's moving on these main battle tanks. So who might we get to move and why? And then I'm thinking economic interests, right? And we've got to this point previously where we've sort of said, okay, what needs to happen here is that Ukraine needs to dangle, you know, I don't know what it is, a 10-year, a lifetime, whatever is needed contract for main battle tanks in front of the potentials. Now, I would suspect, I don't know what you guys think, but I would suspect that type of thing is already being dangled, you know, in the underground bunkers of Kiev when people come and visit. I would have said that might be pretty subtly, but definitely being said. But you know, economic interests will probably always trump everything else. So you know, not much else is working. Whilst we won't give up on Free the Leopards, and I've come up with allay Leclerc's and charge the challengers just as options. Needs to be a survey on that, but I think, you know, so basically I'm just saying I think that's the route to go down, is economic interests with everybody and long-term main battle tank contracts. I think I've said what I want to say there.
Absolutely, and I think this is where I mean, this is where I think a lot of Western leaders are missing a trick. Right? This war in Ukraine is basically the most, you know, it's the most recent major peer-on-peer conflict we've had, right, since maybe Korea, unless you count the Falklands, right? This is a major thing that will shape military doctrine, and it will shape the theory of warfare in the modern age. It's already doing so. It's already something people are obviously watching extremely closely, working out, you know, noting what works, what doesn't work, and as you say, systems that work and systems that don't work. So this is a major opportunity if we can be mercenary about this, which I guess we can. It's a major opportunity for Western arms manufacturers to showcase the capabilities of their systems. And as you say, from a Ukraine perspective, Ukraine can basically, Ukraine can. I can kind of see two ways of this, right? So dangling an arms contract in front of the West, okay, maybe, but it's going to be Western assistance that pays for it anyway, right? Because Ukraine's economy is in the doldrums, and it will be during this, until the conflict is over. We start reconstruction, right? There's a long economic road ahead for Ukraine here. Ukraine, when it rearms, will be, I expect, reliant on Western monetary assistance in order to rearm. So I can see, yes, this is an opportunity to showcase the effectiveness of military equipment. Ukrainian contracts in the future, I'm not sure they will be particularly valuable to Western countries, simply because they'll be buying them with our money. Does that make sense, Chris?
Yes, it does, Tim. Right,
sorry,
Tim,
sorry,
let me.
sorry.
Are you there? Sorry. Yeah. It does absolutely, Tim. So let's take a different angle. And I'm not an economist, right? But so let's take the case of the UK and try and tie a few things together here, right? So obviously, we've got some like short-term financial issues for Rishi and co to have a think about, right? But basically, what we need in the UK and what benefits economies generally is like investment in infrastructure and like the manufacturing industry. And if we tie the fact that if you believe what Peter Zion says about the collapse of China and of course Russia, and the fact that we actually need to bring back more manufacturing into the UK, and we need to bring back like a full line of manufacturing, because we don't have some bits, and this applies to to America as well, right? So if you go back to that, you go, okay, so investment in manufacturing in the UK makes medium to long term sense. And then you say, and by the way, investment in the right sort of military manufacturing makes particular sense at the minute, because somebody is going to get like a lot, or some country are going to get a lot of contracts for a lot of stuff going forward, right? And obviously, you wouldn't want to be a Russian arms salesperson, would you, for the next, I don't know, 50 years or something like that, but being a British or American one or a German one could help massively. And once that like contract is there, all of the arms manufacturers are going to be putting pressure on the government, aren't they, to do stuff, sort of thing. So it's a bit rambling, but hopefully you get my point.
I get your point. I think it's important to understand that there are basically two different markets for arms export. There's rich countries and poorer countries. Now, the rich companies, the rich countries' markets are fiercely competitive. A lot of countries produce very, very similar versions of essentially the same thing, of roughly the same quality, and so it all comes down to politics in the end. When it comes to the arms market in developing countries, that's kind of Russia's playground there, right? So Russia has, I believe, it's about 30% of the African arms market, and we see countries like Pakistan buying cheap Chinese rubbish, particularly the Zulfikar class frigates, which are an absolute disaster. They can't sail, they can't fire missiles, despite being guided missiles frigates. That's really quite hilarious. So kind of the Chinese/Russian cheap knockoff market, I think, is the market that is going to be up for grabs. And I think the best placed country to exploit that at the moment would probably be Ukraine itself, right? Because there's going to be very careful note taken of the effectiveness of Ukrainian weapons in this war, what they can produce and what they do produce domestically, particularly the more cutting edge stuff such as drone technology, and I think that the biggest winner from an arms perspective out of this is going to be Ukraine, and the biggest loser is going to be Russia, and to a lesser extent China. In terms of the broader point, yes, there is a very pressing and clear need for the West to re-onshore supply chains, to move away from this kind of delicate, just-in-time delivery approach to manufacturing that we have, that relies on fundamentally unreliable and delicate partners such as China. But that's a process, it's not an event, right? This is a very, very long-term, very detailed recalibration of our economies that will require significant industrial strategy input from our governments, and significant cooperation between Western nations, the framework of which is, shall we say, questionable at best, because of course Western nations have their own policy priorities that don't accord absolutely with their allies' priorities. So yeah, that's a whole other rabbit hole. It's the kind of thing that one of the economics guys would be better placed to talk about than I would. But yeah, my key takeaway, yep, we do need to move away from reliance on Chinese manufacturing. Nope, it's not going to happen in the next year, in the next 10 years, probably not in the next 20 years. It will be a gradual process. And I think the biggest winner industrially from this, especially in arms, is going to be Ukraine itself. Thanks, Chris. Let's go to the other Chris. Other Chris, German Chris.
Thank you, and excuse me, Chris. I mean, of course, the German defense industry is just a tiny fraction of the German economy. And when the war started, they all raised their hands and said, hey, we have stuff, we want to sell it to Ukraine. We have Marder, Leopard 1, Leopard 2. And I'm pretty sure the Ukrainians would sign any contract whatsoever to get their hands on Leopard 2s. So I think that is not the issue. And one could argue in the big picture, the really issue with your economy is for the Western powers, it would be beneficial to end this war very soon and decisively by supplying Western weapons. I think that is of much greater impact on Western economies than arms company making a big deal and selling weapons to Ukraine. And still, it's not happening.
Yes, and I mean, I think what you say is interesting there, right? Because in the grand scheme of things, manufacturing arms is not an enormous part of Germany's economy. It is an enormous part of the UK's economy. So where Germany might not care all that much, the UK most definitely cares, because it's one of a handful of areas of manufacturing where the UK is globally competitive. So things like weapons, particularly, very, very highly technical, highly very high value added things like jet engines, heavy plant, stuff like that. The UK is globally competitive, and this is an industry that the UK is very interested in sustaining and growing. Germany probably less so with the arms, right, Chris?
Yes, exactly. It's a different picture in Germany because there's a strong industrial base and a lot of industry still left in Germany.
Let's go to other Chris and then to Brad. Other Chris.
Yeah, I just wanted to support what you said, Tim, there about Ukraine, being the one actually whose arms industry that we want to build up. And obviously it's not short term, but like medium, long term and that, I think there's going to be tons of funding, tons of countries and funds that will fund that, if they won't, they're not in a position to, but if they were actually fund the sending of main battle tanks now, if you see what I mean, Tim, but anyway, I think definitely we should beat that drum, let's invest in the Ukrainian, arms industry, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Brad, welcome up.
Brad, I have a question for you. Would you
Yeah.
say that HIMARS has had an effect on how the war developed?
I would say the Ukrainians' use of HIMARS has had an effect. Yes, I would.
See, I would say so too. Anyway, not important. Carry on, Brad.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree with everything everybody's been saying here about the Ukrainian arms industry. I think it's really exciting. Well, I'm putting my investor hat on, and I'm also putting my startup hat on. I spent 6 years inside of my own venture-backed software startup company, and I was head of product. And what's been so interesting to me throughout this conflict, and acknowledging the human cost of everything that's happening, but what's been interesting has been to see the level of innovation occurring on the battlefield. It feels very eerily familiar to anyone here who's familiar with the field of product management, and how you go about figuring out, what is the job that needs to get done on the battlefield, and what is the minimum viable product. In other words, what is the smallest thing that we can build, or the smallest tweak that we can make in this consumer drone, to do this one thing that needs to get urgently done. I see the Ukrainians iterating on their warfare practices and the types of technologies they're using. In many ways, they've improved upon Western technologies, and essentially they are best fitting what they've got to their needs on the ground. And it feels like being in a startup in many ways. And so as I think about, when you're looking at like Clayton Christensen's disruption theory, the idea of disruptive innovation. What is a disruptive innovation? It is a low-cost product, right, that comes in and disrupts an incumbent product that's more sophisticated, but this other product, it's low cost. It's the most minimum viable thing. And as I think about Ukraine attacking that low end of the marketplace for arms, I agree. I think they've got a tremendous opportunity. Who would, if you're in the ancient world, and I've said this several times before, I know, if you're in the ancient world, who wouldn't want to be buying their arms from Sparta, right? These guys are the modern day Sparta. They're not the biggest player in the world, but they're really good and they're really innovative. And they've taken these constraints that they've had, and they've let their creativity loose on them, and those creative constraints have actually served them well. And I'll finish this by saying, some of you here may be familiar with a band called the White Stripes, and there's this song that they have. It's called the Seven Nation Army, which is a really cool song. It's an awesome song. That song, if you listen closely, the way that they made it, they used a set of constraints. One of them was the bass guitar can only have one string, right? You have a cymbal and a snare drum, and that's all you get, as a starting point for creating that song. And the White Stripes made an amazing song, and I would say there's an analogy there for what we see Ukraine doing on the battlefield.
So bronze swords for Ukraine then.
Absolutely. Let's do this. Let's go.
I guess you get points for style and panache. A bit like using a T62. Chris. Chris
Chris is busy fashioning a bronze sword.
Did you not hear that? Dun,
Nope.
dun, 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 dun. How about that, Brad? Brad, I just wanted to say I totally agree with everything you said there. Man, would I love to be like the sales and marketing department of the Ukrainian arms industry. You're absolutely spot on there, my friend.
It's like go on vacation. This shiz sells itself.
Yeah, it's going to be mad, you know, and they so well deserve it as well, Brad. I mean, you know, I mean, you know, and I know how the Ukrainian IT industry grew. I think the numbers are something like 2014, it was sort of hundreds of millions, and then by 2021, it was 7 billion. I think the Ukrainian IT industry. If I think I've got my numbers right there, and also. Of course, Brad, what people don't understand, which again you would know, is that many, you know, what considered to be fantastic American or British companies and that, you know, are actually Ukrainian founders. So lots of unicorns and that have come out of Ukraine. You know, they have that. Exactly what you said. They have that mindset, don't they? And that's been, you know, I mean, it was already demonstrated to people in the know, you know, people like that know the IT and the software and cyber as well, industries and that. But now it's been demonstrated to the world, you know, what they're capable of. And so now they might get the money to, you know, finish off the missile programs, to push the boundaries of drones and et cetera, So it'd be great to talk sometime, Brad, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd enjoy that. And actually, I see one of my buddies, Luke Gunderson's down here as well. He's involved with the whole startup space. But anyway, yeah, lots of outsourcing occurring. You know, it'd be interesting to know how many startups in the world use Ukrainian talent, you know, in country and outsource part of their engineering needs to it. So anyway.
Well, what somebody I know who was like one of the early team for HubSpot, his new company's gone out of my head now. No, I can't remember it off the top of my head. My brain's failing me. But he moved to another startup and that, and all, you know, most of his development team is in Ukraine. And I think there are lots of companies like they moved very quickly in Ukraine from sort of being like low cost, you know, outsourcing labor to actually, you know, that they were attracting good money. You know, there were people on $250,000 a year type contracts and that, no problem at all. You know, hence there's a lot of fast cars and stuff in Ukraine. You know, so.
From low cost to high ROI.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. So yeah, like you say, Brad, absolutely. I think that's another drum that we need to keep beating. You know, investment in Ukraine, and particularly in the areas that they've clearly pioneered in. Exactly as you said.
Yeah, and on the military side, when you see the crossover of skills, you know, going from one industry to another, there's a really interesting book. I'm trying to remember the name of the author. He's a professor at University of Michigan, but it's the diversity bonus, and it's this idea of cognitive diversity will result in innovation, where if you had just a team of experts who are all experts in the same thing, and they tried to tackle a really difficult problem, and then if you had another team of kind of mediocre people, but they were mediocre in a variety of disciplines, they are typically the ones who will come up with a more innovative solution. And as I've seen things like, I think it was Tim or Doman would know this, or finance would know this better than I would. They were doing some dynamic retargeting of their artillery, like essentially they networked all their artillery pieces
Yeah,
together.
the Ukrainian artillery system, which actually predates the war, is the fastest and most advanced in the world. And it understands where all of their artillery is at any given point in time. And then it networks it all together so that when they spot something they need to hit, like a counter artillery piece of fire, it can figure out what is where. And so it can do the math on sort of what to order, on who to order needs to provide counter artillery fire. And it's proven to be immensely effective. I believe it's time to it has cut the time to order out counter artillery fire. It's cut their time to deliver counter fire to something like 3 or 4 minutes. It's something very fast. By comparison, 30 minutes is fast for any NATO army. The US takes an hour because the lawyer has to sign off on artillery strikes ever since some of the drone stuff. But if you took the lawyers out, you're still down to that 30 minutes, even if you're doing well. So they're literally 10 times faster than the fastest non-automated system. And as far as we know at present, they're the only ones who have this. So yes,
So they cut their kill chain by like 90%. That's crazy. That sounds like the type of thing that happens when you get kind of a crossover of talent from a variety of different parts of your economy, tackling a really difficult problem. It's really cool to see.
You can tell how effective it is because the Russians tried to claim a whole lot that they'd hacked. They tried a number of different disinfo ops that like the system was hackable, that they'd hacked it, all this other stuff on it. So there's a lot of skepticism around it until post February 2022, when clearly if they could hack it, they would have, and that didn't happen, and it's been up and running, or whatever version of it. I don't know exactly. Like the high level details is all I know. If somebody knows more, that they can say, sure. But it's been up and running. We've heard no reports of it being hacked. So, we could tell the Russians were aware that this was a highly effective thing that the Ukrainians had, because they were targeting it with this info since its creation, like 3 or 4 years ago. And, trying to target the guy who created it, trying to target the system. And of course the disinfo was like, well, we've hacked it. Well, it can be hacked. Well, it has security flaws. And all the Ukrainians who were on the project are like, yeah, no, it's totally solid. Like, it's good to go. And it is now proven that it is absolutely good to go, and will probably be a direction that many other countries go in the future.
Yeah, I want to hear from Chris here, but just real quick. The thing that's exciting to me, or could be exciting, is the idea of kind of lower end arms that are modular, that and extensible, that where Ukraine basically is building basic stuff, but can add packages of this stuff that are very, very sophisticated. So they could still sell basic packages to foreign countries that are inexpensive, but if they want to, but do it in a way such that they could level up those very, very basic platforms to as sophisticated as they need to be to tackle most situations. I'm just free flowing riffing right now. It's not all gold, but that's just something that comes to mind. I'll shut up now.
I was just going to say, I think we're talking about the GIS ARTA system, which is called the otherwise known as the Uber of artillery in the trade, which was a very timely cooperation between actually I think between Ukraine, the UK and the USA, but certainly Ukraine and the UK. So that's a very timely application, which obviously has been tested in battlefield conditions and that. So that is a really, really interesting example of their innovation and their capability. I think and certainly it's going to be held up there. There is. I made a list for if anybody wants it. I made a list in Cybersecurity Association newsletter that I did a few months ago of all of the areas that Ukraine has been, pioneering and innovating in. And I mean, there's like about 10 or something that you can just say off the top of your head. Obviously, the drone industry is another one, isn't it? You know, and that not to mention, you know, the integration of satellite communications and oh god, you know, the list goes. EV vehicles, you know, they're doing all these Mad Max vehicles. What was it, like the drones with dropping the little bombs? You know, because they've been, you know, was it 4D printing all of those things, haven't they? Or, you know, it's just incredible, incredible, as you said earlier on, bro.
On a related point, Chris, you might be interested to know this. You probably already know this, but the Ukrainian Ministry for Digital Transformation is reporting that 95% of contracts have been maintained by Ukrainian IT companies, and they continue to increase exports despite, you know, being under invasion.
Well, I am not at all surprised. I didn't have those stats, Doman, but I am not at all surprised. You know, where you know, I've tried to help where I can in that IT and cybersecurity industry, but they're not desperate. I can tell you that they've not been desperate at all, and I think that's you know, you've just now confirmed it really. So that if you've got that source or something, I'd be interested in that, Doman, actually. But yeah, I think again that's going to be another thing, you know, that they've actually managed to maintain and increase from that 7 billion or whatever it was, and actually I think I'm exactly right. It was 7 billion in 2021. So they've probably managed to increase that in 2022, which is just again incredible.
There you go, Chris.
Thanks, Doman.
Doman, was it you who asked me about Warrior, or was it one of the
I
listeners?
was. Tell us all, Tim.
It
Tell us
was,
all.
right. So I've just had a chat with a mate of mine who is ex-regular and reservist in the British Army. I asked him, Warrior, is it as crap as the internet would have us believe? Was my question. His answer is long, but I will read it because I think it contains some useful information. Now he says he was involved with warriors in both Iraq and Bosnia. First to the gun, the Radan cannon was old, but it evolved. So it went through 3 iterations, A1, A2, and A3. And it always had some design flaws. So, for example, only had a 3-round magazine, so it could not sustain the same volume of fire as other weapons. Fundamentally, the decision to go with Radan was a political one because it's a British-built gun, and they wanted to use a British gun on the vehicle. Its replacement is also a British-made gun. It's kind of an Anglo-French thingy, but nonetheless, the use of Radan was probably not the best choice. It was simply a politically expedient thing to do, chucking the Royal Arms factories some work. Now in Iraq, this mate of mine served on FV-432s, which is an armored personnel carrier rather than an infantry fighting vehicle. So it's an armored trolley type thing with tracks, but it doesn't have a big gun on it. It only has a machine gun. Usually, you can fit more blokes in the back. He says, having served with both FV-432 armored personnel carriers and warriors in Iraq, he said he would much rather be in a warrior. In open warfare, warrior is extremely good, but in the more peacekeeping roles and urban operations, then it probably isn't the right vehicle for the situation. So thinking of the UN in Bosnia, NATO in Bosnia, Telic 2 in Iraq, it was just a heavier solution than was really needed for the situation. he said there was a move with the kind of lighter peacekeeping roles due to the IED threat. There was a move towards wheeled versus tracked vehicles, which was the right thing to do, because an IFV will detrack a tracked vehicle, rendering it immobile. If whereas a wheeled vehicle stands a chance of still being mobile after an IFV strike. Warrior was never used in Afghanistan because for the situation it was overkill. It was a very heavy vehicle. He goes on to say that the Warrior is being replaced by Boxer, which kind of suggests a move, he says, towards a more American approach of combining wheeled and tracked infantry fighting vehicles. What's he go on? He stresses the importance, the continued importance of armored vehicles, obviously in Ukraine, and especially where the enemy doesn't have the same level of anti-tank technology as you do, which is certainly true of Russia. He says that the capability of a heavy tracked infantry fighting vehicle is a very, very important one. And it will remains to be seen whether the UK retains that capability. He concludes by saying, realistically, Warrior is a 1970s piece of technology and it's on the way out. However, when compared to systems like BMP, the Russian version, Warrior is indeed far superior. Warrior was a good system for the time it served in. But like anything, it was built by the cheapest bidder and was a constantly evolving system. So the general conclusion there, yes, provides a good heavy capability, is old, is being replaced, is an important capability, is better than anything the Russians have. I hope that was useful.
So in other words, send them and stop dilly-dallying, or not so much?
Well, he does say it comprehensively outclasses whatever the Russian capability is, despite being nearly 50-year-old technology. I don't know. Have we sent warriors to Ukraine?
No, because that'd be an IAV. That would break the whole MADA and whatever else, Fuchs, etc. issue. Links, whatever, which one? I forget. The menagerie that the Germans have is slightly too complex, honestly. I think Lynx is the new MADA, right?
Puma is the new MADA.
Oh God, what is the Lynx then?
Puma. The Lynx is the Lux, and Lynx is Lux, and that is an old kind of IVF. It's tracked. Sorry, it's not. It's on wheels. It's not tracked. It's on wheels. It's like the Fuchs. It is on wheels, and it's on. It's called in German. It's called Spähpanzer, which is something for reconnaissance.
I see. Because I thought the Lynx was the new Rheinmetall thing.
No, that is. There's another Lynx, yes.
There are two Lynx. That's why I'm confused. Because I thought the new Lynx was the new MADA. That's why.
No, the new MADA is really the Puma. The Puma, it's called Puma, and that is the new MADA. It's extremely expensive, extremely good, but unbelievably expensive.
Lovely. Okay, well then, I guess me take it is, you can deconfuse me.
Hi, Tim. I'd love to deconfuse you about the Pumas, but I know nothing about that. However, I can get you started on something else. I was doing a bit of research about the Ukrainian economy. In 2021, they produced $27.8 billion worth of agro produce, which represented 41% of the 68 billion overall exports to the world, which, if you break it down, turns into sunflower oil, meal, seeds, and then there's outside of agribusiness, you got gas, oil, and coal, which they pretty much keep for themselves, unless I'm wrong. Please, someone correct me. And then there's metallurgy, and those seem to be, prior to the war, the big businesses that Ukraine seems to have a handle on and really, really affect world trade on. I can attest to the trueness of that because we live on sunflower oil and olive oil, and when sunflower oil went through the roof up here in the northeast of England, I had to start hoarding the stuff. I think we went through 3 bottles before the price stabilized and went down again, and even then, not that much. So my question is this, and I see finance lurking there, so I hope that he can come up and fill in the bigger picture. Assume tomorrow, for the purposes of this discussion, that the war ends positively for Ukraine, all the territories are regained. There's going to be a period of time of rebuilding. That means agriculture has to rebuild. The factories have to rebuild. People have to start getting back to peacetime production. And as has already been discussed, I think the Ukrainian arms business, because of its novel approach, sort of like the Japanese take it down and build it back up and see how it works, is going to make them real players in this as well as in the info systems. Pardon me. How do we foresee in the short term, the Ukrainian economy once basic hostilities are over, and how long do you think that'll last? Is it as short as 5 years? Are they going to be recovering for
Right.
decades?
So two things. Okay. So you can't, when you think around economic growth, you cannot pull people out of context. Nothing happens in a vacuum. Economics is the study of people doing business with people. It is a study of how people make exchanges and everything from barter to modern finance, right? So how the war ends makes a big difference, right? If the war doesn't end for a year and a half and Russia finds a way to fire off 2,000 more missiles, even if they're pulling up stocks of crap from wherever, and they hit a bunch more infrastructure, so Ukraine just starts with less money, having spent more time and more issues, that's a different starting point and could lead to some different results than if the war ended tomorrow. Russia marched all her troops back where they belong in Russia and agreed that Ukraine keeps all the currently sanctioned assets if they would also get sanctions lifted or something like that. Like how these things happen matter a lot. Ukraine pre-war had the lowest GDP per capita in Europe. They were down there with Moldova. So if someone wants to say Moldova was worse, I'm not going to argue, only because it depends exactly how you rate their currency for things like purchasing power parity. But so basically, they were the poorest or one of the 2 poorest countries in Europe per capita, so per citizen, before the war started, or no, before the February version of the war started. The fact that 2014 started a war is actually part of the reason why Ukraine was so poor to begin with, because finance and international business has been hesitant to do all sorts of really big stuff in Ukraine. Clearly they had, but because Ukraine has been in active hostilities, you see a plane shot down over Ukraine, that has created significant hesitation around huge, large business. And Ukraine and the investability of Ukraine has gone up drastically, though, on the legal side of things since then, as they've been purging out corrupt Russian money and influence. Clearly, that just accelerated drastically. They're becoming more transparent. They're becoming more decentralized in ways that are structurally beneficial as a society for investing. So all these things really matter, right? Nothing sort of has to happen, right? There's places that have been destroyed historically that just never came back. There's cities that have less population now than they had, 1,000 years ago, right? And we see them as ghost towns or these amazing, cool archaeological sites, right? But that was once a thriving city. So yes, we do expect, though, in a post-war environment, Ukraine will rebuild and will rebuild aggressively. But not only is it rebuilding from the destruction of the war, it's not like they're going to just replace what was broken and then stop. Some stuff won't get replaced. Why replace an old Soviet era factory when you have all these new, bright, intelligent people, and you can build a modern, smaller, more efficient factory with, a better assembly line and all of that? So, yeah, I absolutely agree that industry will be rebuilt across Ukraine. I don't know that it will be the exact style of old factories. We've never seen major Donbass gas works, right? But that's a gas field that people have compared all the way up to something like the Eagle Ford in America. It could be a monster find. That's not rebuilding anything, that's building, right? So Ukraine is looking at huge amounts of building, and that's everything from housing, infrastructure, the increase of the tech side of their economy, which is already robust, as discussed earlier. But Ukraine, besides rebuilding from the war, is likely wanting to go on a path from being one of the two poorest countries in Europe to trying to become much, much wealthier. And even if they only become halfway into Europe, you don't need to become Germany or per capita GDP, or for another non-American rich country, a Scandinavian country or Israel, right, where they have 50, 60, 70,000, 65,000 is Germany and Israel's GDP per capita. Ukraine's rated at 15,000 GDP per capita. Ukraine's rated down at 3,000 GDP per US GDP per capita, but there's all sorts of weird currency things. So that's underrating it a little bit. But if they get to the level of Estonia or Lithuania or the other post-Baltic states, or post-Soviet states, Poland, they're still looking at just going from pre-war wealth per person to that would be doubling their wealth, and they're still not at where like Poland is or where the Baltics are. So there's a lot of opportunity for growth and building in Ukraine that is sort of coming out of this post-Soviet era, as they made such a huge break from the corrupt Russian influences that keep a nation poor. So that's not rebuilding from the war per se, but I think it's coming down the pike. I think it makes Ukraine an absolutely exciting and dynamic country, and all the things that make them an exciting and dynamic military. When the military gentlemen and women discuss how they're using the various equipment in new and novel ways, how they're able to make the most of what they have. When you apply that to an economy, that's truly a great and optimistic thing. So where they come from matters, how the war end matters, what they're given to do it will matter, especially for the early period of growth. But no, I don't think they're going to rebuild. I think they're going to build all sorts of new stuff. And I think that is going to come at the same time as they're moving from being one of the two poorest nations in Europe to being in the next stage. We're just trying to get to the middle of the pack. That's a very reasonable target, but we're talking about a country that becomes much, much wealthier as a result, and I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Well, here's the thing. When I said rebuild, maybe I misspoke. Because rebuild, I keep forgetting the audience that is this place. To a normal person, rebuild is, well, put something back in its place. Here, rebuild is literally to rebuild. I'm talking about putting into its place something there because the previous has been obliterated. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. So we'll take, for argument's sake, the county of Durham in the United Kingdom. It has rail infrastructure, it has telephonic infrastructure, it has telegrams, it has wires crossing all over the place. And when time came to start putting in new systems for telecommunications, it's called the technology trap. Essentially, you're building on systems that are previously existing, and it's just much easier to layer onto them than to remove them and start from zero. Whereas Ukraine, much like certain places in Western and Central Africa, in telecom, for example, with satellites and all, are starting from literally zero. Where if the example was given to me by a good friend of mine in the telecoms, that it was much easier to set up modern telecommunications in certain sub-Saharan African countries than it ever was in Europe and the UK, because they started with nothing and they went with, pardon me, smaller, more efficient systems that immediately integrated all of the newest tech, and it was just ready to go, ready to roll. No one had previous ideas of how it's supposed to be, or habits that they had to break. I think industrially, Ukraine is in a position where it can do the economic miracle of Poland. And it brings the question then, will in the future, the near future, will Ukraine, either as a member of the EU or as an outsider that may as well be a member of the EU, be viewed as a positive addition to the European economy, or is that going to start turning certain sectors of the economy in Europe against Ukraine because suddenly they're threatening previously safe industries in other countries?
I mean, we'll find out, right? I think that's a question for the future. I think that, you know, we put the cart before the horse, and we're so far deep into speculation. I'd say we get through this war, figure out how to get them through in the best, in my field, with the best possible setup, as it were, for keeping their economy going during the war, and having the best possible way to build a better future for themselves, for Ukrainian after the war. And you know, we'll see how everything plays out. There's so many that goes into perception. We're asking consequences of perception and competition in a post-world war future that we don't know how we get there. So, yeah, I say we do the first things first. Let's keep with supporting Ukraine to win the war, and we'll go from there. I see Doman and Tim have large numbers of hands to get to, so I'm going to let them to it.
Thank you, Finance. But you know, I think what you said is the really important thing to understand, right? Reconstruction isn't going to be put it back the way it was. Reconstruction, in a lot of cases, is going to be put it back very differently to the way it was, but you know, set it up better, better for the future. Jörn. Jörn.
Sorry. Took me a while to get on the mic. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do, loud and
Brilliant.
clear.
Yeah, this is my broken record part, but I think for the rebuild and the growth in the economy post-war, the tourism and hospitality business will be important. It's all over the country. Every city has some sort of business venue that needs visitors, and if you could get them to, anyone coming for a business visit, if you get them to go to a couple of restaurants and do an activity, they just leave much more money in the local community and more spread out in the local community than if they just stay at the hotel. So getting that up and running fast, also in the more devastated part of the country, it'll help. And there is a history of it. So when they get Crimea back, getting people back to Odessa and Crimea, that's gonna help the economy as well. And it brings money to a different kind of the economy and the broad middle class than harder and more traditional industries. So keep an eye on that as well. Thanks.
Well, yeah, no, you're right. It's always a sort of a lower margin thing, so I don't discuss it much. But I do agree. And let's face it, lots of people are now more interested in Ukraine and know much more about it than ever. And they do have the benefit of good locations. So there's lots of really pretty things to see there. So hopefully you're right that, you know, and you're also right that it does employ a lot of people, which is excellent. So, I mean, the Black Sea is not going anywhere. Like, you can't change that Odessa's on it. You know, and there's all sorts of great things, Sevastopol, Odessa, plenty of places on the Dnieper as well, plenty of other sites, even in the mountains, you know, for a different sort of thing. But no, absolutely agreed. And that, you know, people just flooding to Ukraine. I think it's everything, right? Like, there is no bad part of the economy. You know, if you're looking at it from a certain perspective, like anything that brings money in and employs people in ways that aren't criminal is good. So I'm sort of the everything that is sort of non-criminal and non-directly parasitic. So yeah, if someone wants to make some sort of crazy argument on gambling, sure, maybe, but like for the most part, I think that everything that brings in money, makes people, has people doing economic activity, then it's all good. Tourism industry, like if they can get more of it, it's good, right? Like that's when you talk about being one of the 2 poorest countries in Europe or the poorest country in Europe, you need everything. Whatever you can get in that gets jobs in. They have 35+% unemployment right now. Like whatever can get jobs in, whatever can get people employed, working, paid nicely, that's good.
Yeah, and it's also a very efficient way of getting foreign currencies into the Ukrainian economy, and also the hospitality industry actually makes the cities and places where Ukrainians live more interesting for them as well to live in, because it gets them better restaurants and cultural things. So I know this because I grew up in northern Norway. That was a cultural wasteland when I grew up, but now it's interesting because tourists have discovered it. So that's and also it has the added benefit of bringing Ukraine and the West closer. The more Western people that has visited Ukraine once in their life, they are more open to it and into it, and that helps politically. And also, as been mentioned before, the IT industry. When I discovered how easy it was to send small IT projects to freelancers in Ukraine, I've been doing it constantly. There are websites like Upwork, but I'm sure that I use, I find very user-friendly, and it's easy to find competent people. But there are several sites like that, and just give those freelancers some work, and they get some money into the economy. And you could do that right now. We don't have to wait for the victory day to do that.
Yeah, thank you. Quick plug. About 6 years ago, a young teenage version of me went with a family member to northern Norway, and it was absolutely beautiful to go through the mountains and up a train, and then into a whole little cute ferry thing through a fjord. Absolutely beautiful. So there were definitely other tourists there, though. We weren't the first, but I will agree with you that it's some absolutely great tourism. As somebody who has actually had the joy of being there in my younger years, and it's truly beautiful. So you do live in that. You came from an absolutely beautiful part of the world, so it's a good thing the rest of us have discovered it exists. Because I can say, having been in part of that part of your country that's like that, absolutely great place to go. I look forward to seeing the sites in Ukraine at some point. Hopefully in safety as soon as possible. And I think we only have one hand left.
We do. We have a Brad. Oh, yeah, carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, just to add to that, because the MriyaReport Christmas party this year is going to be in Lofoten, in northern Norway, and next year it's going to be in the Ukrainian liberated Crimea.
I'll give that an amen.
I fear we might sink the Lofoten if we all show up. Brad.
Yeah, I was just to Jörn's point. I would just say that the fact that somebody like me has in mind the words wakeboard, GoPro, knee pro is probably a good sign for tourism, or that I've even heard of a place called Kupiansk. Yeah, I'd never imagined a year ago that I would know so much about Ukrainian geography. Oh my gosh. Anyway, on the point of the economy and reconstruction, totally agree with everything that's been said. They're going to be building something new. They have to build something new. In fact, they will need to completely reorient their economy, essentially with their back towards Russia, and facing directly towards Europe. So I mean, the opportunity to finances points, the opportunities there are tremendous in many ways. Especially when it comes to energy. To the extent there are reserves and resources to be developed, for natural gas and oil, Europe will be looking for a ready replacement for Russia. You know what I mean? And not only that, but the job of the economy and how it is set up is it needs to be something that's slightly different going forward. The part of the reason why maybe some of us are looking at the arms industry in Ukraine as a big opportunity is simply because Ukraine needs to have the ability to arm itself. And because just because they win this war against Russia doesn't mean there's not going to be another one. And in all likelihood, Russia will try this again if they can, right? Even if it's not Vladimir Putin at the helm. Sanik, Hot Mike's Sineld. Okay.
Sorted.
In all likelihood, even if Vladimir Putin is no longer with us, at the very least, no longer with us in the Kremlin, the issues that we have with Russia and with Russia imperialist culture and how that culture expresses itself on the battlefield in the form of genocide. I mean, I don't see that going away. I mean, somebody else can opine on this, but it's not. Putin is not the core of the problem. Putin is very much a symptom of the problem and an instigator in this particular situation. But our problems with Russia's imperialist culture go much deeper. I think Ukraine is never going to be able to cease being vigilant ever again when it comes to its neighbor to the east. And so that means that their entire industry, their economy needs to be oriented to protect against this threat in terms of what it has the capacity to do and how it networks with the rest of the West. So those are my thoughts.
So the long-term question, right, gets solved by virtue of, say, NATO membership or similar. So that's really the long-term solution, at least as far as Ukraine is concerned. But with the rest, I concur. And, this is also where Ukraine, in the long run, would be a very valued NATO member, not just because of its large experience, conventional army, but also the defense industry aspect of things.
Yeah, and it's in the West's interest to invest in Ukraine because, frankly, we don't want to see this happen again. It's in nobody's interest for Ukraine to be weak to the point where it becomes a temptation for Russia. So, Ukraine is a bulwark currently, but it's come at the expense of Ukrainian blood, and going forward, that bulwark needs to be, very much economic, but also, Ukraine's native capabilities in terms of the arms they're able to produce and how they're able to defend themselves, even if they're not being directly supported by other countries.
Thank you, Brad.
Tim, yesterday, did you discuss the very high-level visit to Ukraine?
You'll have to be more specific.
I believe that yesterday the president of Guinea-Bissau visited Zelensky. Did you discuss that at all?
No. Haven't they just had a coup d'etat? No, that was Burkina Faso, wasn't it?
Yeah, different place.
No, I haven't discussed that. What's the scoop?
So apparently he's the first African leader of an African country. Here we go. Let's use correct terminology. To have visited Kiev in these past 8 months. And there was speculation, and this is where I'm wondering if anybody knows more, that he was bringing some sort of a request for negotiation from Putin. Which is interesting, I think.
Right. So hang on, is this in any way confirmed, or is this purely speculative?
That's why I'm asking. I think it's purely speculative, but this is what I'm curious about. And I was hoping that you might know. Or you know many things. Maybe
I
Sparkles
do
knows.
know many things. But the no, Burkina Faso politics and their relationships with both Ukraine and Russia, I'm afraid, is not one of them.
Guinea-Bissau.
I beg your pardon, Guinea-Bissau. Sparkles.
Good morning, gentlemen. Yes, the president did bring a message to Zelensky from Putin, saying that he was ready to negotiate with Zelensky. And I spoke to a couple of Ukrainians about this, and this small West African country is very pro-Russia. A lot of pro-Russians there. So it is confirmed, and just wanted to help you navigate that. And I hope you both are well.
Thank you, Sparkles. So it is true that he was bringing a request from Putin for negotiations. That is very interesting. Guinea-Bissau, for people who don't remember, used to be Portuguese until the 1960s, 70s, where there was something of an armed revolt against that. I couldn't possibly imagine who was helping the revolt out, but maybe the Soviet Union has something to do with it. I couldn't possibly say, however, obviously. Right, interesting. Was there anything else that came from it, Sparkles? Tell us all, please, because I think this is very interesting and a very interesting development.
Really, the only thing that came of it, to be honest, from our point of view, was just how interesting it must be to be President Zelensky with these types of messages, and what we speculated what the response might be, which got colorful. But yeah, really, that was all that we had. Just making sure that people understood this West African country is very pro-Russia, and this president obviously also. What was interesting is when he conveyed the message to Zelensky, he really defined the message as a very serious message, that it was very thoughtful, that it included a significant amount of people that had worked on the message, but the message was really simple, that Putin was ready to negotiate with Zelensky, and that was really it. So
Fascinating, isn't it, Tim? Thank you very much, Sparkle. See, this is why I was confused, because that's all I've heard. And I thought, well, there must be something else. He embarked on a non-trivially long trip to do this? Really? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Guess I get it. Thank you very much, Sparkles, for clarification. Bubbles, from Sparkles to Bubbles.
Certainly. Well, I have no comment to the last remark. Just another question here from Australia. Today I spoke with a Ukrainian who was under the belief that currently Ukraine is in the middle of a proxy war between arms being sent, particularly I suppose from the US mostly now, and Russia. What's your opinion of, I guess, this being labeled as a proxy war?
No, it's completely wrong, because that's completely backwards. Russia is the one that is the proxy of Iran in this war against Ukraine. That's
Okay, point taken.
you got it completely backwards.
Yeah, the notion of just to re-emphasize that, the notion of this as proxy war between Russia and NATO, I mean, is nonsense. This is Ukraine defending its own territory. NATO really has no dog in this fight beyond the sovereignty of a country that's viewed as friendly, friendly towards the West. It's Russian cope basically, because Russia is losing, and Russia is losing to Ukraine, which is armed with a small part of NATO's army surplus store, and Russia has this picture of itself as this global superpower. It's a way of for Russians to psychologically and politically process the fact of their battlefield defeat, ongoing battlefield defeat in Ukraine. So they have to pretend that they're fighting someone who isn't their much smaller neighbor. Does that make sense? Chris.
Mic check, guys. Just checking.
Perfect. You good?
Okay. I got that. I got that article. That's absolutely fantastic, Doman. Thank you. And obviously, it confirms the 7 billion number, and then says that basically they're on track for 8 billion. Yeah.
I follow up that revision is going to be an article next year. Is there certainly a schedule? Is it within the schedule? Is it possible?
So Bubbles is having technical difficulties where he has a massive lag. So I thought that he was jumping in on Chris, but he wasn't. He was just talking, 2 minutes ago. Sorry about that, Chris. Was there a question, Chris? Sorry.
Well, sorry. I was going to get to a point of that, right? I was doing stuff when I heard a conversation about, I think it was about telecoms infrastructure, basically. And just to say again, early on in the war and that, I was doing some reports on that, and it was an interesting fact that all of the main cities in Ukraine had full fiber optic infrastructure. So obviously, and I think I was hearing some comment about, was the point that was being made that it was easier to put new infrastructure in or something when there wasn't existing infrastructure? I'm not sure if that was the point. I was really only catching half of it. But anyway, what I will say to you is that Ukraine, despite all the talk about its GDP and all the rest of it, Ukraine, at least in the cities, had a very advanced IT infrastructure that was beginning to spread out into the country. Anyway. That's it for now.
Thank you very much, Chris.
I will jump in on the IT infrastructure part, if you don't mind, Bellman.
Certainly.
Yeah, so I would say that Ukraine had an excellent IT, or still has, infrastructure, even in the rural areas, just because of, one, the facility in which you can roll out electronic communications equipment, normally towers and broadcasting and whatnot, and the terrain, openness. The country's ironically with some of the, Russia would probably be one of the worst communication systems, but North America doesn't have the best either, because there are still, believe it or not, there are still communications links subterranean that are over 100 years old. North American telecoms relies on the initial trunks laid 100 years ago for some of its connectivity. So when things like cell phones became a thing, you had companies and crown corporations and companies in the States adding layers of communications upon older layers, which can lead to some kinds of conflicts. Whereas countries that developed later in their communications network almost could start from scratch. I'm not saying that there weren't existing lines in Ukraine. There were, obviously, the same with Russia, but they actually have a remarkably advanced and reliable communication system. So I suspect if you do notice, when we had the deputy minister of digital transformation from Ukraine on, talked about how even in a war zone, people were able to access the internet through their cell phones and apply for pensions or correct things or change information. I'm not entirely sure that could happen in even a lot of the developed world. So it's just a point to make. I wasn't disagreeing with the previous speaker. I'm just adding some color to the comments. Thanks very much. Back to you, Doman or Chris, for a follow-up.
Chris, follow up, and then we'll go to someone who really knows about telecoms. Chris.
Thanks for that. Yeah, Yehuda, thanks for that. And I think actually there's this theme, isn't there, of Ukraine, if you like, having, jumped a generation or two in terms of technology. And I was speaking to somebody once about that, and they were telling me that Maidan was like a big what's the word, accelerator, if you like, for all of that. Post Maidan, there started to be a lot of skipping of generations of technology into the newer technology, because they were determined that would be sort of part of their future type of thing. If I've explained that correctly.
Yeah, no, that 100% correct. In fact, before Maidan, or just at the Maidan Revolution of Dignity, Ukraine had a very first of all, it was compromised by the Russians due to corrupt leadership on the Ukrainian side and Russian side. So a lot of people might not be aware the Russians were devastatingly effective with the types of cyber warfare, electronic warfare that they conducted against the Ukrainians during that war. In particular, Russians were I guess you could say they were hacking Ukrainian soldiers' cell phones. They were sending nasty, horrible messages to their families saying that their relative was dead. They're messaging, and I'm not joking. It's documented. It's not controversial. They were messaging. Unfortunately, the discipline wasn't so great on the Ukrainian side. They had the remnants of a Soviet-style army. So you had soldiers with their cell phones in places where they shouldn't have cell phones, and the Russians were communicating to the Ukrainians that their addresses, their home phone numbers, saying they were going to rape and murder their girlfriends, wives, or mothers. A really, really sick, Kadyrov, Putin-style, comments and behaviors, which was incredibly demoralizing and discouraging for Ukrainian fighters. Although the Ukrainians put up an amazing fight. So after that, and also the Russians would use their hacking abilities to shut down Ukrainian power grids. The Russians were doing that to the Americans through fake, criminal enterprise organizations. That's what the Russian story was. But most people and all the U.S. intelligence services roundly declared who did what and how. Were able to trace it back to electronic warfare centers in St. Petersburg and all sorts of lovely locales and deep inside Russia. Russia's response was that we're fighting crime just like you. You have crime, but it wasn't crime. It was domestic. It was state-sponsored terrorism, international terrorism, even. So the Russians were able to do that to the Ukrainians. Really had at her. They really influenced and affected Ukrainian communications, the infrastructure, critical infrastructure. It was super bad. And after that, the Ukrainians resolved to not let it happen again. So they were very, very adamant that they would step up and redouble their efforts to become, very, very, first of all, separate in terms of their communication systems. I understand that certain connections were cut between them and Russia so that they can build their own network. with fidelity and with confidence that the Russians wouldn't be able to do it again. So one of the interesting things is when this invasion kicked off, a lot of people, and dare I say the naysayers who have been poo-pooing Ukrainian efforts and Western efforts to help them, said, well, Russia's not really doing anything bad. Look, if they really wanted to, they would have shut down all of the Ukrainian communications, just like they did in 2014, and they would have done this, they would have done that, and this is a lot about nothing. However, the reality is the Russians certainly tried to do it. They didn't succeed. So let's not confuse attempting to not doing. So they attempted, but the Ukrainians' cyber capabilities were just far more superior to the Russians at this point, and the Russians never recovered. I do suspect a lot of their arrogance was based on the belief that they would cripple all of Ukraine. It wouldn't be able to communicate. Zelensky would be stuck in Kyiv, and there'd be nothing to do. However, all of that was wrong. Nothing could have been further from the truth. And the Ukrainians have been successfully protecting the critical infrastructure. Obviously, missiles are not, ones and zeros. So that's a different story. But the Russians have been desperately trying to interfere, and they haven't been successful. And that's a great news story. So I'll pass it back to whoever is next.
Then John, telecoms. And I'm sure you want to maybe give us some good news from Sweden as well, but how much more difficult is it to build out telecoms later on?
Okay, I almost lost my train of thought because there was a lot to unpack there from Yehuda. But okay, this with skipping generations and so on. Okay, this is what it means. Most developed countries, they have a legacy telephony network. Okay, they have thousands, millions of kilometers of copper wire, right? Like you have in Europe, US, Canada, and basically everywhere. In most places, you have this. Okay, so the challenge when you come with a new generation, like mobile telephony or cell network, as they call it in the US wrongly, it's a mobile network because you can move. Is that you already have all this infrastructure, and now you're going to build something new, which is basically doing the same thing. And you have a massive investment already, which you cannot just switch off and scrap. So it has to be reused somehow. Basically, what you use is the trunk lines between the cities or whatever regions for the transmission. Also in the mobile network. That's how it was done initially with the first generation and second generation mobile networks. And now, when it comes to a country that's skipping a generation, that means basically probably they don't have a fixed line phone network to start with. So they start with a mobile network, which is much easier to build because you don't need to have a line to every house, right? Every address. All you need is to have central points, i.e. the base stations, which can cover up to, hundreds and hundreds of houses or people. So that's what it means when you skip a generation. there's no shortcut when it comes to getting into 3G, 4G, and 5G, because there you need capacity, and the old system doesn't have that capacity. The old copper lines doesn't have that capacity. Then you need fibers, or you need massive radio links, and again, new technology is the radio links, which is much faster to build than to dig fiber. So yeah, that's where we are. I don't know where I'm going with this, but that's about skipping technology and jumping to new generations immediately. Does it make sense, or was I all over the place?
I think it makes perfect sense. Thank you for explaining that. Then John, Sweden, any news? Because I saw yesterday that there's a request from the Ukrainian government per Jack Detch, who's a Pentagon reporter, that Ukraine has requested from Saab a ground-launched small-diameter bomb. Well, not from Saab, but it's a Saab-Boeing joint development. They requested it from the Western allies. They look really cool. I've not heard of these things before, but they look excellent.
What did you say? Ground bomb?
Ground-launched small-diameter bomb. What it looks like is basically a 150-kilometer range cruise missile, if I got it right.
Mm-hmm.
Tim, have you seen have you found the add to cart button yet?
Add to card button. I'm sorry.
You know, for the Saab cruise missile thing. You said you were looking for it earlier.
Yeah, I was having a look. Doman kindly shared a link on other means. I was just having a look at the website. It felt a lot like an e-commerce website. I was expecting there to be, delivery options, add to cart, that sort of thing, but I couldn't find the button. Apparently, you can't just buy these things on the internet. I was very disappointed.
No, you need electronic ID, Tim, and then it's okay.
I'm in Estonia. I have one.
Yeah, I was just joking.
Does it have to be a Swedish one?
Probably, and the government seal as well somewhere.
Well, I was disappointed.
But Doman, the thing is, I actually saw an article the other day in the Swedish newspaper, well, online, about Ukraine wanting Swedish super weapon. Maybe this is what that was, because it wasn't behind a paid wall, and I didn't bother to pay for it because I thought it's going to come up anyway for free. I'm cheap like that. But maybe this is so it's a cruise missile. That's what you say, or you think it is?
Looks like it, doesn't it, Tim? I think so. I think it's I'll just send you the link to it. How about that? And then you can figure it out. But to me, it looks like a cruise missile. Yeah, it's definitely not something architects would be necessarily very interested in.
Okay, but Doman, if I may, because I didn't put my hand up for telecoms or Swedish super weapon. It was something else. So if I can just talk about
Yes. Go ahead.
So if you look, you put yourself in a helicopter and you fly, 10,000 feet. You look down. So you have this president from Guinea-Bissau, basically asking Zelensky to start negotiating with Putin because he wants that. I also saw the famous Macron again saying something, asking U.S. president to negotiate with Putin. I don't know if that's true. That was only a tweet. And then you have the defensive lines built in Russia proper, in Kursk and Belgorod. I mean, especially those defensive lines. Yes, we talked about it and laughed about it. But isn't that kind of proof that Putin now realized, or someone realized, I mean, we're not going to win this. We're going to lose this. And Ukraine has shown that they can actually take territory quickly. I mean, they could probably advance on Belgorod if they wanted. Not that they're going to do it, but I mean.
So I don't know if it's proof positive, right? Because it could just be another line of Russia setting itself up for future propaganda approaches. But we tried, but we did this and that, and look, and they ignored us. They ignored our. We sent our envoy, the president of Guinea-Bissau, and yet they just dismissed it. They won this war. Maybe they're setting it up for that. But it could be. I would love it if that is the real interpretation, if that is the true reason why, because they've realized that they're at the end of it, and also it's very much the old Russian approach, right? They start with nothing, they take a lot, and then they negotiate and give some of it back, and they still end up with more than they started off with. So not really surprising if this is what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I'll add. No one's. I missed half of that, but I'll say towards the end. No one's expecting Ukraine to say, "Oh, you tried murdering us, and we're better than you. We're just gonna let you keep 20% of our house." It's not happening. Guinea-Bissau. Wow.
No. I'm not. I don't mean that, Theodor. But
No, I'm not saying.
Putin,
No, I'm not saying
Putin
you
has
mean
realized that. No.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Well, hold on. I didn't say you said that. I'm just saying that it is a comment that we get in here, right? Like, why don't they just stop and make peace? I don't know. There's a crime in progress. Sorry, go ahead then, John.
What Denjan was getting at is, does the fact that Russia got the president of Guinea-Bissau to go and ask Zelensky for negotiations with Putin, does that possibly signal that Russia knows it's not going to do any better than it's doing now, and it's just going to keep on losing territory and losing territory?
Yeah, no. So I understand the point, and I'm saying on top of that, anyone who thinks that's even a premise in which to start from is just it's a joke. It's laughable. No one thinks that's the situation. Not the Americans, not the West, not NATO, not EU, not Ukraine. I think the only important part of that story is the name Guinea-Bissau. The fact that Putin has somehow, deputized the president of Guinea-Bissau. I don't want to sound mean, but not the A team or B team of world politics. If that's who he's recruiting to try to talk to Zelensky, he can recruit some of the people that come in this space to talk for him too. It's about as effective. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely bananas that someone should say, I mean, if it was a personal appeal to, Germany or France, I mean, Macron will do it for him for free, but it's not his country to surrender, so that's a problem. But the fact that he's going the route of a small, tiny client state in Africa, he thinks that somehow Ukraine will care. It's not a country that even supports Ukraine. So bizarre, and that's the real story there. Yeah, there's nothing. No one's gonna look back in time. But remember when peace could have been achieved earlier if only Zelensky had listened to glorious president of Guinea-Bissau. No one really cares. It's silly and not worth the paper it's written on. That's my point. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, my point is that to me it's a sign that they know they're losing and grasping for anything. They know they're losing, and also in combination with those fortifications in Kursk and Belgorod.
Yeah, again, not signs of losing were way before. It's probably for internal consumption. Look, great, glorious Putin speaks to everyone to try to. There isn't a person Putin won't talk to about peace. That might be the gist of it, but I think we all know it's nonsense. And he's known for all these attacks on infrastructure, on cities he won't take, on Kherson being stripped of all its fire trucks and garbage trucks and communications being cut in the ground. He knows he's not coming back. He just wants to punish the civilians. So he knows he's done. Just a matter of time. Chris, over to you.
Malamud, Chris?
Oh,
we don't hear you. There we go. Now we do.
Okay, you got me now. Yeah, thanks, Yehuda, for putting a bit of detail on that. It's something I didn't have the detail of, but I suspected that always, the Russians were getting in the way of, Ukraine's growth in many areas, obviously including IT, telecom, cyber, etc. And I mean, it seems to me that this is, one silver lining in the cloud, Yehuda, is the fact that, we're basically going to clear out all the Russians from Ukraine, and there'll be somewhat of a blank sheet going forward. And I don't know whether you have any further comments on that, but sounds like that's the case.
I'm not sure a blank sheet. I mean, yeah, definitely there is the residual, there are the residual effects of corruption that have to be rooted out. I think this war was a great accelerant for that. Ukrainians aren't going to tolerate anyone who's playing around. They've fought too hard. And, I mean, it's really a forging of a nation all over again, right? I mean, a nation that has been some people for centuries, but not been able to express their national identity freely, quote unquote, given their national identity in '91 without a fight. And now they have to unfortunately pay the piper because Russia obviously isn't the benevolent evil empire that's collapsed. It just took a nap. It just took a little sleep. The Cold War might have been called better. CJ, my friend from the United States, a Ranger par excellence. Nice to see you this morning.
Oh, great to see you as well. Are you gonna go do PT with me today, Yehuda?
I wish. How does BDO for the bass sound there? That's my job for the next 25 hours. Horrible. CJ knows what I'm talking about. So yeah, go ahead, CJ.
Well, I was just going to ask Doman, because we, try and focus on Kherson as much as possible. We saw over the last couple days here these very interesting fortifications show up on the Russian side. These very badly dug trenches and fighting positions. If you haven't seen them, Yehuda, you should take a look because they are crummy at best. Way worse than the wagon.
It looks like they're digging a sewer line.
Yeah, they're
You just
just
need to get
literally
some.
stacking up rocks next to a hole. I mean, it's just abysmal. But I wonder, Domin, what you think. If this means it's probably a lot less likely that Russia would blow the NK dam, that would flood the left bank of the Dnipro so severely, especially because these trenches are right at the river, right? It makes me think that they probably wouldn't even consider it now if they're really hoping to defend it this way.
I think that's wishful thinking. And I'll tell you why, CJ. Every time I see something that doesn't make sense, the Russians tend to do it. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm not sure. Maybe their plan is that's Koa too, right? Defend at the river, and if the Ukrainians come, then hit the dam, reserve demo the dam. I don't know. It is, and I did see the concoctions, let's call them, of silliness. It's like she told a 6-year-old to dig a hole, a shell scrape, and put some rocks around it. I mean, it's literally made. It's childlike almost. Yeah, it's horrible. But yeah, makes sense. Why would they?
Isn't this the exact opposite of how you defend a beach? Right. I mean, you want the troops to land on the beach because that's your kill zone. So your actual defensive positions need to be back from the beach, in range of the beach. That's how I understand amphibious defense to work.
Yeah, not. I think we're overthinking it, Tim. I think someone probably said this would be a nice spot for a trench, and then some people just said okay, and they just started digging. Doesn't make any sense. The positions don't make sense. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's 4D chess, and I don't play it. CJ.
No, I think Tim would be right when it comes to defending a beachhead where you're really not going to have any chance of, basically harming the ships or really stopping the troops from massing, at sea. But for a wet gap crossing or for a river crossing, it is different. You would want them, I would think, or at least if I was up to me, you'd want them as close to the water as possible because the goal is to try and take out as many of them, whether it be Zodiacs, rowboats, swimmers, whatever it might be. You'd want to try and take those out as they're crossing, or on the other side. I mean, the Dnipro is huge, right? It's anywhere between 600 meters to 3 kilometers. I mean, it varies greatly, but with a 240 or a machine gun, you can have up to 1 kilometer of range relatively easily if you have a good defensive position. So you can pretty much shoot across the river. So I would say that would make sense that they're so close to the water in that case, because their goal isn't necessarily to let them land, it's to prevent them from even getting there, I think, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's Tim was perfectly describing an amphibious on the beachhead, but the river. It's not the distance, it's the construction, it's the positioning. And yeah, I don't know. Doesn't inspire confidence. It shouldn't inspire confidence to the Russians. But yeah, don't know what to add to that. CJ, what do you think about Reznikov saying publicly that they control all the crossings across the Dnipro 3 days
Well,
ago?
I mean, yeah, I think they mean
By fire control.
Yeah, I think that's what he meant, and that, I mean, it's still very much true. There's more videos every day of Russians trying to cross the Dnipro, and now they're only doing it at night because they don't want any sort of the artillery to be corrected easily, and they hope to use like the cover of night. But I mean, it's just so silly because, of course, I think honestly, per man, Ukraine has like a higher percentage of night vision and also thermals. So really, if they decide to do it only at night, they're preventing civilians from seeing them as much, but I don't think they're really stopping the Ukrainian army from doing what they do, unless you might think differently, Yehuda.
No, the night thing, it's very World War I behavior. They'll not see us. It's bizarre. I mean, especially with their ISTAR capabilities, that they're able to do what they want. So the reference to the control meant the fire control and limit what moves across when, and the Russians don't know it. I guess maybe they do. It certainly is not going to make any difference. I mean, it might make a slight difference, but I doubt it. The Ukrainians have everything cited, all up and down every critical, possible crossing, or probably every crossing that there is. And I just don't know if the if the barge bridge is in pieces or what they're doing. The Russians do have a lot of kit that they can bring up, but it's the deployment, it's the exercise, the use of it, the conduct. It's all suspect, if you ask me. Let's go to Denjon. He's got his hand up.
Yeah, I actually have a question for CJ, if he's still there. Yeah. Yes. CJ, have you heard about the ground-launched small diameter bomb, the JLDZB? We don't have as cool names as you have, Gimlers and Attackams, but have you heard about it?
Yes,
Swedish from Saab, ground-launched small.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's from the ground variant, there just isn't many made yet. It's still really in prototype phase for a lot of different countries, but there are a lot of air launch ones. I was talking earlier about this. I think if some countries have a few that they could give, that would be great. But I know at least America has a ton of air launched SDBs, which basically can penetrate very deep into bunkers and other. Thing.
I think CD is between the HIMARS now.
I think we may have lost CJ.
Nope, sorry about that. Yeah, I was going to say, Denjon, does Sweden have a lot of them in store or whatnot? I know it's sort of an alternative to guided artillery, but I'm not too familiar with any sort of the ground variants, only the air variants.
Yeah, I don't know what's there, but I mean, if we have that would be something. Now, my question was if it's something similar to Gimlers or one of those systems or rockets.
Yeah, so the idea with these things is that you can, basically they try and follow an aerodynamic trajectory. So imagine a Gimlers, for those who are familiar with that at least, but basically a glider Gimlers that can sort of coast in and hit a target, not necessarily very fast, but it's very thin. And so what that means is the kinetic energy there is directed at a very small point. And at that point, it can go deep. So it's not really a big boom, but if you have something like a bunker that's very difficult to hit, or maybe not worth a Gimler shot, then that's the best option.
I got it. It's not like semi-ballistic, because you said that you can launch them from.
Is it more like a cruise missile, CJ?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it hurts me to hear it's said that way because a cruise missile is it involves its own propulsion. So that's kind of the difference. I mean, I would say it's like a paper plane, a very deadly paper plane would probably be the best way to describe it. It's not really going to take a different flight path in like a cruise missile, for example, avoiding air defenses or anything like that, but it will glide for a significant distance. So these things are good in a contested environment where air defenses are high or radar are high. So because it can fly very, very far. So if you have an aircraft or a ground vehicle, however you want to launch it, but you can't really get close to your enemy, this thing can basically get that range you need to overcome it. So that's kind of where the advantage is there.
Oh, I see. So the ground launch one, basically, it gets propelled up and then it just glides from there on. That's really neat.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, I would just say
recall the deadly paper plane, the deadly paper plane.
but you know, Axel,
We've
it would just be so much. But at this point, it's just all these reasons why they just shouldn't get ATACMS. I mean, for Christ's sake, there's thousands of ATACMS, and they're, you know, obviously almost 1,000 pounds total of explosives and you know, and warhead and whatnot. I mean, it just seems like a much better choice to me. And look, we saw today and yesterday Germany getting more Mars 2 launchers. I mean, every day Ukraine is getting more of a capability to launch ATACMS. So it really just, that seems to make more sense to me, at least, all the time.
So what are they launching it with at the moment? What are they using for their wonderful Mars? Can you explain it for the audience?
Well, right now, due to, well, it's not that Germany's reluctant necessarily, but I believe they have the M31 equivalent that they're launching. So unitary warhead only. So one explosion. But, you know, I think we have to admit that this is just still so effective with this railway strike, I think in Donetsk or Luhansk yesterday. I mean, 50 kilometers behind the line. I don't know what Russia is thinking. They're bringing oil and fuel up for their troops for, you know, to heat different buildings and stuff, because now as it gets slightly colder and more colder, Russia's moving into houses that they're taking from people. And so these fuel trucks and fuel trains become so much more important. And they're still bringing them into HIMARS range, which just to me is so silly because they know better than that at this point.
You would think maybe they don't think HIMARS. Maybe they think the Ukrainians ran out of HIMARS. No one really knows. I do have a quick update to make for the space. Our friend Malcolm Nance will be pushing back his interview till 1300 hours Eastern Standard Time, Romeo time. But let's call it Eastern Standard. That's 3 correction. No, he is coming in at 1500 Romeo time. So that would be 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. Germany time. He's going to be in Germany. Got a fast plane. He got a ticket for a fast plane, and he will be in Berlin. And so we're going to update that time, and hopefully we can see you all there. CJ Malcolm's going to come on. He said he has to technically not be a part of the military because he has to quit the army to leave the country. So a little more free to talk about Russian threats, about dirty bombs, and how professional armies prepare for that kind of eventuality or situation possibility. So a bunch of MOP 3, possibly MOP 4 discussions. Interesting. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but doesn't mean that the Ukrainians aren't preparing, because that's important stuff. And I'm sure CJ, like me, loves preparing for CBRN and exercises involving, you know, higher levels of preparedness. Who doesn't love running around wearing masks and bunny suits? I don't know if you call them bunny suits. Do you call them bunny suits?
No, just MOP 3 or MOP suits. But yeah, obviously very annoying. But I do have some thoughts. But yeah.
The worst type of exercise is wearing any kind of gear, protective gear, related to CBRN in the summer. Sucks very much. And the protocols, one-man sauna. There's all sorts of these cleaning packets, which is like a thin sponge with smelly stuff on it that you wipe over the seals. Oh my God, I can just hear a sergeant major yelling that into my head, CJ. I'm getting a bit of a flashback. But anyway, all that stuff. So it's important, not to gin it up or scare people, but it's something that we train like that, even though not very many, not much possibility of a chemical attack in Canada or the United States, but we always train and prepare for the worst. That's what professional soldiers do. All right. Any other questions for CJ before he cuts out? So I'm going to jump into some interesting.
CJ has a question for CJ, seemingly.
CJ's got one. Go.
No, I mean, I just think, I'll kind of repeat what I said yesterday, just because I think I've kind of clarified it a little bit. It's not that it's not important to talk about these things. The military should prepare for any eventuality, as Yehuda pointed out, right? It's very important for them to be able to fight through any contingency. But what I would say is, when we hear Russia talking about, we've got more left to do, or, we have this power we're going to start unleashing, or we haven't even begun yet, I would just kindly remind Russia that, the aid to Ukraine has barely even started yet, right? Most NATO countries that have only given anywhere between 2 and 4% of their military, GDP or spending budget, and at most, really 8 to 10% of like their artillery. And this is the thing, the aid has not even started yet. All it would take would be to double this and have it cause extreme effects to Russia. I mean, if we say only 2 to 3% of the budgets that have been given have completely stopped the Russian army in its track, what's going to happen when Ukraine gets twice as much, or God forbid, 3 times as much? I mean, it's just a calculation that I don't think Russia is really thinking through carefully, because the aid can go up exponentially, and Russia's army and their ability to inflict pain on Ukraine simply can't go up exponentially. So it's just a situation where there is a lot more potential on the Ukrainian side than the Russian side, no matter what they want to claim.
No, that's a great point. I mean, and just to really, simplify that, that means that on balance, countries that are already committed to Ukraine's defense have given us a very small percentage of what they actually have. So we're talking countries have given 5, 10, 15 units of a thing, and that's been able to effectively halt a Russian invasion, to turn it around, to inflict stunning casualties, unheard of since World War II, on Russia. And imagine, as CJ said, imagine it's not 12 archers going from Sweden. Let's say they give 24. Let's say France steps this up. Let's say the Americans, kick in to overdrive. It's one, as I like to tease CJ about the U.S. military, one thing I wouldn't play with is their ability to scale out. Because the Americans are really good at that. And guess what they've done for the last 6 months? I think CJ could tell us. They've set the conditions for, if you thought Berlin, what do you call it? The airlifts into Berlin, there was a name for it. Forget. You thought that was a big deal. Imagine what they could do to Ukraine after having already set the conditions and worked out all the logistics kinks over the last 6 months, 7 months. You're going to see some incredible bandwidth should they end up doing it. And CJ's right, 100% there. Even in terms of HIMARS, CJ, how many more HIMARS could the United States give and not really, make a dent in anything?
Well, considering that the U.S. has given 150 777s and replaced those all with HIMARS at a rate of about 100 HIMARS made a year, I mean, the U.S. still has about 400. So that is, they've only given 20 out of 400. Right. So I think they should probably keep that in mind.
So let's just say something crazy. Just say I feel, even though I don't celebrate it, let's say Christmas has come early. Let's say they give 80 more and 100. Would that be a decisive and critical moment for Russia?
Yeah, I mean, especially if they get the missiles for it. I mean, but there's so many countries that can give those missiles. I mean, as you kind of pointed out, they've only done about 1,200 missile strikes, and they have at least 12,000. So this can go on for quite some time if Russia wants it to.
So you broke up right at the juicy part. So they've launched 1,200, and they have 12,000 rounds still available. I mean, minus delta between the two. We're gonna have to take that as a yes. So I think that could be best described as a holy hell brought down, and that's pretty awesome for Ukraine. not so awesome for Russia. Good points were made by all. Hopefully, we get CJ back.
In the meantime, Yehuda, I've got a question for you. There's been a flurry of messages asking whether the kill ratio on the Iranian drones, that is to say, the proportion of them being taken out of the air before they can reach their target, has significantly improved over the course of just a couple of days. Would you have any idea why this would be? How this can happen? Such immense improvement in air defenses in such a short period of time.
Well, I heard that some country near Guinea-Bissau was very upset. I think let's call it Ivory Coast, I think. And so they might have lent the tactical expertise to shoot down or to interdict these drones. Them or the Senegalese, I forget which one. But a small country that was upset with Russian interference. I'm obviously joking. That's not true. But it was an homage to Mr. Putin thinking that Guinea-Bissau was really going to tip the balance. It looks silly. Yeah. So a lot of news now is coming to the fore. We talked about it. Gosh, I don't want to say we told you so. A lot of people are angry since I'm the lightning rod, doing my first name here for Israel. We said that Israel's obviously doing things behind the scenes. Well, someone in the Prime Minister's office thought of Israel, the Israeli Prime Minister's office thought it would be the opportune time to announce the commencement, quote unquote, commencement of Israeli Mossad cooperation with Ukraine. Zelensky mentioned it in a press conference yesterday. And I think that's probably the most bizarre thing I've ever heard, because I'm of the belief that Israel's always been involved helping Ukraine. They have many reasons as to not share that information. It has to do with security on the northern border, it has to do with the Americans also being concerned of a flare-up in Lebanon with Hezbollah, and also has to do with the Jewish people in Russia, which Israel's quite concerned for their safety, as something like almost half of the Jewish population, I say again, almost half of the Jewish population of Russia has fled. They've been harassed by the Russian authorities. The chief rabbi of Moscow, or possibly we could say Russia, was forced to flee, or he fled. Language. He fled in June. He gave an interview. I happen to know his son-in-law very well, Canada, and he had to sneak out too. He's not a Russian; he's Canadian. But what happened was he was told, "You need to support the invasion. You need to say public things." I think some people say he said no. Other people, he hasn't said this yet, but other people said, he said, I need to think about how to craft it. And then that was untrue. What he did was he left. So he didn't want to be a part of that. And most of his congregation left with him. So Israel's got a lot of pressure points there with Russia. And it's not because they're afraid of Russia militarily in Syria. They're afraid of Russia ceasing to be the glue that stops a flurry of terrorists from attacking the border. There's a fear in the West because Israel has very strict protocols with regards to terrorist attacks, and they have certain formulae that they use to calculate the level of response if Hezbollah was to open up. So Hezbollah has thousands, tens of thousands of Iranian-made rockets in Lebanon, and they're pointed at Israeli cities. And so the fear is that if Russia gives a green light to them to do stuff, then the Israelis will have to respond. And in responding, that means crippling a terrorist organization, which is part of the government of Lebanon. So it's kind of a very icky situation. It's very uncomfortable. Israel obviously doesn't want, is very cognizant of civilian casualties. Hezbollah is entrenched within Lebanon. It's basically a massive terror group to join parliament, and they hide amongst the civilians. So that's not good for anyone. So they've been pretty calm about it. However, with the obvious nature of the Russian genocide, Israelis have internally have been saying, maybe instead of doing things in the sidelines quietly, maybe we need to make a more public statement. So the strangest public statement ever made was not where I suspected it might be. Yes, Israel is providing, this and that, and this and that, and this electronic warfare equipment, and these personnel that will go to Ukraine and help. They went a step way farther. They authorized, and I've never heard this been done ever, actually, ever in the history of the state of Israel. They've allowed, or they've said to President Zelensky that he can say that the Mossad is now helping the SBU. It's insane, actually. So I think when you go that high, it's like you're putting your cards on the table. I don't know what the repercussions will be from Russia. Maybe Israel has already concluded that it's got as many people out as who want to leave, and they've gotten their northern border locked down, and they're feel like saying F around and find out, maybe frig around and find out, Russia. But that wouldn't be a good thing for Russia. Now, I've read some, obviously ill-informed people saying on the interwebs, oh, this is because Israel just wants to, selfishness. They want to reverse engineer Iranian drones and make them blah, 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 blah. I don't think they understand. The Iranians have been using these drones for 15 years against Israel. So they don't need to reverse engineer anything. They have the drones. They literally steal them. They take over the drones with remote controls, and they land them, and they inspect them, and they reverse engineer them. So what they're doing is they're throwing the gauntlet down. I think it'll be very interesting. I know that I'm pretty confident they're very competent, so I don't think there's going to be major blowback because they've got it under control. But that's where we're at. It's very shocking. Zelensky announcing that Israeli Mossad is working with the Ukrainians. I think it's obviously quite late. The statement, I think it's already happening. It's already happened. And as Doman said, the accuracy in which Shahed drones are meeting their demise is demonstration of it. So I'm glad to take the follow up. Then John wants to go.
So no, sorry, you would have something else. So move on with someone else.
All right, that was anticlimactic.
Sorry, I think George wants to talk to you about it, but he's still connecting. It's taking him a while. Sorry about that.
George of the jungle, friend to you and me.
George, do you want to talk about Israeli approaches to helping Ukraine out, or do you have something different?
Actually, this is the first I'm hearing of it, and that's fantastic news. And as Yehuda said, when we hear about it, we should deduce from that it's been going on for a while, right, Yehuda? So Zelensky announced this, what, last night, or when was this announced?
It was yesterday.
Yeah. So
yeah. And I suspect it's been going on almost from the start, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Yes. And didn't Israel say that they were going to send some type of anti-drone capabilities? I guess we were expecting, like some kind of device, not the actual agents, right?
So in mid-September, they announced that they had already done something with anti-drone technology. They didn't specify, neither did Alexei Reznikov. Then that's when, I think they got a little nervous. Maybe they weren't ready. And then Zelensky made the comment, Israel's not helping us. I think that was a lie. I think that was a carefully placed, misdirected comment to give the Israelis deniability with the Russians. And then yesterday in Ukraine, yesterday time, the President Zelensky there said that he wanted to announce that Mossad is now coordinating with the SBU or all forms of Ukrainian intelligence. I suspect that's big. The Israelis don't even announce that they're working with the CIA. They don't need to. But to say that, it's a very, very big nuts to you, Russia.
I was gonna say, Yehuda. So here's a question for you. So I saw that some post they were saying that through partisan activity and I guess SBU agent activity, they've located certain areas where Iranian, I guess, operators of these goofball drones, are known, right? And look like two of them were just north of Crimea, and most of them are in Crimea, and then of course they're suspecting that there's obviously some areas in Belarus. What do you think the chances with Mossad working with the SBU, the Ukrainian, secret police, if you want to call them that? What are the chances that we're going to start hearing that these guys are going to start getting blown up left and right?
Well, the answer is 100% already because they've done it last week. 10 Iranian.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, they did. They did do a strike.
Yeah, 10 Iranian drone operators are no more. So there are many ways that can be done. Loitering munitions. Or if only the Iranians had a drone with bombs on it that ended up going back to where the Iranians were standing. That'd be an easy way to get them, I'd say. There are electronic signatures to things, and the Israelis are pretty good at picking that stuff up. I will tell you, I'm supremely confident that the Israelis know to the half a meter, let's say, the position of the Iranians that are in Ukraine. So it's no secret. That's, therefore the Ukrainians know exactly where every IRGC personnel, all the personnel are in occupied Ukraine and in Russia, really. So, yeah. Someone made a comment that made me laugh. It said, after all this, Mossad getting involved, I'm not sure that, I'm not sure this bodes well for Russia. And it really doesn't. Because the one thing that the Mossad, their technical capabilities are, arguably bar none in the world. So that means that the Iranians are traveling with like sat comms, sat phones. All of their positions are obviously known. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a laugh.
Yehuda, the other thing I think, obviously, the Mossad most definitely has assets on the ground that are fluent in Ukrainian, right? I mean, so
hundreds of thousands of Israelis speak Ukrainian and Russian fluently.
Exactly. Yeah. So they can actually have assets right next to the Iranians, and Iranians wouldn't even know it. So.
But they don't even.
This is great news.
They wouldn't even need the human on that, right? Like, I mean, the reason why is because what the Iranians are doing is technical. It involves communicating. They can't strip, down into their underwear, put on new clothes, and then make their way to some launch pad in Crimea and try to use these drones without some form of electrical signal being sent, an EW signature involved. So they're going to be caught eventually, right? If they were going up there to teach Russians how to dig trenches, you could say that they won't know where they are. But the things that the Iranians do to use these drones will involve certain kinds of communications that are detectable, and they're the kinds of communications that Israel picks up and looks for in their neck of the woods. and they can use the same technology to find out what the Iranians are doing in Ukraine. So, I mean, Doman was alluding to the abnormally large success rate of certain things. So it's one thing to give the technology or to assist the Ukrainians remotely, and it's another thing if let's say really experienced anti-drone people were in country doing the job. You see what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah, yes. And when you're talking about locating individuals, Israel's bar none top of the world in that area. When they want to take out certain Iranian assets, they find them. Doesn't matter what phones they switch or whatever. So yeah, they're really good at picking up signals that they're looking for. I mean, they're top notch in that area.
What people don't know is that even with Israel's enemies within Gaza or other places, it's not that they don't know them to take them out. It's just that those people are always traveling with children or their kids or other people's kids, or they're in heavily populated areas. So the Israelis don't want to take the risk to create the collateral damage, really. I've seen drone footage from the Israelis, which is public, it's on, you can find on YouTube, where they're calling offloading like certain attacks just because there's a kid beside the guy, and they're like, no, there's a kid there. So they literally hide behind women and children. That's what these type of people do. It's their MO. The Iranians probably think they're in a permissive environment, but not for long. I wonder what they think now, right? After 10 other goons got it. I suspect, the Israelis would probably, they have SIGINT people doing SIGINT stuff. And then with the drones, when they came in, they were probably maybe transferring terminals or devices and then technology and walking people through. And then finally, I suspect they're just doing it themselves, which is fine. To me, it's fine. I think it's good.
I'm not gonna I'm not gonna criticize that. That's for sure. We can use all the help we can get.
Oh yeah. And again, the Israelis don't need Iranian drones. I doubt they're going to try to land them. I think that it's a perfect weapon in itself to just turn back and hit them. The Israelis invented that. They literally invented the art of hacking the Iranian drones with this little trick where the drone will return and explode to the point of launch. I'm sure the Iranians are a little smart to that, and would run away if they see the drone coming back and say that's not normal. But I know one of the things they do is they trick the drone into thinking that it doesn't have enough power, and it's not going to needs to get back, and then it goes back early, surprising the operator. But I'd like to see them. I'd like to see. I think we'll see the end of Iranian involvement, I suspect, in the next little while, because they'll have no more drones, and they won't be an effective tool, and it'll cause more damage than good for them. And it sucks to be them. So thanks, George, for the question. If anyone else has any, or George, a follow up, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Forget not having enough drones. They're not going to have any drone operators left.
Right. So the other thing is, initially, the Russians just couldn't figure out how to use the drones properly. They're so high tech, lawnmower engines. So the Iranians stepped in to say, okay, we'll do it. Well, if I was Ukraine, I'd rather have the Israelis on my side than the Iranians. I'll tell you that. Any day.
Yeah. So yesterday we saw that they, or I guess last night, Ukrainian time, the Ukrainians hit it looked like a train depot or some kind of fuel drop-off point. There was a train with a bunch of I guess what you call fuel tankers or something that got absolutely obliterated. Do we have any more detail on that?
I don't know. Maybe Doman does.
There were more videos emerging from that place. in the recent hours, and I can't tell if it's on fire again or if it's still on fire. But
Oh,
same town,
that sounds.
Shakhtarsk. So no, okay, very well. Interesting for sure. It's what 40 kilometers from the front lines, maybe 30, 40. Doesn't seem like a great place to put lots of whatever refined oil products you might be having.
Well, they can't move the rail line, right? That's their problem now, is they cannot actually move the rail line. They have to use what's left, right? They've lost their hub in Liman and all that stuff, so now they're pretty much stuck. It's hard to reroute them, you know, if the rail line doesn't exist farther back, then you're pretty much screwed. You got to use what you have.
Well,
The rail line goes
this
through,
wouldn't have gone through Le Mans.
No, it goes through Starville's, and that'll be gone too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm just saying they're being pushed back now, so they're losing all, you know, every so often they're losing a key rail junction. So this one here was the one they had to use, right? So they can't move the rail line, so they have to get fuel to the front. Yeah, so they're pretty much screwed now.
Yeah, well, the Russian. It's the noose is tightening. I guess we could qualify the statement. So the noose is tightening. Russians will be able to do less and less, fewer and fewer things. It'll be able to not, resupply what they've got. That's why they're thrashing about these pathetic, attempts to pretend they want peace. Mr. Putin can have peace tomorrow. He could have a cessation of hostilities for sure, unilaterally. He can just remove all of his troops from Ukraine. Boom, problem solved. Just problem solved. Problem solved. Get out of Ukraine. But the Ukrainians, no, they don't. They don't need to do anything. Ukraine is not in Russia. If Ukraine had a bulkhead in, they pushed into Belgorod, that's a conversation. Oh, we need to discuss, Pete. No, they're not in Russia. They're not attacking Russian houses and children and this and that and the other. They're not stealing Russian babies and bringing them back to Ukraine. They're not doing any of that. It was a very simple solution for those who want to talk about peace. Those Twitter warriors, heroes, to the loony left and the loony right. If you don't, you want peace so bad, tell Putin to get out of Ukraine. That's it. Ukraine didn't invade Putin, and his arguments. We're talking about NATO now because they figured that because of ignorant people in the West who've mentioned it. So Russia's we'll go with that one now. But they started this by saying that Russian speakers are being murdered in Ukraine. For anyone who's listened to this space long enough knows that almost all of Ukraine speaks Russian. Not murdering each other for speaking Russian. That's ridiculous. It's a lie. Then it was the neo-Nazi president and his defense minister. And I think besides the president, two other high-ranking cabinet officials in Ukraine are Jewish. They can't all be neo-Nazis, right? Come on. Stop being silly. Reznikov, right? I don't think he's Catholic. It's not neo-Nazi Jewish leadership. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely nuts. And that's the angle they went with. That's the story they went with. The drug-addled neo-Nazi leadership of Ukraine. Drug-addled. This goes back to Stalin, Stalin's time, that the West were all, basically the equivalent of crackheads back then. And they're crazy and they're hedonists and they do this and they do that. They just pulled the old playbook out from Russia, from the Soviet Union. And that's how they started. All right. They didn't say because of NATO, this and that. Right. They mentioned it a bit beforehand. Then afterwards, Zelensky, for those who are apparently, self-deluded, Zelensky even said at one point, well, during the peace negotiations, we won't apply for NATO and we'll remain neutral. The Russians didn't care. When you hear that and you see it, say, yeah, so they did that already. Try, yeah. The Ukrainians already offered that. The Russians said beat it. So why are you lying, right? Just let it go. It's all a big lie. There's no such thing as Putin wants peace and he just needs someone, a partner to negotiate with. No, it's a lie. It's a simple lie. And at this point, if you're coming to speak about Ukraine in this space and you don't know even the basics, I'm not going to really address it unless we're really bored. But yeah, no, George, go ahead.
No, what about the Satanists now? Now remember, now they're all Satanists and witches, right?
The story is not complete without the Satanism. You're right. What was I thinking? I forgot the Satanism because
that's a new one. That's a new one.
Yeah, maybe the sorcerers too.
Usually they're casting spells. No, Huda, you didn't hear. There was one of the talking idiots that's gonna eventually find themselves in a some kind of war tribunal. Yes, thank you. Was saying that the Russian soldiers are surrendering because the Ukrainian babushkas are casting spells on them, making them surrender.
Yeah,
and that's not a joke. I did see that. Me and my wife were just dying. Crazy.
Yeah, it's a serious consideration in the military when enemies' grandmothers cast spells on you. I mean, this is Russia. Welcome to Russia. The most retrograde force on the planet at the moment. Bizarre. Certainly, it's quite odd, but it is Russia, and you got to deal with what you've got. But in all regards, nonsensical. Satanism, yeah, that's a big concern in Ukraine.
I'm thinking that the Ukrainians should do a psyop with it, record Ukrainian women casting spells, and then drop little drones with speakers all through the areas where the Russians are occupied.
Yeah,
and maybe they'll just surrender even more en masse, because they're so superstitious. I don't know.
Yeah, listen, it's very strange. Kadyrov, everyone's favorite Chechen warlord clown, recently, I mean, can you believe this? He recently was trying to bait the 101st in the Americans in Romania, saying, "You are on our borders, division of the Eagle. Come at us. If you are real men, you will fight us." Are you on drugs, Kadyrov? The Ukrainians are wiping the floor with you. You want to go now against the 101? It's that very well-trained, highly disciplined American military formation. This is nuts. Absolutely nuts. It's the strangest thing I've ever heard. You'll find us.
You got to keep doing the Borat voice whenever you're speaking about anything the Kadyrovites or the Russians. That's a rule now on the space. You have to do the Borat. Borat.
I'll do it's the Kadyrov voice now. He is a real man. He will find Americans. A division of the Eagle, like this. It's like he's a Borat caricature. In fact, the truth is, when Sacha Baron Cohen, he wasn't imitating Kazakh. He just picked Kazakhstan. I think he figured no one knew it. But he was literally his degree is in medieval anti-Semitism, and he has a good understanding of that realm from Eastern European Russian anti-Semitism. So the whole Borat thing is really Kadyrov. It literally is Kadyrov. Central Asian, Russian, Southern Russian. Very, very, it's comical if he wasn't such a mass murderer and psychopath. But so he wants the Americans to get involved. This guy's nuts. This guy's just absolutely bonkers. But yeah, I think he's still in his Grozny, having the time and not doing much. But it's a bit of a joke. It's a big joke, actually. And we're going to see more and more of it. So you're going to see thrashing about. Russians will talk about, forlorn peace deals that they want to broker with some of the world's top, peace consultants. President of Guinea-Bissau, I know most people are struggling to know, and they're probably Googling where it is. It's in Africa, West Africa, Central West, small country. But anyway,
Plain old West.
Well, Central West. It's called Central, like not Central of Africa, but if you look at Africa, it'd be in the center, but to the west end. So anyway, it's one of these things. The Russians will continue to talk about how they're worried about Ukrainian dirty bombs. No one in the world thinks that, except and the Russians don't even think that. These are just lies. They're threatening by proxy almost that they're going to do something by saying that the Ukrainians are going to do it. And the funny part is the silly spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia says they're doing this in order to get the world to isolate Russia and to be against Russia, because the world isn't already isolating Russia or against Russia. I mean, it doesn't even the lie doesn't even make sense in itself. It's like you and someone standing in the rain and someone telling you that it's dry and hot out and sunny. It's bizarre. It's not. They're not even trying at this point. The propaganda this is pure Stalin-esque propaganda. Doesn't make any sense. All right. Any other questions while I'm still available? Because I will have to pull a CJ and my communications will drop off. Christopher.
Hey, thank you. Maybe I can ask again, Yehuda, because I'm curious. And we talked before about Germany and not giving Leopards and Marders to Ukraine, and that they are hiding behind the argument that nobody is doing it, no Abrams, no Bradleys. And what is your opinion? Why just doesn't the USA give symbolic 5 Abrams, 10 Bradleys to the Ukrainians? That take the argument away from the Germans and say, look, there's nothing to fear, just do it. Easy, we do it, you can do it too.
It's a good question. I think there's a lot of back end stuff that come with the Abrams. The Americans do have 500 they can cut away. We know that. Should the Germans be doing it because they're next door? Yeah, they should. Will it be too late? What if the Americans, or once the Americans commit? Sure. Also, I'll say something unpopular. I think the Americans are figuring the Ukrainians to armor the way they are. So at this point, and APCs are probably really interesting to Ukraine more than tanks right now, but they do need them 100%. They could help end the war quicker with less casualties. The Americans are moving predominantly ammunition because the Ukrainians need a lot of it, but the tanks, it's still obviously a big question mark. Will the Germans finally do it? I think that is the most sensible, realistic answer. Moving 500 tanks plus the things that enable those tanks, times that by 10, right? So just in sheer volume of supply. So it's a big deal. It's not just send 5. Unless you're just going to do a symbolic thing if you think that works to pressure them. I'm not sure that'll work, pressuring them like that. But at any rate, it's definitely something that can be done and should be done. And I can't speak to, what the German government will do or not, unfortunately. So I can't add any color. Chris, go ahead.
Just that was what I meant, just symbolic, because is doing something like that. Nobody is delivering Leclerc's, Challengers, Abrams, Bradley, and the likes. And that's very often mentioned in German discussions, and they are hiding behind it.
Well, the reason why that excuse doesn't work with NATO members is 1, Germany makes them. 2, they have the most access to them. 3, they have the ability to repair and sustain them and maintain them. And the Americans are on the other side of the planet. So if France, if another country close to Ukraine had hundreds of them and the ability to maintain them, then that would be an argument. But it's not an argument, right? I mean, why is no one else giving the thing that we have the most of? That's so weird. We're not going to do it. it's a silly argument. Axel?
Yeah, and one argument which typically would work in Germany, because the reverse is true, it's they are technically better suited. So it's a technical argument why the Leopards would be more suitable. That should appeal to a German nation. Unfortunately, it doesn't, because there is no technical argument and there's no formal argument. That's the whole point. It's solely vested in one political opinion of one clique of people and one person.
Furthermore to that, I mean, the argument has already been proven. Americans gave HIMARS, right? The Americans say, "What are you talking about? We just give them HIMARS." That's like shut up and give the Leopards. Like we've already given them 150 M777s that have to devastating effect. Why are you holding back the Leopards? So this whole concept of no one else has what you have. You're around the corner. You know, you could train them one country away in Poland or in your own country. They can come to you. You know what I mean? So it's a pretty nonsense argument. It's the one they're hiding behind. That's what you said and what Axel said, Chris. That's the argument they want to hide behind. It's not a real argument though. No one looks at that as a serious argument. Just Germany. If anyone says that next time you hear it, say, well, the Americans already stepped up and gave the HIMARS and obviously attacked them. I mean, they've already shown they're all in. So why aren't we doing that, right? I still don't know the answer to that. But anyway, that's my answer. Sorry, I wish I could give you more, but I can't. All right, Doman, I'm going to cut off soon. So just so you know, without warning.
All right. Thank you for that. Yeah, you and your Faraday cage that you go into for the whole day. There's a flurry of questions, if you still have a second. What's gonna happen in Kherson? Any news? Any understanding? Any updates?
What's going to happen? That's a very broad question. I hope no one asks that. We don't know. Will the Russians withdraw? Will they be destroyed in place? Will they surrender? Will it be a bit of both? I suspect it'll be a bit of all three. I think the Russians don't have a game plan. I think they're just pie in the sky. I think everyone's just on their own right now. I really do. I think there's very little command and control. I think that they're trying to save as much equipment as they can. I think they're also trying to conduct a policy of scorched earth policy against the Ukrainians by destroying things in Kherson. And I think we're going to see more of that happening. Deportations, genocide, ethnic cleansing. That's kind of what's in store. That's my estimation.
Well, thank you for that. I think it was yesterday, 2 days ago, that the president's office said that this will be one of the hardest battles of the war still to come.
Yep, 100%. Definitely. Alrighty. I'm going to drop off now because I'm just going to lose reception.
No worries.
But
I'm
try to. All right, and Malcolm is going to come at 9 p.m. Berlin time. 9 p.m. Berlin time. Okay.
Sorry, Yehuda, as I'm driving, can you have a quick look as to Matthew, because he was wondering whether he could call in.
What time?
He wasn't sure. He's downrange today, but he might actually just, if they have a Starlink access, he might call in from there today or tomorrow afternoon. Have a look.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, thanks everyone, and we'll talk soon. I should try to be present in and around the day, the next 25 hours. I will be working. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Yehuda. And the situation in Shakhtarsk is becoming ever clearer. Apparently, there's a second fire after the Russians have managed to arrest the first fire and this of tanker cars, fuel cars, things that go on railways that are full of diesel. They have apparently been struck again about an hour ago, just over an hour ago, with apparently 3 Gimlers missiles. Again, some just over 50 kilometers behind the front lines in Donetsk Oblast. So yeah, well done, HIMARS operators. Since we're just talking about HIMARS and just how much of a difference they're making, well, at the very least, this much. Of course, a lot more still than this, but hey. Is Shakhtarsk the new Chernobyl? I don't know. I guess we'll never know. And if you're merely listening and would like to jump up and speak, do click that request button in the bottom left corner of your screen, because otherwise we can't affect that really. And that would simplify things to no end. Actually, I have had 4 different people, literally 4 different people, ask about what is going on with Berlin apparently being poised to allow a Chinese-owned firm to buy a German semiconductors factory in Dortmund, I think.
And that's yet another deal that they have to currently approve on, and under the same kind of title and laws which applied for the Costco pursuit of the harbor. And this is continues. This is just like in the US or in Britain or in France or the Netherlands, that the Chinese are trying to use the liquidity of their authoritarian government. And don't forget, not a single Chinese foreign investment is not coordinated with the party and to an extent the military. So that's what they do. This is their MO. And Germany has to wake up to the point that all the current acquisition procedures and processes need to be reviewed in a different way. This government, unfortunately, is incapable of doing so, as have the preceding governments failed to do. And this goes back to the era of the second Cold government in the 1980s, when the opening, which the Americans facilitated for China, was pursued. And since the entrance of China into the WTO, foreign direct investments in other countries have been allowed with significantly fewer constraints and restrictions. And as the Chinese have invested for many years in many countries, including their main trade partners, and Germany is evidently, given the size of its economy, its interaction with China, such as did the US over many years, is one of the biggest trading partners of China. China wants to glean as much technology know-how, process know-how as possible. Should the government hammer this out of the door? Yes. Should they deny it? Absolutely, especially in the current environment. Will this government learn? No. This government first needs to fall. It needs to be replaced. The leader of this government needs to be replaced. He has evidently shown that he has neither the desire nor the structure nor the capacity or willingness to learn. He can be pressured on certain elements. This is why we still campaign for free the efforts. That is an element of, in this case, logistics and maybe from his perspective, strategy, despite it just being tactics. But then again, there is the major difference vested in him. And as to strategic national security interest, he evidently has a completely different worldview, and that is mercantilist. And as we all know, mercantilism, Tim, should have died when?
Oh gosh, Adam Smith.
Adam Smith, exactly. Well, some people in Germany still need to read up on David Ricardo, and that hasn't really sunk in. And these things with the widgets, they probably have to deal with too, right? Okay, there you go. So that's that. So no, Germany needs to learn. It hasn't. People need to tell Germany.
All right. So the government hasn't done it yet, but were the government to do it, they would be in the wrong, so they shouldn't. And hopefully they won't, but they might, and that would be bad.
No. They are very well set to do so.
Chris?
I mean, it was also a problem under Merkel.
Yeah, Chris, I didn't say it wasn't. But the government,
it's a widespread problem in Europe. So
yeah,
I just retweeted an overview about all the critical infrastructure that is owned.
Chris, did you hear me?
Yes.
Please make sure that we don't conflate this. I traced it back to the second Kohl government in the 1980s, when the opening happened, and then the opening under the WTO clause, and then Germany's strategic decision specifically promulgated by the then, and now it comes, by the then State Prime Minister of Lower Saxony to allow Volkswagen to go all in and to allow Deutsche Messe AG to go all in and build the trade fair in Shanghai. And I can tell you the story because I was there with Engineer Herberts, and I was there when they were so happy that the Chinese could commit a whole division from the army to fix all the delays. The Germans from Volkswagen and from Deutsche Messe were super impressed. It's a German thing.
Can I say a word? There was widespread hope in the West, and the Chinese opening was very welcomed by a lot of countries, and everybody was hoping, with time and reforms and liberal end of history, the Chinese, now they are communist authoritarian regime, but comes time, they will be more liberal, and like South Korea or Taiwan, they will open up. There was a lot of hope,
Yeah,
and
I agree with you. There was a lot of hope.
It took a long time in the shadow of the fight against terror, the war against terror. The Chinese were developing further. Nobody was looking really at what the Chinese were doing. Now, this couple of years, the people and the politicians are waking up in the US, in Europe, and that is where we are now. But a lot of times under Kohl and 20 years ago, there was a lot of hope that they will, become a liberal democracy and open up.
I agree. I just said so, Chris. We are violently in agreement. But I do remember reports from, shall we say, German-speaking security agencies in the early 1990s warning about the Chinese.
Yes, that is right and correct, and that was their job, and they were right in their assessment. But politicians were hoping, it will get better over time. Give them some time. They are just in a transformation process, and everything will turn out fine. And that was the hope for a long time, too long.
Chris, are we in agreement that this is utopianism, which we have survived just now?
Yes.
So, are we therefore in agreement that Germany often enough falls back on Fichte and Hegel?
Yeah, we can talk a lot about Fichte and Hegel, but maybe we shouldn't bore the other guys.
Actually,
that's my hobby.
Trust me. But there you go then, Chris. The funny part is that essentially Dolman and we had this discussion here with many people because it is a matter of culture and philosophy and projection, and this utopianism, which is innate to a number of European countries in different forms. The French have their own utopianism, and we project rather than being realistic. And I'm not breaking here any kind of porcelain for the school of realists now subscribed by Mr. Mersheimer, who thinks he is realistic, but he's just nihilistic. No, cold-hearted, sober analysis is classically Anglo-Saxon and very, very, very boring in that regard. But it has one big benefit to it. It typically comes out right. Pragmatism matters a great deal. Values matter a great deal. The Germans project values upon others which do not exist, and then are always surprised that they're in their romanticist approach are disappointed later.
Axel, sorry, but come on, you're very harsh on the Germans, and I'm not want to defend the German government. They made a lot of mistakes, and we agree on that. But Anglo-Saxon realism look at Iraq and what they hope for. You know, we win the war, bring liberal democracy, and everything will turn out fine. We can talk for hours about American policies failures in the last 50 years and what they were hoping for and what was the outcome. So there's no denying that there was a lot of wrong assumptions.
Yeah, I'm not denying that there are certain things which have gone wrong, but I got to tell you one thing: at least they act. And by the way, the removal of Saddam Hussein was definitely the removal of a genocidal authoritarian dictator who should have been removed in the first. It's the first Iraq war where it was unfortunate that Storm Norman was stopped.
Yes, but you know, the mistake was after the second war, they just thought we were in democracy and everything will turn out fine, and they had really no plan what to do with the country. But that's a lengthy discussion, and I don't want to bore.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
I think we can.
There are a lot of
we could have put it.
You know.
That. No, but when you said, I think let's reel back to the other point. I'm not trying to be too harsh on the Germans. I think the Germans, because of their industrial capacity, because of their commercial power, because of you could go into granular level analysis and say because of the fact that they do have precision production of weapon systems, because they still have the possibility to generate liquidity when others can't. They have a different responsibility, and they should be disproportionately responsible for helping defend freedom. And they should be, for the first time in 110 years, be on the right side of history. That's the moral argument. And if they are confluent, meaning if they are both, say, supporting each other, then out of that both moral obligation and factual capacity, they should make more of it. And that's the only reason why I'm complaining.
Fair enough.
And we'll do an hour on Fichte and Hegel soon.
Yeah, we do.
Then, John.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's a lot of mistake that has been done. A lot of mistake in many countries, not only Germany. But the world changed on the 24th of February, and mistakes going forward should be pointed out. Absolutely. Well, if it's Germany or Sweden or anywhere else, it should be pointed out, and it cannot be swept away by saying that mistakes were made in the past. That doesn't fly, I think. I just read that article about the chip factory. I mean, that's outrageous, to be honest. We also did things in Sweden. Volvo was sold to Ford, and then he ended up in China. So yeah, I agree. Mistakes were made, but going forward, it's not acceptable, I think.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah, especially when there's something happened in between the wrongs, which is quite significant. 24th of February.
I guess notably 3 lefts too.
Sorry, Domin?
Silly joke. If you turn right or if you turn left 3 times, you end up in the same, oriented the same way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was the extent of it. So then, John, is there much public discussion nowadays after this, wanted secret military report, Swedish Army report on what the Swedish forces can spare, what the Swedish forces can send to Ukraine? Is there much public discussion about it, or is there a general belief that, well, whatever they can spare, it will be sent, and then possibly a little bit more anyway, and we should just observe silence until things actually show up in theater?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, discussions, excuse me, is probably the discussions we have here. And then it was clearly said when the report was handed over that it's confidential. So everything is just speculations. But the expectations are high. I think not only here, but everyone, among the willing, it's very high expectations. And also, I think this new government might change the strategy to go silent, under the radar with the packages, which is good, but also frustrating because we want to know. So let's see how they handle it.
There were some very pointed, very positive words specifically aimed at the Swedish defense industry. I forget by whom yesterday. Someone high in the Ukrainian military establishment, I think, possibly high up in government, possibly both. And I think that possibly says a lot. Maybe about their expectations, of just how much they might be able to sway the new Swedish government into helping more.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of pressure coming from Bofors and Saab and so on now to the government. I mean, this is basically an opportunity, as bad as it is.
That too, absolutely. LB617.
Oh, hi, Domin. Long-time listener, first-time speaker. As I say, just want to say thanks to yourself, Axel, and all the other regular co-hosts and whatnot for what you do here. Just a quick question, really, for Axel. I live in Estonia too. I'm not in Tallinn, near Rakvere, so in the countryside, so to speak. But in the long term, when
that's just a little drive away.
Yeah, just an hour. Well, bit more, I suppose, but yeah, just in the long term, when Ukraine is victorious and they manage to sort of stabilize their security situation, so to speak, with Russia, hopefully sooner rather than later. Eastern Europe as a bloc, as a group of countries whose obviously main security concern is Russia, going forward, as I see it now, they're sort of very much reliant on the West for arms and obviously the sort of strategic nuclear protection, the umbrella. In the medium to long term, is there the political will, the industrial capacity for Eastern Europe, say, for example, Ukraine, Poland, the Baltic states, to have sort of like a closer integrated security agreement amongst themselves and the ability to produce some of these more advanced weapon systems for themselves, so they're less reliant on the politics of the West? So, for example, if Germany continued its strategic naivety and whatnot, and France, I don't really see, from an Eastern European perspective, or a Brit living in Eastern Europe, I don't really see them as reliable partners. And it would be more comforting if this part of the world had more, let's say, in the medium long term, the ability to sort of produce weapon systems like HIMARS and whatnot, and is that even feasible? So that's my question.
Well, if you integrate Sweden into the whole prospect of this, then yes, Sweden has a very decent weapon systems manufacturing basis. Then you can do that. That's the only way to sort it. You have fine mechanical engineering in Finland. You have good industrial capacity there. Not on the level, for example, as to missile production, as to, for example, our friends in Munich could do that, or not Brunn. But it's difficult to build up something which takes generations and, certain quality in terms of industrial robotics and the likes. Should they integrate their intelligence? That's probably true, but then again, it's also difficult from a British perspective. If you want to create, for example, this wonderful union everybody has in mind, and which is happening informally at this point in time, or on a discussion basis between Britain, the Baltics, Finland, Sweden, Norway, possibly to an extent Denmark and Poland, that's helpful. It certainly is. And having Romania associated with that makes it more attractive. If you can integrate Slovakia, you have a real win. Whether the Czechs will go with it is a political question which I can't answer at this point in time, albeit that Mr. Janda has indicated that there's a certain level of amenity to the argument. But then it still would be hampered by the fact that Britain is part of the Five Eyes, and there are certain things it just can't do and won't do and shouldn't do. So on the intelligence level, you can coordinate matters greatly, but funnily enough, this does already exist. You do have NATO force integration units. The NFIU in Estonia, as you will fairly well know and be aware of, is well set up. Funny enough, it has a lot of Germans in it as well, and who perform, say, well with their colleagues. And the Brits are on location. The Canadians are in charge of Latvia. The Germans are in charge of Lithuania. There is regionally good coverage within NATO. And reinventing the wheel there makes relatively little sense. Building out industrial capacity is extremely hard and takes time. Taking hold of what is available in Sweden and can be integrated with Finland is good. Poland lacks the precision capacity for example, optics and the likes. You can't build this in such a short term. Neither should you need to. I think the argument should rather be that all these countries together should interact very closely with Germany as an ally and put peer pressure on it and agree with it that their politics actually are detrimental to the region. I think it's significantly more important to use the existing institutions and put collective pressure on the German political class to learn that the age of complacency is over.
Yeah, thanks for that, Axel. Yeah, I think I sort of, yeah, I agree. I mean, it's definitely for sort of Germany to sort of, as in the political class, not the people or the soldiers, like you say. I mean, that's, you know, public will clearly is for Ukraine, but it's for the political class to sort of mature into a more sort of like strategic outlook rather than sort of short-term Merkelitism, as you say. So yeah, thanks for that. I'll drop down now.
All right, when you're back in Tallinn, you know what to do.
Yeah, will do. I should buy you and Tim a coffee for all the work you do here. So
No, you don't need to buy us a coffee. No. We should have a beer again. Tim says hi, by the way.
yeah, okay. Hi, Tim. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Axel. Cheers. Bye.
Cheers.
So much of this will already be greatly improved. I'd like to note by the accession, at some point, of Finland and Sweden into NATO. It will just make it easier when the northern side of the Baltic Sea is integrated into the same as the southern side, right? Then, John, are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I am. I've been looking forward to that since the 80s, I think. So yeah, it's long overdue. Yeah, I read yesterday that Mr. Stoltenberg is going down to see Erdogan in the matter. So let's see what that is. And also, the Prime Minister here has talked to Erdogan as well, I think. But you never know. It's the Turkish president we're talking about. So let's see.
Tim?
Hi guys. I just had a question. I thought if I could ask, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I saw on one of Chuck's posts today how we're starting to get like 95% or 100% takedown of these suicide drones, the Iranian drones, and I just wondered, like, you know, at what cost is that? Obviously, it's good that they're taking them down, but is it being done in a sustainable way in terms of like, are they taking them down with sort of $1 million missiles, or is long term, are they going to be able to keep up that pace of being able to take down these drones?
So, very simply put, it's much cheaper to take it down than to let it hit whatever it intends to hit. Much cheaper, right? Regardless of how much the munition with which you take it out of the sky costs. Beyond that, yes, they can be taken down by autocannons, like on a Gepard or similar. They also get integrated. The Gepards, if my understanding is correct, and actually correct me on this, but I don't think you will, because I think I'm right, are integrated into the radar systems, which are, you know, bigger and stronger and more powerful, and have a longer reach and a better view of these things with relatively small radar cross sections. So they can you know, help point a Gepard in the right direction to help take those down. Now, obviously, those munitions are far and away cheaper. So there are plenty of other options. I wouldn't worry about that. It seems like, well, actually, it's funny because the first I've seen of this question was actually in the deepest, darkest depths of Russian propaganda telegram, suggesting that, oh, Ukrainians won't be able to do this for long because the, you know, Western air defenses are too expensive. So it seems like it's very much a Russian talking point that has permeated into the Western information sphere. So if anything, it should be shut down for the sake of that alone, if not for the fact that it's really not particularly based in fact. Right? Yes, Irish-T missiles cost a lot, but A, it doesn't matter because it still costs a lot less than the damage a loitering munition like that can do. And B, what's really great about them are the excellent radar systems that they bring with them, and that get integrated into the broader radar picture of Ukraine, helping other types of anti-air defenses, including plenty of legacy Soviet air defenses that aren't much good against fast jets, however, very good against flying lawnmowers.
Okay, thank you. So has Germany provided the Gepards now?
There are about 30 Gepards, I think, in service in Ukraine by now. The first ones were delivered at the end of July, and then they were sort of being added to throughout August and into September. Hopefully, more Gepards are to come. Hopefully, not just from Germany, but also from places like Romania. And there's been a question again raised about the Swiss-produced ammunition for Gepards, if that could be released finally. Let's see what the Swiss government decides on that, to have, you know, more munitions for them. But in principle, there are, you know, Gepards all over Ukraine, and now they're being tasked for even slightly different things than previously. In good news, I think yesterday was it 2K-52 helicopters taken down. Today, another one this morning. You know, as well as Sukhoi something or other, one of the ground attack jets, I think, of the Russians. So Ukraine seemingly has been doing really well at taking down, especially close air support, as well as these loitering munitions. 2 NASAM systems are either in Ukraine or will be in Ukraine momentarily as well. That's going to add a lot to the radars there. I think the training on the Aspida systems in Spain is concluding, so those will be going to be shipped soon. They're Italian manufactured, I think. And Spain is sending a bunch of Hawk air defenses, which are sort of 1980s US air defense missiles that Spain has quite a few of. They're sending the bulk of what they have. And there's suggestions that the US might be sending theirs as well, because exactly as you said, you don't need the biggest and shiniest missile to take down one of these Shahed 136 loitering munitions. You can do it with, you know, an older system, because it's flying relatively predictably and not that quickly, and you can use other stuff on those as well. But in relatively short order, Ukraine should be very full of both ADA radars and launchers, cannons, etc., to try to really saturate that air defense onion.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tim. And if you have a question, just like Tim, not the exact same question because I just answered that one. Do click that request button in the bottom left corner, and we'll bring you right up. I have to say, I'm still rather fascinated by yesterday's visit of the president of Guinea-Bissau to President Zelensky. Very interesting indeed. Very interesting. I've not. I think he might have been the first ever leader of an African country to have visited Zelensky since February 24th. What was even more shocking is apparently he tendered a request from Vladimir Putin that he's up for negotiations, because anyone's going to believe that, right? Are you Al Kilo or AI Kilo?
Al, but actually my real name is Tom. So anyways, thank you very much. It's first time morning call thing. I just have a question about what Alex was mentioning and about the great question about greater integration in Eastern Europe. So my family is from Poland originally. You know, I was looking just. I'm not an expert in this area, but just the population of Eastern Europe, and depending if you include the Nordic countries, is over 100 million people. So it's a big block, and if you add the Ukraine, it becomes almost, you know, equal to the population of Russia, and those are the countries that are most at threat. So, for example, Poland has, you know, done quite a bit, I think, during this conflict. But it seems like Germany is still playing by the pre-conflict rules, you know, withholding funds and, you know, much needed in Poland right now. And it's in a way to punish the existing, you know, people don't like the existing government in Central Western Europe. So they're punishing it and want them to lose the next elections that are coming up. And so it's really playing this kind of politics. And, you know, Germany is a really powerful country. And perhaps it's a little unfair. And so as long as this is happening, I mean, how is that going to be resolved? So recently, the former Minister of External Affairs, Sikorsky, gave a talk in Germany, and even he was pretty critical about the this overpowering, you know, self-interest of Germany. And basically sort of dictating terms on the neighbors, and whether that's really constructive. And do you have any thoughts about, you know, releasing those funds and perhaps starting to play by newer rules? I was just reading today that you know, the gas prices dropped dramatically in Europe, and that's because of import of Russian liquefied natural gas. I think it is at least 8% of the storage tanks were replenished with Russian gas, because there's a loophole that the liquefied natural gas can be imported into Europe. And so, you know, so on one hand, you know, Poland is being punished because some political issues. On the other hand, you know, Russia is being financed. The war is being financed through purchase of natural gas.
So I think you're ever so slightly conflating things, maybe. So I'll put it this way. The stuff between Poland and the European Commission is very long-standing. It's not to do with Ukraine one way or another. We can put it sort of to one side, because it isn't to do with Ukraine, right? It really isn't. It's been going on for years. I think you know that just as well as anyone else. As to gas, yes, it looks like a little bit of a travesty, doesn't it, when Russian pipelines to Europe are no longer functioning at much of a volume. However, LNG tankers going from Russia to other places in Europe are still going. Yes, it looks weird. However, it doesn't really make that much of a difference in practical terms, because in practical terms, the plan for Germans all along was to try to fill up the reserves with Nord Stream 1, really, for as long as that was still functioning, right? So okay, that wasn't functioning, but they just got more gas from Russia. The price going down only really negatively affects Russia when you think of Russia, Ukraine, and other European countries, right? The lower price only really negatively affects Russia, I guess Norway as well. And I wouldn't worry too much about that particular thing either. What it means is that prices are lower, so there's less legitimacy to any sort of nonsense protest movements that Russians would or actually will have wanted to engender in various European countries. And beyond that, it doesn't really make a difference because LNG is fundamentally fungible, right? So there's and then the third issue of releasing funds for Ukraine, that has been at least partially resolved, not entirely resolved as yet, but at least partially resolved, and that is being worked on. What should be done on the part of Germany, and this is something we come back to time and time again, is one very simple thing: release Leopards, release other, capital military equipment, and this is the real shame and the real problem here, much more so than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I see your point of view, but I do see also the importance of this integration of those Eastern European countries to be able to speak as a maybe more unified voice. I mean, I'm not at all an expert, but the crab system, for example, I mean, that was just two systems put together, and it seems to be fairly effective. That was one example of perhaps local, defense industries trying to come up with some solutions, creative solutions that are, people talked highly about this, system. So, and I kind of agree that there needs to be a sort of like the 3C better integration to be able to have a stronger voice. I mean, every country will, talk for, in their own, try to take things for their own citizens. That's normal, and Germany should do it just like any other country. But it's just a bigger country, and there needs to be better leverage on the eastern flank, which is really the flank of Europe, to be able to voice these kind of issues. And I disagree with it. I think the politics is not nice. I mean, this is dirty politics to withhold $30 billion. In this time, that's dirty politics, and it's just as a way to thumb the nose of a neighbor, in my opinion.
Again, it's a long-standing issue over certain provisions that Poland has the Polish government parliament have introduced. They're neither here nor there. They're not new either, right? They're from several years ago. So that's a fight that should have been fought out at the time, but is still apparently being clarified. One maybe ray of hope for you, if you'd like one. If you go back to the Swedish-led non-paper from early May, I think May 9th, you can find it on the Sweden in EU Twitter account, so the Swedish representation to the European Union. You will find a non-paper signed by then 13 EU member states, including all of the Nordics, all of the Baltics, Poland, Czech Republic, Romania, and 4 others, that effectively said, we don't really want changes here. We're good with how it is. And it is, I think, the first time that the Nordics, the Baltics, and the major eastern flank countries in Poland, Romania, and Czech Republic aligning in that way, all together, all at the same time. So maybe that can be a little bit heartening for you. Maybe no, maybe is, maybe isn't. But either way, Laudi.
Yes, I just had an idea about or thought about this Guinea-Bissau, in the sense that Dmytro Kuleba was in Africa just some weeks ago and started his tour from Senegal, which is a neighboring country to Guinea-Bissau. So I was just wondering if this is kind of Putin's attempt to intimidate Ukraine from growing ties to Africa by saying that I can manipulate the president of Guinea-Bissau to come to Ukraine.
Maybe. I don't really think so. So if you look at the party that the president, I don't think he's in a party anymore, but when he wasn't president yet, he was in a party called the Party for the Liberation of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. So Cape Verde Islands. I might have mixed up the letters and the order of the words a little bit, but something along those lines. And that's the party that, you know, back in the 60s basically ran an independence war from Portugal with the heavy aid of Soviet Union and others. And it really goes back to that as much as it goes back to anything else. The president of Guinea-Bissau, which is actually an OPEC member, which is possibly significant, tends to be very friendly with Russia for historical reasons, even though he wasn't yet born in the times, or was just about born when the War of Independence was still going on. But beyond that, you know, nobody would really have expected him to have taken a particularly different position anyway. Nor has he taken a particularly different position to Russia on various OPEC and OPEC Plus meetings, to the best of my knowledge. So I wouldn't look too deeply into it, really. I think much more than anything else, it's aimed at propaganda first and foremost. Not really aimed at propaganda, just aimed at being some content for the usual Russian propaganda, saying, you know, what are the look at how good Russia is. Russia just wants peace and other nonsense that nobody with a third of a brain could possibly believe. Joanna, good afternoon.
Yes, hello, Dawn. So I'm listening for all the morning now, but I have to work, so it's kind of difficult. I wanted to add to the confusion of European politics, if I may. So if you are interested in what the Romanian press is doing now, in fact, there is a large article about Netherlands and about the exemptions for the Russian ships. Apparently, 91 ships were exempted from the sanctions and were allowed to enter the Netherlands harbors. And in fact, this is related to Romania in a way, because the Netherlands is, I believe, the only country that opposes Romania entering the Schengen space. And Romania is really lobbying for this for a long time. In fact, the technicalities are prepared for 11 years, I believe. And we are trying to get into the Schengen space until the end of the year. Unfortunately, Netherlands opposes, even if the vote in the European Parliament was in favor of Romania entering the Schengen space. And the speculations in Romania are about the ports of Romania, well, the port of Constanța being kind of a competition for the port of Netherlands because of their proximity to the Mediterranean and so on. And basically, they are saying that Netherlands opposes to Romania on the ground of like corruption or things like this, but in the same time they are allowing the Russian ships to use their harbors. So another example of convoluted European politics. This is just for fun.
Thank you. And that's really interesting, actually. That they would have specifically, you know, singled out Constanța in this respect. But does it really?
No, so Constanța has a
How does the
Constanța has a lot of potential. Really, it has a lot of potential. It was a big harbor on communist times. Then, you know, about 15 or 20 years, Romania was not doing so good, so it wasn't developed. For the last about 10 years, they are trying to do this, to develop the port of Constanța. And Port of Constanța being a Schengen port will mean a lot, in fact. So it will be a large European port in the south of Europe that maybe would have a large share of the grain export, because besides Ukraine, Romania also exports grain, and even Bulgaria. So it would have a regional importance. Yeah, I don't know if at the moment it plays an important role. I rather think that not, but yeah, in perspective, it could take some of the merchandise that arrives in the northern Europe. I don't know. It's just a speculation.
so this is what I'm thinking, right? What I'm missing is the connection of this being a Schengen port, because Schengen is a thing for people, really, not goods. And of course, getting stuff on trucks across a Schengen border, yes, that's more painful because it takes extra time and therefore extra cost. But is it just about that, or is there some other component I'm missing?
No, I think it's just about that.
About.
I think it's just about that. So getting trucks over the Schengen border, it would have an importance on imports, things that arrive in Constanța and then go to Europe. For exportation, is rather not so, maybe not so important. I really don't know. I failed to seize the direct link, but apparently the political circles in Romania are convinced that it has to do with this. So yeah,
it's very interesting speculation. I just don't quite see it. I mean, as you say, you don't see it either. So it's not particularly helpful. Go, Mr. M. Explain what is the Dutch problem with Romania?
It's not entirely true that the Dutch are against, because the Dutch are not against Romanian to become a member of the Schengen area, as long as Romania comply to the, how do you call it? Doman, I will send
rules.
Yes, complies to the rules. This is from the president Rutte himself. He said that. Well, I sent you a translation for it, Doman, so you can read it. It's not totally true that the Dutch are against.
My understanding is that the Romanians claim they have satisfied all the rules for quite a while, right, Joanna?
Yeah, that's
kind of
the point.
disconnect.
That's the point. Yes, that's the point. In fact, they say that the rules are in place for the last at least 10 years, and there is no technicality left for this not to be on place. And apparently, in the back circles of the politics, they are accusing Romania of being a corrupt country as usual. And I'm not saying there is no corruption in Romania. Of course, there is. But again, they are pointing to corruption on the other side from it. They are pointing to what's happening in Germany with the relations with Russia, what's happening in Netherlands with these exemptions from the sanctions, and so on. So there is a debate right now. I really don't know where who is right, because I'm not really into politics. But again, this is a very important subject for Romania right now, because we have 2 months left until the end of the year, and practically our leaders promised Romanian people that will be in Schengen in 2023.
All right, thank you very much, Joanna. Then, John, you were waiting earlier, but then had to jump off. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Doman. I got some technical problem. But now I'm changing topic, so I hope that's okay.
Certainly.
Yeah, I don't see. Do we have any Norwegians here? Because I just saw an article about the guy they took in Norway, the Brazilian.
Which one?
guy.
Oh, the Brazilian. Okay, so it's very difficult because there's so
the
many.
latest one. Yeah, I think it's number 15 or 16. I can't remember. I stopped counting. But apparently, he's employed by a university and is doing research, or was doing research on hybrid warfare. And also, I read somewhere, now I can't find it again, that he had taken like training courses in what to do in the case of a gas leak accident and such things. So quite interesting development. And I assume he's not alone, neither in Norway or other places. So yeah, just throwing it out there. Just want to see if we had any Norwegians here who could maybe.
Well, we're getting a Norwegian. He's almost certainly not alone, of course, right? But what's particularly interesting is that previously he did, I think, a master's in Canada in a security-based field, and now this in Norway. It's very interesting how he'd be in such a very closely related field, but of course to allegedly conduct proper espionage in this regard, that was probably necessary the whole time anyway. Peter, what are we missing? You answered the call for Norwegian.
I was just going to sort of put the facts totally straight. He was not employed by that university. He was actually self-funding. So he had his own money. He showed up there and not showed up, but he applied to be associated with the Peace and Conflict Studies group at that university, and he was accepted and given a place to work there. And also, he didn't take a training course in this gas pipe sabotage, but he went to a seminar in Lithuania that was organized by an EU program to counter hybrid warfare. And one of the scenarios that they put up for that seminar was, what if there should be sabotage of these gas pipes? So it's just nuance to so that the space has an effect on the strait.
That's perfect, Peter. Thank you. Because you know how it goes. Something gets online and then it blows up. So that's exactly why we're here, I guess.
I have to say, I am quite astounded by the sheer number of Russians that are taken prisoner in Norway recently. I think they're realizing that it's much cheaper if they get everyone who is in Russia to be charges of the Norwegian penal system instead. That saves a lot of money.
Yeah, that's my hypothesis too. But jokes aside, I think we should view this event as totally separate from all the drone people who have been arrested. I think this guy has been, before coming to Norway, he was in Canada, and I was there as building his illegal background. So he has been at this for years, and probably the Norwegian authorities have been tracking him for months or even years before arresting him. They said that it's always a balancing act to decide when to arrest a guy like this. So they were implying that it was very deliberate that they arrested him at this time. Whereas the drone people, I think that's just Russia flooding Norway with a lot of expendable people to just create some fear and confusion. And I don't think they are significant in any other sense at all.
Well, do you know what? I would agree until yesterday, because yesterday this very interesting article came out suggesting that And I agree about all the ones that were arrested. I think all the ones that were arrested with small drones, sort of, little commercial quadcopter type things, and that's of course different, right? You think, oh, just a little toy sort of thing. What I want to highlight is yesterday there was a very interesting article. Let me just find it in Eldriba, something like that. Does that mean anything to you, Peter?
No.
Eldrima? No? Okay. Anyway, which said that apparently at least one of the drones that was observed over Norwegian offshore gas installations had a wingspan of over 7 meters. Like a Bayraktar TB2 has a wingspan of 12 meters, right? It's a big sort of munitions carrying drone, right? 7 meters is a big wingspan. You don't just go and buy that at your toy store, right? And that makes me think that there is something that was planned for a lot longer time with a lot more investment effort put into it. It also explains why they were able to observe things, or at least fly over these gas rigs that are 175 kilometers away from the coast. I think that's pretty significant as well. Right, the range of it, the communications that it has to carry. I think this in itself makes it much more interesting and much more relevant. Now, I don't think they actually picked up anyone with a drone or anything like that. But then again, the Norwegian security services aren't actually saying much or anything really about that. But that it does explain the range. It does explain various other things. However, for a drone like that, the theory was that they were operating off of ships. On a ship, you'd need some sort of a catapult, right? You need some sort of a launcher to be able to operate it off a ship. Alternatively, even if you're operating off of land, you have to have a launcher. You'd need a runway, right, for something as big as that. And I think that in itself is quite significant. Right? These aren't trivial operations. At least some of them are not trivial operations. Yes, the ones flying quadcopters over fjords that happen to have a transformer station somewhere next to it. That's probably one thing. But this is a whole other swarm of drones. Kettle of fish, swarm of drones, whatever.
I agree, but again, we live here in Norway year by year with the situation where the Russian fighter jets and bombers violate our airspace or the fly towards the airspace and break off at the last minute. They've been jamming the GPS of airports for years. There's been all kinds of testing our defenses and mild provocations to see what we will do. And I think again I agree that what you're describing and those offshore drones and also some ostensible research vessels that are clearly intelligence vessels that are doing going over gas pipes and stuff. All of this is military and it's not innocent, but again it's sort of the pattern of provocation and testing us and just seeing what we will do. And yeah, it's not nothing to be unduly worried about. Of course, we need to respond. Of course, we need to keep track of it. Of course, we need to be vigilant. But there's no reason for panic.
All right, thank you, Peter. Yeah, no reason for panic, absolutely, and being vigilant crucial. Marcus and then Richard. Christian.
Thank you, Dom. And I just want to clear up a bit about Constanța port, which is in no way comparable to Amsterdam or Rotterdam. That is just a non-subject, in my opinion. It was a propaganda line fed by an ex-party leader from Romania, a leader that tried to copy Orban a bit. But the unfortunate truth is that the Dutch do block Romania, have been blocking them for a long time, even though on this, Ioana was right, we have been ready, at least for the technical prerequisites for Schengen, the MCV. Of course, it's all good for 11 years. So the only reasons right now are political, from Mark Rutte and his party. The problem is he didn't say he won't. The proof that even though it's all
ask for negotiations, because whenever something it's true, they vociferously deny it.
Yeah, that's true. I get a little confused sometimes with the double negatives, but yes, Solomon. So they did. It's kind of hard to operate from the Kremlin point of view. Yeah, you're right. That's a fair point, but yeah, for some reason they're hanging him out to dry as if they did not do this. So whatever.
All right, thank you very much, Sparkles. I'm just fascinated by, like, who thought, yeah, this guy, this is gonna be the guy that's gonna change things, of course. Richard, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Just a quick question, because something I noted while scrolling through Twitter is that there was a mention that the United States might provide Ukraine with some older AA systems. Obviously, the main talk is about NASAMS, and understandably, but you know, Hawks, that was the one. And, you know, I've just got me thinking really, because there was some discussion last night on the space about the NASAMS that were provided, that they came straight from Raytheon, that you know, some of them may have been originally intended for Qatar. The long and short of it is that it looks like the US is having to deliver them fresh from the factory because of, obviously they don't have them in the surplus or whatever, in storage or whatever. So my thinking is, or my question is, or it has to be better to have something than nothing, even if it's an older system, because with these Iranian drones are quite slow. They're probably quite predictable at this point as to which direction they came from. So, you know, a numerous amount of lower end systems would probably benefit, you know, is obviously going to be a benefit. And not mentioned, but I often think, do US even have even older systems that they're just never going to use? And I mean, I would struggle with the pronunciation, but I think it's a Chaparral missile system. It's quite old now, but some countries still use it. I think Egypt still uses it. I wondered if the US still has those. You know, you just park a load of those around, and key facilities, especially energy facilities, because that's the, you know, that's the flavor of the month for Russian terrorism at the moment. Yeah, I just wondered if I had any information, any thoughts, any updates on those points.
So on the Hawks, I think Hawks are very good for this. Because these Iranian loitering munitions, I mean, they don't exactly travel at Mach, 2.3, and right, they're relatively slow. They're relatively easy to hit. If you're trying to take them out with a missile like that, it doesn't have to be the newest and the best. It's going to be just fine to use more of these. And right now, just the volume is a bit of a problem, right? Just the sheer amount of coverage is a bit of a problem. I'm told here on the space by people who should know that these Hawks integrate well into all the modern radar systems, data links, which is great, because they should be able to, get radar feeds in from NASAMS as well as other radars that they come equipped with. But altogether improving both the radar coverage as well as missile coverage of Ukraine. I think it's fantastic. Spain is sending 2/3 of their Hawk inventory, I think. At least that was reported somewhere. Let's not assume it's necessarily true, but they're definitely saying there's definitely strong rumors that they are. If US sends a bunch as well, I think that all of that together would really make a big difference when it comes to especially knocking off these loitering munitions reliably, relatively on the cheap, over a very wide area. The older thing that you mentioned, I don't know if they still work. The Chaparral. I have no idea if they still function. I think Portugal has some. I think Portugal might actually still be using them. So maybe that's the way to go. I don't know. I have no idea as to their capabilities. Can't really say anything, but honestly, do you know what? It goes 160 kilometers an hour and it's powered by a lawnmower engine and it flies in a relatively straight line. I think these things would be able to take them down. Just to guess.
Well, Yeah, I mean, that's my thinking. Even if these older systems don't integrate, I mean, I don't come from a naval background, but obviously there are people on this space who do come from a naval background. And from what I understand of naval air defense, let's say, is you have stuff that takes stuff out at long range. And if that doesn't work, you have stuff that then shoots it down at medium range. And if that doesn't work, then you literally have a guy on a machine gun, that takes stuff down at very short range. And that sort of defense in depth is even if these older systems don't connect up to the bigger wider thing, but somebody can look at a screen, point it at a thing, and press a button at the last minute. Those older systems, they're not going to work. They're not completely useless. And at this point, flooding Ukraine with these systems just makes it more and more difficult. And especially, like I say, when we're trying to cover the energy infrastructure of Ukraine, I mean, I'm sure there's military planners who know much more than me who are sitting there making all these considerations. But I would hope that they would consider anything and everything at this point, even if they are then replaced later on with more high-end systems. Because to me, you want to use your high-end systems on the really bigger threats that these lower-end systems perhaps will struggle with. But at least for these drones, they, like you say, they fly very slow in a straight line. These low-end systems seem perfect for that. Anyway, that was it.
Yeah, I concur. Is all I can say. I concur. I would love to see all of these hawks and whatever else in Ukraine taking down whatever Russians might be lobbying at Ukraine. For some things like ballistic missiles, the better cruise missiles, yes, you will need to use IRIS-Ts or NASAMS. For these things, go for it. Just more is actually better here. More is definitely actually better here. Thank you, Richard. Yes, and of course, before anybody comes, yes, there's a training consideration that matters. Of course, we know that's self-evident. Torixas, go ahead.
Hi, Domin. Yes, thank you. This was in reply to Christian and the Schengen thing. Do you want me to address that from the Netherlands?
If you can be real quick, go ahead. But basically, I think if I understand it correctly, there's a disagreement between the Netherlands and Romania whether Romania fulfills conditions. Is that right?
Yeah, and that is right, and it's only political. And the last thing I read about it, it's about not housing enough refugees, and not so much corruption anymore. But that's what I read.
Right. Okay. So
That's,
basically, they're
correct.
Okay, Joanna.
Yeah, it's interesting this thing about refugees, because generally we do like to house refugees, but they do not like to stay in Romania because they want to go to the West. So it's kind of strange. Anyway, I wanted to change the subject and ask you a very personal question, Domin. So is the Slovenian government going to hold responsible Russian government for copyright infringement for using Slovenian photos for their allegations about the dirty bomb?
So a bunch of people sent this to me today. I know exactly what you're talking about, because it to me today saying, oh, look, this is the pictures that Russian propaganda has been using in attempting to accuse Ukraine of making a dirty bomb actually come from some training exercise in Slovenia or some such, and an old one, and it's actually just bits of plastic in a plastic bag. Of course, it looks completely useless to everyone. And actually,
apparently there are smoke detectors.
Oh, that's what they are, right? Yeah. Sorry, I was reading this, 2-3 days ago in Slovenian news already. It's just that it permeated slowly into the the Anglosphere, I guess, into the English-speaking world. I don't think they're going to do anything about it. To be honest, But it is amusing, undoubtedly, and I think that in itself is did they really think it's not going to be obvious? It feels kind of like local Russian Navy recruitment officers putting a big poster of an American aircraft carrier on the wall, right? Saying, this is Russian. This is the glorious ship that you will get to serve on in the Russian Navy. This Nimitz class aircraft carrier. It just sounds a lot like that. Did they really think nobody's going to find them out? But then I realized that it doesn't matter to them because they're only talking to A, their domestic audience, and B, tankies. So it doesn't matter. So they can do whatever the hell they want because they are already they're preaching to the choir, right? They're trying to convert the converted. They're trying to convert the already true believers. Yeah.
Yeah, I just like a sample of the language. I'm reading the translation of the statement from Dmitry Polyansky. So he said in his word, it's translated, "I don't mind people saying that Russia is crying wolf if this doesn't happen, because this is a terrible, terrible disaster that threatens potentially the whole of the earth." So these are the words. This is the language. From Kremlin spokesman, ambassador to United Nations.
If only, I think he's the deputy specifically. I think he's the deputy ambassador to the UN. But yeah, I agree. It's maybe he is the ambassador. I don't know. But this is it, right? If only there were a very easy way to prevent this. If only there was an easy way to prevent it. First, don't start with it, and B, Russia, just don't use one. It'll be fine. Then the disaster will not happen. It is that easy. It's very amusing.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? They're using pictures from Slovenia. They're using some sort of propaganda film that was shot in Syria in 2017. Maybe CJ can tell us more about that one. They're just taking things from wherever they can in order to push their nonsense, silly propaganda. But then again, that is what Russia does, right? It's very amusing when you actually know what's going on. Although one can maybe this is something that needs to be publicized much more widely. Russian intelligence services that claimed that Ukraine is going to do something awful have discovered a Slovenian training exercise from 12 years ago, and are using that as evidence. Excellent.
Anyway, they are all over the place now. They changed the nuclear with the dirty bomb. They changed the denazification with desatanization. I guess they are out of subjects to bring into the public. They are just
they always need something new, right? They always need something new because they can't just keep repeating the same nonsense over and over again. Somebody might realize it's complete nonsense. So they need new material. The true tankies stick with the old stuff, right? They'll keep pushing the old stuff. But yeah, it's all right, I guess. All we can do is say, hey, people, that's nonsense. That's all made up. Don't fall for that stuff coming out of Russia. Don't fall for all the stuff that they throw at the wall. There's a different S word I was gonna use. It's a letter shorter, but I went with stuff. Because that is very much their strategy. That is generally their tactic. It is throw things at the wall until something sticks. And they just well,
it's ridiculous.
They just keep doing it. It is precisely, Mr. M. Helmi, go ahead. Oh yeah, Mr. M.
Wait a minute.
Helmi, and then we'll go to CJ.
Right. I just want to say to Iona, I have sent you something in your DM. Just read that. It will make some points clearer. And let's go on.
Excellent.
Thank you. I've
Helmi?
seen it. Thank you.
Helmi?
Hello. Yeah. Or maybe I wanted to react on the Netherlands and the Romanian problem.
Okay,
but I think
can we move on from that, because I think we've
oh
discussed
yeah,
it to
Already
death.
cleared.
of course, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Helmi. Thank you very much, CJ. So let's talk about Russian propaganda designs and their excellent cinematographic work that they're recycling from 6 years ago from Syria. I mean, you know, you've been trained in some of these things, not in bad cinematography, I don't think, but in other matters. You know, when you see this, do you just look at that and think, oh, bloody amateurs, or what?
Well, I mean, I'm definitely not well versed in, you know, at least military information operations, which is kind of what this is all about. But what I would say is some of the narrative lines coming out from the military point of view are just absolutely ridiculous. So, what I'm referring to is, you know, in terms of chemical weapons or nuclear weapons, one of the talking points I'm seeing now, and it's important for the great people here to know, is that, you know, Russia's claiming that basically if there's any sort of unconventional weapon used, it won't be that by them, because their weapons are of the highest grade, both chemical and you know, nuclear, and they would be so devastating that it wouldn't look like a dirty bomb or anything like that. And this is the same line they tried to use in Syria, and this is even what the Syrian government ended up saying. The Syrian government said, look, if we use chemical weapons on our people, which by the way they did, it would be way more effective than this. This is clearly some rebels putting together a makeshift bomb. This isn't our professional chemical weapons. But the reality is, for people that don't know these things, is there's a reason why these weapons aren't used very often, and it's not because they're horrible, right? I mean, that's a little bit callous of me to say, but it's true. If the weapons were very effective at achieving their mission, they would be used regularly since World War I when they were first implemented. And the reality is they're just not very effective at achieving military goals because they can overcome by proper dispersion, proper gear. So when we see these people making videos, you know, I think most of the goal here is just to not just to scare people, but just to get people talking about it and away from the fact that Ukraine is having such gigantic military success. And just to reiterate that if these weapons were as powerful or potent as the Russians said, or they were going to use them, they would have used them long ago. And it's just no one's used them really since World War I in a military setting for that very reason. They're just not very good. The conventional weapons are much more deadly and much better at achieving the military ends than any sort of the non-conventional ones.
But CJ, why would their stuff not be of the highest grade and highest quality? I mean, if you just look at their, you know, the sheer quality of their trenching and other defenses, why would you not think that their, you know, other things they make wouldn't be of top quality?
Well, I mean, it's also one of those things where, like, you have to think, you know, to your point, Doman, you know, these Russian military weapons, just the conventional high explosive ones, are guided by their, you know, crappy GPS knockoff GLONASS and other things, and they're just not very accurate. And, you know, whether they're aiming for that playground or this school, they're hitting, you know, the other one. So they're not even hitting their intended targets, which are still civilian infrastructure. And so you have to ask, well, okay, their other weapons certainly aren't going to be better. But then you have to factor in the fact that all these other weapons are area weapons, right? They're not designed for point targets like high explosives are. They're designed just to destroy, you know, people over a large space. So you combine the inaccuracy of just the Russian weapons in general with the idea that the weapons aren't supposed to be accurate to begin with. I mean, it's just going to be, they're going to hit woods around it. That's why this whole Chernobyl line is coming up and not anywhere else, because Russia knows that if they were to do some nonsense there, one, they're going to miss, but two, you know, hey, look, it's Chernobyl there. That's a radioactive place. This is a good place for this to happen. I mean, it's just utter nonsense.
In other Russian propaganda news, CJ, yesterday there was a notes from a veteran, as a Telegram channel, apparently, saying that you know, there's Ukrainians already training on Abrams in Kharkiv Oblast on the American tanks. It's great news, glad to hear it. And B, almost as interesting, and I'd love you to comment on both of these, that HIMARS haven't really changed anything to do with the development of the war at all.
Yes, there was a
Have
telegram
you taken this? Have you taken this to your rocket artillery, colleagues and said, "Look, you're just wasting your time"?
Well, no, but I did take the notes from Reuters, which again, love them or hate them, they reported on a very interesting set of documents captured from Balaklia, which is one of the first towns to fall in the Kharkiv counteroffensive in the beginning of September. And I mean, I wouldn't trust some random guy on Russian Telegram, but I might trust the Russian military reports a little bit more than that. And what they were saying was just, pretty much what we say in the space every day. The Russian military commander was saying that HIMARS had devastated their artillery positions and their ammunition, and the situation was desperate, and that they were, across the board at about 25 to 40% manning, either due to killed, captured soldiers or deserted soldiers. I mean, they were just in a bad state where, battalions that were supposed to have about 240 people only had 40 or 50 people when the attack started. So they had been so severely reduced. So, I mean, it's not that I trust Russian military commanders necessarily, but I mean, if they're trying to get, you have to think, if they're trying to get help for their situation and they're stuck in Ukraine, they're going to probably be, more of a, not trusted. That's like the wrong word. They're going to probably be more realistic about the situation than some random people on Telegram saying that there's Abrams tanks and the situation is fine, right? I mean, they want more support. I mean, it normally would go the other way, right? Normally they might over exaggerate the situation to get more support if they're not getting it. But at the same time, I mean, this all lines up with what the Ukrainians saw when they captured these positions. Caleb Larson himself, when he was there, just saw the millions of rounds in just over the course of 4 or 5 ammo depots destroyed or captured. I mean, it was just incredible. So, the Russians online seem to be much more tough than the Russians in the trenches and reporting from the front, to say the least.
So you're saying that the Russian internet propaganda might not be entirely true? Sorry, I had to. Sparkles, I'm sure you have a serious question for CJ.
Well, no, I just wanted to let you know how ineffective the HIMARS have been. I just posted a video giving credit to Real War. That's who posted the video from Telegram about. It's actually the Russians who captured this video of a whole warehouse of destroyed equipment. And it looks really ineffective. It looks like there's a lot that could be salvaged there. Maybe a couple of poles keeping the roof on. Hopefully they'll be able to steal that and bring home to their wives. But yeah, HIMARS are very ineffective.
Evidence is really rolling in, isn't it, CJ?
Well, it's interesting. We saw a lot of HIMARS strikes over the last month on specific artillery positions, and just, Ukrainians using incredible skill to target, Russian military frontline units. But this shift in the last few days that Sparkles is getting at is very interesting to me. We saw the reports about the gas prices and Europe, being in a better state perhaps than they had initially planned for the winter. And then also, the Ukrainian conservation of energy efforts going as well as you could expect. Yes, 30% of their power infrastructure has been destroyed or damaged by Russian munitions, but they're still holding on strong, and it's a slightly warmer than average winter, which is good news in that situation. But with Russians moving inside Ukrainian homes for the winter, and this has been reported mainly in Zaporizhia and in Kherson areas that they haven't necessarily been in as long as Donetsk and Luhansk. What's happened is, they're forcing Ukrainians out of their homes, which they've been doing the whole time, but they're doing it for the winter. So they're setting up winter quarters for commanders and also for command posts. I mean, this is not a great strategy in a war against an opponent that has precision munitions and a very hostile population that's going to report where these are. So these, generally probably won't last very long. It's unfortunate for the Ukrainian houses, but when the Russians move out of their vehicles and out of the woods into these houses, they become a lot easier targets, sorry to say, for the Ukrainian infrastructure. But with this oil fire and these train fires, coming into Donetsk, I mean, this is just incredible to me that Russia just forgot about HIMARS, I guess, because their logistics weren't being as targeted as much recently. But if Russia can't bring, natural gas or oil or electricity to the areas where they're trying to run military operations, that is going to be just infinitely worse than them taking pot shots at Ukrainian civilian infrastructure, right? I mean, it's obviously deadly when, you don't have power for hospitals, and, accidents can happen. And obviously the workers trying to repair them, I mean, it's not great. But if your military doesn't have fuel or energy going into the winter, I mean, they are just so screwed. It's just going to be ridiculous. So the fact is, yes, it's a race to keep the Ukrainian infrastructure alive, but it's also a race to destroy the Russian energy infrastructure, in the occupied parts of Ukraine, because that is not something you can come back from, because you need power not only for your command posts but for your communications. Obviously, you need to get fuel up to your vehicles, and they are a vehicle-heavy fleet. They can't fire artillery from self-propelled guns without fuel. So, yes, Ukraine is relying on it, but Russia is much more reliant on it, which is just setting them up for even more disaster this winter.
So two times now Shakhtarsk has been hit in 2 days. The fuel train in Shakhtarsk, CJ. It was probably the same train still, right? Or the remnants. They didn't bring a whole new one in. Ukraine just hit whatever was still left there after the first one went up in flames, right?
I think what I understand it is, one strike was deliberately targeting the train itself, which, obviously is not there for very long. And then the other strike was on the rail infrastructure, or the change line, or something to do with the maintenance and upkeep of the station, so that, once the train that could have escaped was burning, then they can hit the station that's, not going anywhere.
All right. Yeah. So more pictures twice in the same place. CJ, this is a question I wanted to ask you earlier, because you could have keeps bringing up this word, and I don't really understand what it means in practice. And apparently, it's not just me who doesn't really understand it. Pre-sighted. Could you go deep in and explain how that works in practice when a target is pre-sighted?
I mean, it's like a World War II term. It has really no meaning for artillery nowadays. Basically, it refers to the idea that you plan ahead where you think the enemy might be or where you're going, and you can already pull the grid coordinates. So basically, an intersection or a building, and basically do the math ahead of time for the fire mission. That way, when it comes time to shoot it, it goes 10 times quicker. So the other thing too is, if you have a target reference point, which is the modern term for pre-sighted, basically what you can do, and what the Ukrainians have done with excellent skill, especially with the river crossings, is you sort of have a visible point, or something everyone can identify, like a bridge. That's something that's not going to move. A bridge, a pole, an intersection, and you can use that as sort of your your base idea of where the enemy is, and then adjust based off there. It's called a shift from known point. And so what Ukraine has done over the last 8 years in the Donbass, in all these defensive areas, is they've mapped out everywhere that could be targeted, mainly where the Russians could go by, and sort of done the math generally ahead of time, not necessarily the specific elevation for each gun, but they have sort of the general plan. And that's kind of one of the good things, is it can be used on the offense and the defense. So for the defense, it's good to say, hey, we want to hit this intersection when all these Russian tanks come through. But now in the offense, you can say, well, we know the Russians are going to retreat through here. We can use the Rams mines, so the artillery spread mines at this intersection. It means that will mean the Russians will be stuck on this road, and then we have this pre-sighted target to hit them on that road, et cetera, et cetera. So this is something Ukraine has done very well with, a seventh or a tenth of the artillery of Russia. They're just much better at planning it.
So really, you're saying is just a list of places, or a list of a bunch of pins on a map of where to go hit nowadays, because you don't need to do all of the maths anymore the same way as you used to.
Well, so this is an interesting thing that I guess I don't think many people necessarily know, but there's only very certain areas you can fire artillery, especially larger systems. And both Russia and Ukraine know this, and the terrain in a lot of areas is not suitable. So what does that mean? Well, it means if only, like, if you're in a certain area, an area of operations, there's like 3 fields you can shoot artillery from reasonably. well, you know all the roads leading to them, and so it's basically a battle of who can plan better between getting to that firing point and shooting and getting away safely. But you have to go in and go out a completely different way, so it becomes a very difficult thing to plan, especially when you have that many artillery pieces to go through. So really, it becomes a matter of who's quicker, who's better at planning, and this is just something the Ukrainians excel at, and why they've been so successful for so long. It's not due necessarily to the better artillery systems, one for one. It's really due to the fact that they're just so much better at planning and managing talent, which sounds like a boring thing for human resources in our army that people just don't like to talk about, but that couldn't be more important to the Ukrainians. It's really all brain power that's doing this, and just a knowledge of the craft at the end of the day.
CJ, is it also fair to say that essentially modern artillery not only requires exactly that brain power and very, very delicate understanding as to the interaction of both the kit itself, the targeting system, and the overall sensor array at hand, but that it requires to understand how the interaction can be changed by you influencing it. So that as a human being, you play a vital role, because your own computer, you just said brain power, your own computer is so much more versatile, and you still need to make these decisions. But can you talk a little bit about how the fire control systems they are using are currently integrated?
Yeah, so the big difference with the systems that were given, both a lot of the 777s, not all of them, and the ones, the Caesars, the Panzer howitzers, and more, all have GPS basically in the vehicle. And so what does that mean? Well, military grade GPS for these systems means they can know exactly where they are at all times. Yes, you could do that with a map. You could sort of, guess, but it knows precisely where it can self-locate all the time. And what that allows you is to always be able to shoot fire missions wherever and whenever you are. If you're on the move, you can do it. You can just stop in the road and immediately shoot. If you are, in a new area you've never been to, you can immediately shoot. And so it solves about half of the problems for you automatically. The first problem being where exactly you are, which is important to know. And the second problem being, where exactly you want to shoot. And now we know drones, figure most of that out about where they want to shoot. But for the Russians, they're having a very difficult time telling where they are. And if they don't have GPS or these systems, then it relies entirely on their brain power. And well, the Russian brain power isn't that strong, especially if they have 50 to 60-year-old maps telling them where they are. Or, God forbid, they're using commercial GPS that's being jammed or spoofed. There's been several cases now where Russians, have just used commercial GPS, like just a Garmin or a watch. And, lo and behold, the Ukrainians were messing with it, and they fired on themselves. These are things that really happen. And you'd have to have the brain power to look at a grid from GPS and be like, I don't think that's right? That you always need to check. We call it a second independent check. But, it's just good to know. You don't want to get so focused on these systems and these computers where you kind of lose sight of what's going on. And, Russians don't really have the brain power or the technology. They need to have one. And thankfully, to start the war, Ukraine didn't necessarily have the technology, but they certainly had the brain power. And now they have both. And that's why, they're holding off and advancing on so many fronts.
I tried to get Thanos up, and in that very moment when I tried to get him up, he actually is coming up. So I thought he could add something to exactly that topic for a second, if you don't mind. And I apologize for jumping in the queue, but I think it's vitally important. Thanos, we've been talking I think you heard us. We've been talking about fire control systems and the impact of both the kit which has been delivered, which, yes, for all sakes and purposes, comparatively old, to what is in use in the West, and specifically in the United States or in the Navy. I'm not going to sing, but can you talk to that, how important these integration approaches are, and what the Ukrainians are effectively doing by marrying all these systems together?
Yeah, no problem. So what we're talking about here is closing what's called the fire control loop. And there's two different ways to think about that. You can look at it systematically, which is basically your systems and elements that detect, right? So things that are actually being your systems, which through active emissions, passive emissions, eyeballs, what have you, detects that there is a threat out there, then there is what's called the control function, which is the ability to actually develop a track on something to do weapons pairing, and then the engage portion, which is the decision to actually prosecute that target, and then to put ordnance onto it, and then to assess it. Now, a little bit easier way of thinking about this is what we call F2T2EA, which is find, fix, track, target, engage, and assess. And it's a little bit more accurate than detect, control, engage. And the necessity of it is basically that in the modern battle space, you have a tyranny of distance. And what that implies is that your enemy can reach out and touch you from far away. So you want to be able to outstick them. And the threat is coming at you fast. And you need to be able to engage it as quickly as possible. So you need to close that fire control loop of find, fix, track, target, engage, assess as absolutely quickly as possible. And that requires a high degree of automation. The only way you can achieve that automation is if you have what we in the Navy would call a combat management system, what I believe the Army refers to as a fire control system. So you need some kind of centralized combat management system or system of systems that does the majority of the computational work for you. So you still need a human either in the loop or on the loop to make the decision to put ordnance on target and to configure your system in order to manage how much emissions you want to put out there, what kind of a signature you want to put out there, potentially where you would like to place your sensors and your effectors being either kinetic ordnance, or you could use some kind of non-kinetic such as lasers or high power microwave, electronic attacks, cyber effects, what have you. But I cannot overstress the absolute importance of having a fully integrated fire control system. Now, are there times where you can get away with it and still deliver excellent effects? Yes. The Ukrainians and Raytheon engineers have demonstrated this with HARM missile integration into the MiG-29K. That was not a fully integrated job. That is literally hanging the HARMs onto modified pylons on the MiG-29K and having a independent toggle that you could use to drop that ordnance once it has acquired a radar beam to ride all the way down to the antenna or antennae. But when you're talking about having to deal with, large numbers of incoming threats for air defense, when you're talking about prosecuting large numbers of complex tracks such as jets, or if you're trying to go after a large number of targets on the ground, the more automated you are on the computation side, the less you have to worry about doing the math, and the more you can focus on the tactical level of warfare and the operational level of warfare, which, to be honest, human beings probably function best at the operational level of war. We struggle at strategic because we have a hard time assimilating that vast amount of data in order to really come up with good strategy. We really struggle at the tactical because it's such a technical undertaking, especially when you're talking about air defense or any of those kind of really fast moving warfare areas. But to have the assistance, the computational assistance of a fire control system or a combat management system to aid you in that, and to basically just put the human ideally on the loop so that you are commanding by negation, i.e., I'm going to go kill everything in this area unless the human orders me not to. And that is your ideal setup. And that is what modern combat management systems are all moving towards. Standing by for any questions.
CJ.
Yeah, so I mean, the fire direction for the Army is, there's a lot of similarities and overlap with the Navy and the Air Force in terms of how it's processed. Unfortunately, we all have different terms, and there's even different targeting cycles for different groups, even though they're functionally doing a lot of the same things. What I would say is I'm working on a translation and getting a translation for a video that just released about M777s in Kherson, and they basically break down how this system that's not necessarily automated, but is just high quality, and how the people are integrated in that targeting system so well. And I think that was one of the reasons why, and maybe Thanos has a different point of view, why we sort of assumed the Russian army was so strong, because they had all these automated systems. They have all this doctrine that basically looks somewhat similar to ours in terms of how they can employ massive amounts of firepower quickly on their adversary, but it's just not how they're doing it now. Yesterday we talked a lot about the Shahed drones, from Iran that are coming, into Ukraine, being transported by truck or train or rail into Crimea, into Ukraine, and then shot from there into Odessa, and so on and so forth. And basically these loitering munitions, which are 80 kilograms of explosives at most, 400 pounds total, are filling the role of ballistic and cruise missiles, and it's just they're not getting the same effects. Not only are they being shot down nowadays almost 95% of the time, but they don't pack the same kind of punch. And so when you try and mix and match different systems to kind of make up for this goal of just mass casualties or infrastructure damage, and not following your doctrine, it is not very effective. And that's why, granted, the airborne in the military, or at least the American military, does things manually, because when you jump in, you don't have access to all the nice tools that the armored or mechanized forces, so you have to do way more by hand. But I think that's one of the reasons why Ukraine is generally so successful. They're well drilled on the basics, and they fundamentally understand the command and control process. And that's how they're able to leverage their limited equipment so well. Because on paper, Russia has more automated systems and they have more people. And for all intents and purposes, you would therefore, expect them to do much better, but they're not, because, well, for whatever reason, their people are picked based on nepotism, or they don't retain talent. And that really will be, I think, a deciding factor is the Ukrainian human aspect of this. And also, of course, more aid, whether it be, longer range missiles, et cetera, et cetera. We were talking also just briefly, with John Ridge and others, explaining this sort of shift from Tochka use to HIMARS, and how basically the principles are the same, right? You have a mobile missile system, but you get more accuracy, you get more speed, you get more missiles, you get a quicker reloading time. So you basically are giving Ukraine something that they're already pretty good at, and you're giving them the capabilities to do it even better. You're not trying to reinvent the wheel. You're not trying to force a different way of war on them. It's all about, enhancing Ukraine's capabilities as they exist now, and taking them to the next level to defend their country, as opposed to trying to, force their military to do it our way, let's say.
So better decision-making capacity, more speed, and therefore actually more speed at hand when you've decided. Prior to that, also more time to decide, given that you have better tech at hand.
Yeah, and people talk. I saw a couple posts today about adjusting HIMARS, and that got me thinking a little bit, because, well, HIMARS shoot GMLRS or TACMs, and these are precision-guided missiles. You don't really adjust them per se, but I think what they were trying to say, and it may be just a bad machine translation on my part, was they can throw up a drone, and that drone can spot a target, and they can process a fire mission for literally a missile within 20 minutes, which is just something that Russia cannot do. Russia cannot do this because, one, their drones are kept with their fire direction centers, meaning their artillery controls them, not their air force or anything like that, and they're not talking to each other. So if they wanted to do like a ballistic missile strike, as reported by Bellingcat, I think 2 days ago now, it has to go all the way back up to Moscow. They have to approve flights. Everyone has to decide on it. I mean, it takes days, if not weeks, to decide to shoot a mission. And that just means they're just so much slower than Ukrainians. And unless they change, even if they changed it, they still would lose. But that's, a key factor in why I think they're not even able to really hit the Ukrainian military if they want to, because the Ukrainian military has a wider footprint. They're on the move. They have active protective measures, and they just are simply better at this whole targeting idea.
Very good point. Thanos, you wanted to add something to that?
Yeah, thanks. Can't disagree really with anything CJ is saying. The one thing I would add is that None of the Russian automation, none of their 5th gen tech, 4th gen tech, even really their 3rd gen tech has performed as we would have otherwise expected. Their electronic warfare capabilities have been a total disaster. Their cyber warfare capabilities were almost non-existent. Their ability to close that fire control loop rapidly, as you aptly stated, has been a complete shocker in terms of just a complete lack of ability. What we've seen with respect to now bringing on Iranian drones, I mean, they're basically fighting if not a Hamas, a Hezbollah style campaign against Ukraine. It's just absolutely amazing to see, them having to depend on Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps level tech. I mean, next I'm waiting for them to start shooting Katyusha rockets at the Ukrainians. It's baffling. I don't know that that's an indictment against automated systems. Again, I will point towards air defense. I will point towards some of our quick targeting that we do, for example, for the Tomahawk cruise missile, tactical Tomahawk. CJ covered it. We're able to take all source intelligence, whether it comes from any source you can imagine, and very quickly, I'm not going to say how quickly, but very quickly come up with a target package and then spin up a missile and get it out of the tube to go prosecute that target in a very tactically relevant time. And you don't see any of that capability from the Russians. So again, just in closing, I would say it's not an indictment of automation. It's an indictment of the training and material readiness that we've seen throughout the entire war on the part of the Russians.
Thank you for that. CJ, what will happen now with yet another system being introduced, the Archers coming from Sweden? Different fire control systems, but as I understand, the interface are the same. What do we know about that system?
So it's a Lima 52 caliber, which means yes, it's a 155, but it's the extended barrel, similar to the Caesars and also to the Panzerhowitzer. So it has a very large range. It has up to 40-kilometer range as opposed to 30-kilometer with RAP. And so for Excalibur, that means it has a 60-kilometer range. So pretty much almost on par with HIMARS, which is great news. They're also armored, of course, so they can survive not just the wear and tear of the roads being wheeled, but also small loitering munitions and inaccurate artillery fire, small arms fire. They're gonna hold up much better since the people are actually inside the system. And even 12, I mean, I know it's not many necessarily, but we have to remember back in May, I believe, when the 6 Caesars arrived to Ukraine. I mean, this was in and of itself at least a tactical game changer, and I don't use that word lightly. I mean, these Caesars and what these Archers will do is primarily counterfire. So these radars that can reach much further than anyone can shoot are they're detecting Russian artillery, and then these systems are set aside just for that mission. So they're not really shooting unless there is a good target, meaning Russian artillery found and detected. And these things will be able to basically have double the range of most of the artillery systems. I mean, even one of the most potent fire system that Russia still has, the BM-27, really only has an effective range of 30 kilometers. So this can shoot twice as far as that. And as we've seen over the last few weeks, these systems are just getting devastated either by Excalibur or HIMARS left and right. And, as Thanos accurately pointed out, as Russia digs deeper into their systems, they're getting shorter in range, they're getting less reliable, and they're getting less accurate. So this is I think the most important thing is, since Russia, came out the gate swinging, and they didn't do electronic warfare well, they didn't do cyber warfare well, and they certainly didn't do fires coordination well. This is not something you can repair halfway through a war where, regardless of the exact number of casualties, at least confirmed 1,000 officers and senior NCOs from the VDV Academy have been killed. I mean, these are people with decades of artillery and coordination experience just gone. And yes, combat will give them that to some degree, but it's not going to change the overarching systems already in place. And so with every addition of new systems to Ukraine, the Ukrainian veterans get to incorporate them in and just be extremely more devastating, whereas Russia is just
every day getting worse and worse. I mean, I think that's the thing that's most important, is that, I think some people thought if the war went on longer, Russia would benefit, but I just don't see it that way. The military capabilities every day are shifting, regardless on the position on the ground. If there's mud or rain and the offensive slows, I mean, it means those people in the occupied territories will have to suffer longer, but it also means the Ukrainian military will be that much stronger when they do attack.
100%. Quick question. Yeah, everybody on the panel, if you have a question for CJ or for Thanos in regard to artillery, missile, fire control systems and the likes, please give it a quick shake and let us know. Otherwise, all right, Joanna, Clyde, Milsa, you have a question for Thanos or for CJ?
Yes, I have a question. I wanted if one of them can to explore the GIS ARTA system that Ukraine uses. I understand that is essential for their success in coordinating artillery. Thank you.
So the GIS ART system was developed, I think, at the beginning of 2015 or end of 2014. And basically, I don't know how much it's used nowadays, but what it allowed for Ukraine to do was to keep their artillery pieces very separate and coordinate their fire over large areas. Now that they've got more modern systems from NATO, I don't know if they're using it as much, but it was a great example of Ukrainian ingenuity with the limited systems they did have.
And CJ, there was also some excellent news at various points, right? That they were managing to integrate all manner of Western equipment into the same, into this GIS ARTA system as well, right?
Yes, and the key point here is they were doing this without GPS most of the time, or they were inputting commercial GPS. So now that they have not only the command and control, but they have the GPS data, it basically supercharged GIS ART into what it is today, which is, if they are still using it, they can coordinate much more effectively. I mean, it's not necessarily the most exciting thing, but what it kind of just shows how Ukraine always had the capacity to do this very well. They just were limited by the equipment they had, and every day that goes by, they're being less and less basically restrained by the equipment, and that they're able to realize sort of that potential that they always had and have been working on for 8 years.
So I'd like to just add one thing real quick to that. CJ pointed out earlier that the Russians who were fighting, not really technical people, not very good at math. What we saw at the beginning of the Russian invasion was basically the best and brightest of Ukraine went into the service. If you did not have those best and brightest, you would have people who would be struggling sometimes to do the basic trig that is required to understand GIS plots, to be able to calculate your position and your target's location in order to call in those fires. It's not rocket science, but it takes time to learn, and especially it can be challenging to execute under pressure if you're not already familiar with the math behind it. So it's just another fantastic example of Ukraine having a population that is educated, a great foundation of engineers, physicists, mathematicians, etc., that they could call upon, not just to do the integration, but to do the grunt number crunching necessary to actually win a tactical engagement.
We're still applauding. We'll continue to agree on this point, but it's important that we dig into this and drill down into this, because the use of brainpower, good planning, good systems, and advances in technology, which Ukraine now showcases, and we're still far behind. Our Ukrainian friends are still left far behind, and they have to invent a lot more than what is actually available in the market. As soon as NATO is as soon as Ukraine has become a full member of NATO, the level of deterrence and defense Ukraine will be able to muster makes Russia shudder already today. This is exactly the point as to why Russia must lose and cannot afford to lose unless it also will have to afford to lose its status as a hegemon and as a superpower. Because Ukraine is a super stallion, is a super pylon of regional security in future. Shall we go to Clyde? Clyde, Mills, you both have questions for the panel?
Yeah, I have a question for CJ. Well, two questions. One of which is, my understanding is that we have Abrams coming out of our ears in storage. What's the argument against forgetting the Germans and just sending Abrams? There must be one, at least one. And the second question is, what is this gun that I keep seeing on Twitter called the M240 that somehow the Ukrainians pulled out of some museum is supposed to be, quote, the largest artillery gun in the theater? What's that about? Those are my two questions, one of which is tongue in cheek, but thank you.
So, I mean, there's a lot of reasons. Yeah, the tank thing from the American point of view, the way I understand it, yes, we have a lot in storage. But, you know, if you think about how the U.S. has changed its, you know, infrastructure, or at least its task organization over the last 20 years, it got lighter, but it also, you know, real key point here is for the SFABs. So for the Security Force Assistance Brigades, are basically people in the military that train other militaries. And, you know, there's a lot of people in the Army, at least, that do that, everyone from SF to other soft units to SFAB. But long story short, there wasn't really a priority on training other countries on, or other countries' militaries on tanks. And so what that means is there isn't really an infrastructure in Europe, you know, for American forces, or in America to train people rapidly on their systems like there is for artillery and other smaller systems. So there is just a natural stopgap. Now whether that should exist or not, I guess, is a completely different question. But there, you know, just because we have something in storage doesn't mean we can necessarily train people on it, because, as I'll point out, and sort of the main argument for a long time, again, I don't know if it's necessarily valid anymore, is that, you know, with giving Abrams, right, you can't really just give the tanks and the tank training. You have to also give, you know, because in an armored brigade combat team, sort of a sized unit that would have tanks, they also have to have Bradleys, or they also have to have the infantry fighting vehicles of a similar equivalent and a similar maintenance package to support these tanks on the fronts. And then, of course, also you need the armored artillery to accompany it. And then you need, you know, 10 to 12 different types of maintenance vehicles. So you need heavy wrecker vehicles that can recover them and move tanks if they go down. You need the massive fuelers, and you need the massive ammo loaders, and the list kind of goes on and on. So you can't really just give Abrams. You'd have to give really 10 different vehicles, and then you'd have to learn not only how to train them, people on them, but also how to maintain them, and et cetera, et cetera. And you would basically have to create a task organization of Ukraine that was massive, logistically heavy, and would require at that point in time really to have a sufficient air force to defend this gigantic, you know, 100-kilometer footprint that this unit would take up. So you would have to basically change Ukraine's military in the middle of the war, which is just not maybe the best plan. That's way above my pay grade, but that would kind of explain why, you know, it's not just like, hey, why don't we send 100 Abrams? Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that. In terms of the, yeah, unless you have a question about that.
One more follow-up. Then is that the same argument that Schultz is making about the Leopards?
Now, I mean, maybe Axel has some comments on that. I mean, that, you know, then that's why too, like, it wasn't a reluctance to send tanks, because we saw Poland and even North Macedonia send tanks pretty immediately, right? You know, anywhere between 200 and 400 T-72s have been given. So I don't think it's a reluctance to give tanks necessarily, but it's about giving tanks that can fit in the task organization of Ukraine without causing, you know, more problems than they're worth. I think if this was a different scenario where Ukraine had the manpower to basically train 20,000 people relatively quickly on a bunch of different things, it would be a different situation, mainly peacetime. That's why I wouldn't, you know, as soon as the war's over, or as we saw with the aid package from a couple weeks ago or a couple months ago, this $2 to $3 billion for long-term aid. I would guarantee there's you know, specific instructions and details about Abrams, and that it's not going to be an overnight thing. But, you know, whether lighter tanks like the older Leopards or other tanks from Europe could or should be given, I mean, I'm not a tanker. I wouldn't say that's not possible. I'm just not too familiar on that.
Yeah, and as to the argument made, or purportedly, as to the projection and the excuse made. Apologies. As to the excuse made, it is of course completely hokey. This is makes no sense to argue that as to other nations were not to give, whereas Germany is a manufacturer and therefore blocks other nations from giving what they would be willingly, say, considering to give. So there is the whole issue, the proximity factor, the ease of use, the adaptability and suitability of the asset class, meaning Leopard 1s and Leopard 2s for different purposes in Ukraine, is not even in dispute. If it were just a technical question, these assets should be in play. They should be in theater for long already. This is a political conviction. This is a conviction of that clique of people surrounding the Chancellor and the Chancellor himself. Thus, it cannot be removed without public and specifically White House pressure. None of these arguments hold true. They're all Potemkin villages of arguments. They're all chimeras.
Thank you. The M240, if you have any comment about what that is, and then I'll take myself down. Thanks.
So, I'm not a mortarman, but if a mortarman wants to come up and answer it better, I'll give it my best shot. So what I think happened there was Russia has these things called 2S4s, which are self-propelled mortars that shoot 240 millimeter mortar rounds, which are just gigantic. They use them in Rybizny, Popasna, Severodonetsk, and they are very inaccurate. They can shoot about 12 kilometers, give or take. And they're gigantic. I think the rounds weigh 200 to 300 pounds. And so they're just really used for leveling cities, and they're not really necessarily the best thing for precision. But, when this ammunition was captured in Kharkiv, Ukraine doesn't really have many of these systems, if any at all. So they were sitting on this very explosive and large ammo and no way to fire it. So my guess, and this is pure speculation, is they went to this museum in Kyiv, which again, this sounds crazy, but hear me out. And they took out the standalone version, so the non-self-propelled version of the 2S4. I don't know the nomenclature for just the tube itself. This is not a very a common system. And they brought that out and they used it to basically use that ammo somewhat to their own end. So I think that's what happened there. It is a one-off. It's not something you'll probably see very regularly. But hey, if you have the ammunition and you have a bunch of Russians in front of you, I guess why not?
CJ, what good is a 240 millimeter mortar, and how do you load that? Because when I think of a mortar, I think of something very small where a single person kind of lifts I don't know what it's called, a grenade, a shell, and drops it into the tube and then hides. I don't think you can do that with a 240 millimeter mortar, can you?
Yeah,
you have to be mightily strong.
Most mortars are obviously loaded through the muzzle, as you said, or through the top, as it would be, just to keep it easy. But this one, I believe, you open the breech, so you load it in from the bottom, and then the charge is already sort of, unlike an artillery round where it's separate, it's sort of combined together. In the U.S. we use what's called cheese charges, which they look like plastic kind of plush half circles, and you can take them on or put them off appropriately. But in that case, I think it's a bag of powder tied to the bottom. So you have it in there, you load it from the bottom, and then you pull the string, as it would be, which will set off the primer and ignite the whole thing. But the only real good use would be is if basically there's a lot of enemy in a wide open area and you're just trying to keep their heads down, or if they're sort of in a big fortification that you can use to kind of hit it generally, or just basically suppression. You're not going to really hit anything dead on, but if you do, it's going to be pretty effective.
Are these things a lot cheaper than artillery shells?
In terms of cost, I would say they're probably more expensive only because they're not as mass produced. Again, I think Russia only had 20 to 30 of these systems. And so they, as opposed to, almost 10,000 artillery pieces. So really just a minuscule amount of these things. But, the ammunition is pretty much worthless to the Ukrainians unless they can find something to shoot it with. And lo and behold, that would be the impetus to go get one of these things from a museum. But again, this is more just an oddity in the war as opposed to a regular occurrence.
Thank you, CJ. Mirza.
Hello, everybody. I just want to say, when it comes today in this past 8 months, like Europe, yeah, they are suffering, Western countries from and America. But one thing that really gets me angry, and many of us saw coming. You know, I was born in Yugoslavia, and we know well about how Russia does their politics. And you know, they went easy on Putin on so many times, and thinking that, oh, you know, he will never do something. 2014, when he annexed Crimea, but you know, did anybody think he will just stop there? Or they're just scared because they depend on Russia so much? I know countries who were in Soviet Union, they were raising alarm, but still West America, you know, they just give him slap in the wrist. And now Ukraine, they are paying high price.
Do you have either a very specific question, maybe to do with artillery, as indicated previously, or not so much?
I mean, when we talk about, you know, they need to give everything that Ukraine soldier need, because Ukraine has to win. It's for safety of everybody. They threaten with nuclear weapon. They, you know, my main concern, you know, I listened yesterday about dirty bomb, you know, and yes, that's awful. But again, Zaporizhia nuclear plant, that's my biggest concern too, because they are inside Russian soldiers, and if Putin get desperate, you never know what he's gonna do. And you know, it's
No, it's a very good point. We have to, Mirza, you have the right point at hand. We need to ship them all the equipment which the West has. This has been the point which we've been making here, and I absolutely like it. Thank you very much for endorsing this. Absolutely important. JJ.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm really enjoying the discussion today, and I just wanted to, by way of introduction, say I have some experience in the security cooperation sphere from the U.S. side. Not an expert in any of the land systems that we're talking about today, but I wanted to shed some light maybe on how these decisions get made and what the concerns might be from the people who are making them on the U.S. side, and that when we donate systems, or when we get people who are interested in U.S. systems, oftentimes I'll look at what we call excess defense articles, EDA. A lot of the Abrams tanks fall into this category. A lot of vehicles that are sitting out in the desert in mothballs. And the concern from people who are trying to help them out, you know, in our government, is often these things are very attractive, and they look to some like silver bullets, but the amount of effort that will be put in, money and time that we put in, and resources especially, that we put into bringing them up to speed, and you know, bringing the actual equipment up to speed, to condition, and then maintaining and fueling them, could actually detract from their effort, the war effort, in that they'll commit resources to that could otherwise be better used elsewhere. So I think the focus right now, from the people who are doing this job now, is get things that are effective to the Ukrainians as quickly as possible. So the artillery, like the HIMARS, would be great. More advanced artillery systems, counter battery. Some things that we're not doing that we could be doing would include more like drones. I don't know what we're doing in terms of electronic systems, but those are very useful. I think we're helping out with that. But yeah, I think the argument against the Abrams specifically would have to do with it's a gas guzzler. It uses a gas turbine engine. and it's not measured in miles to the gallon. It's measured in gallons to the mile or liters to the kilometer, if you're more inclined that way. And just the logistics train to keep those going is so big that, for example, the U.S. Marine Corps is divesting of all of their tanks because it's too much of a tax on the logistics system when you're going ship to shore to commit to that, and they'd rather just put those resources elsewhere. Anyway, I defer to the land experts if you guys have any comments on that. I just wanted to share my perspective as a person who's worked in the security cooperation field.
Yeah, I think that's 100% right from what I've seen. I think that just from the American point of view, with being the number one in terms of just pure money, in terms of aid given, I think this would have been done now if it was the right time. I'm not saying it won't be the right time soon, but I can't explain Leopards or other tanks across Europe as well. But in this situation, I know for a fact the U.S. is committed to getting Ukraine whatever it needs. Attack comes aside. So I just wonder. I just hope that the right people are making the right decisions in terms of actually asking Ukrainians. And I think if we go back to when we were talking in the space in March and April, it was a little bit unclear exactly how those conversations were going. But now that we know that there's full-time liaison cells in Poland actively giving military advice on the equipment given, they have people they can talk to fix things. I think this is pretty well integrated at this point, at least between the U.S. and Ukraine. And definitely, it's just so interesting to see how well they've been using our gear, because we're really learning a lot about how to make it better, not just in the short term to get some small fixes that can help the Ukrainians, but also long term how to make just all the systems that much better.
Yeah, I concur with all that, and I'd say that our experience with other partners in the past has been that sometimes they ask for things, and we're happy to give them or happy to make it happen. Sometimes in the interest of the company that's manufacturing them, or sometimes we just think it's a good idea, and then it ends up being what we call the gift that keeps on taking. So they think that they're getting something for free or very low cost, and then suddenly their budget gets sucked up by this thing, and it ends up being abandoned and rusting in a warehouse somewhere. It looks good on paper, but they don't actually use it. I think
but
initially
it's not an argument. JJ, that's a very good point. But what CJ and I try to highlight here all the time is that the argument for tanks has been made by the Ukrainian armed forces, and the people who are currently for Transcom and the likes, and in the new command structure, liaising with the Ukrainian friends. I mean, your people, liaising with the Ukrainian friends, have heard this now many times since March. The Ukrainians have decided very clearly that they want the Leopards. They've asked for that since before Ramstein 1, continuously. There's a good reason for it. We've explained it here. The discussion about Abrams and the likes only comes up because of the frustration with the fact that the administration doesn't want to push the Germans. So you could now utilize the Swedes in order to do this better, and that's a good thing. And the Swedes could actually alleviate the pain by means of at least moving the Germans to give Marders, with the Swedes having contributed CV90s. The Swedes could even go one step further and contribute the Stridswagen, or actually force the Germans to allow them to contribute the Stridswagen. But for that, you need the administration. This is a decision of the White House. The Ukrainians want them. The Ukrainians want them, the Leopards, both ones and twos. They can get them. They fit perfectly. And this is what we need to push. Everything else is humbug.
I agree on the Leopards. I think they're a good fit for the Ukrainians. My thought was on the idea of using the Abrams as a stick to get the Germans to move the Leopards is a diplomatic one.
Come on, the US has a better
logistical
stick, right? The
Yeah,
US has a better stick than that.
Sure. Absolutely, and it's difficult, I think, with the German government now. It always has been to get them to do what we want them to do in Europe. It's not always easy. They are a sovereign nation and they have their own.
You mean since 1997? That's the difficult.
Yes, exactly. Well, yeah, since the reunification, it's been difficult. Anyway, thanks. I agree with what you guys are saying. I just wanted to throw in my little bit of expertise in that field and say I think initially there may have been concerns about escalation and what was proper, and now it's more about let's get them what they need and make sure it's actually what they need and not just a desirable thing. And, let's try to be effective. So that's where I think we are today.
Very good point. Thank you for that.
And if I may, Axel, on this topic, Ukraine recently published a new list of requested items, which me and Thomas Steiner have been talking about, along with John Ridge and others, because we might do another segment on it to kind of explain why Ukraine wants these sort of items that the U.S. has not given yet. And the one on it, the number one, is DPICM, or dual purpose improved cluster munitions, something that the U.S. still has, as they have not signed the treaty banning it, but also something that they do not export at all. Something that is only set aside for dire situations, meaning World War III in Europe. And so we wonder, what would it take to convince the United States to give it, and sort of what can be given instead, if not, because the list has changed so much from even June or July. Also on the list is more anti-drone weapons and actually Avengers, which we talked about in the space from the beginning, an air defense system that has 50 caliber machine guns, very good at short range air defense and for slow moving things like helicopters, but also for the Shahed drones first and foremost. So this is something, similar to a Gepard in terms of capability, but, would also be a great benefit, I think, to Ukraine.
And it could be nicely allocated across the respective civilian defense areas.
Cluster munitions are a minefield, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, but the U.S. U.S. ammunition has one big quality, as opposed to what our adversaries are throwing about. Let's put it this way: different EP, better allocation, better mapping, and therefore also demining after the conflict.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying it's been even with the improved quality, it's been politically and diplomatically highly controversial that we even retain any, much less that we would export it. The only thing is like
to defend freedom.
Yeah, in any case, I mean, this is part of the legacy of Princess Di's, demining efforts and all that. It's just it's been something where people are like, we don't want to cross that until we absolutely have to. I think they're retained mainly for major conventional war in Europe, which this is approaching, and the Korean Peninsula, those scenarios where you're going to face a lot of heavy armor and you need to take it out quickly. People are very reluctant to release that onto a battlefield that we will later have to clean up and answer for.
Well, I have a point. But the Ukrainians, we're in agreement that the Ukrainians already have to probably clean up the second largest set of minefields since the First World War, right?
So this is the thing, right? Isn't it really up to Ukrainians to decide whether to use them or not? I mean, if they're asking for them, they must really, really want them. And for them, this line has already been crossed. That's probably the base thing. I've got a little technical question, Axel. The bonus rounds, the one that the artillery shells that have 2 submunitions in it that descend by parachute, I think, and have shaped charges that are meant to take out tanks. Do those technically qualify as cluster munitions? Seeing that, I don't know, but if there's 2 berries on a bunch of grapes and nothing else, I wouldn't really think of that as a cluster. Just a terminological question, right?
It has a cluster effect, but it's not a cluster ammunition.
All right. Okay. So, because those have been shipped, right? And if
yes.
So clearly, that's no issue in itself, and that's really most of what they were asking for. I think more of those.
Yeah,
right.
I think CJ is right. They are asking for the others as well. That's the list at the moment.
Yeah, and again, I'd just put it at the end of the day, right? They're the ones that have to deal with demining and so on afterwards, really, and the negative externalities, to use an abhorrent term of it. I think it really should be up to them. to decide whether to use them or not. Charles, do you fill us in on the cluster munitions, and then we'll go on to Daniel and to Chris.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you and Axel. I mean, yes, I know that it's a politically sensitive topic, whether Ukraine is using anti-personnel mines, for example, or what types of cluster munitions. Actually, I was quite surprised that we don't provide them with the dual purpose already. I just learned that from CJ, but I just missed him. Yeah, they're not great, obviously, but the fastest way to peace is to win, and they can certainly help win. That's just my opinion. And I agree with everything you guys said.
All right, thank you, Charles. Great to have an extra vote of confidence. And let's go to Daniel. Go ahead, Daniel. Today is the 25th anniversary of what, Daniel? Pop quiz.
I don't know, mate. I am not always in good shape remembering all the things.
Okay, I'll just let you know that today is the 25th anniversary of the Romanian-American Strategic Partnership that was signed in 1997. Just thought you might want to know.
Thank you. Okay, all the America is great. Don't care who is in power. Usually, we deal with them because it's America. About cluster ammunition. You don't need to have a big brain or to be CJ to understand why they need cluster ammunition. If you look at daily losses of Russians, if they don't try something stupid like, let's attack Bakhmut, because, we love Bakhmut, and if you don't push a bit of Kherson to kill some T-62s, there are not so many tanks. But there are a lot of soldiers, conscripted one. And cluster ammunition will make a lot of women in Russia a lot of owners. That is the idea. Ukrainians are not stupid. They don't want to mind their country, but they know there are tons of soldiers without IPVs, without tanks, just sit in the trenches, putting trash around them, make them visible for anyone with a drone. And these things, when drop, make the Ukrainian soldiers not to go storming the trenches like 100 years ago. They do it at distance. It saves a lot of people the psychological effect of killing so many Russians. That is the reality. In my part of view, where I'm no artillery expert, and I have my concerns and my ethical stuff about mines, killing people, and war in general. But in this situation, sorry, Ukraine didn't invade Russia. Is the opposite side.
And I think you're minded to agree with my thesis here that just let them decide, because they're the ones that would have to deal with any consequences of it anyway. Just let Ukraine figure it out what they want and what they need and what they can best use.
Of course. If they ask at this moment napalm, I will say give them napalm. Sorry to say, but probably we forget we're dealing with people who rape children, who burn people alive. I just saw a new image from Mariupol. People in a destroyed building block on the lobby, no windows. They have a small fire, some bricks, and put some things to cook, to eat. On the other side of the street, another block, one apartment is still burning. That is Mariupol, a city of 400,000 people before the war. Estimation 120,000 people killed. We just saw yesterday
the mass graves again to remember who you are dealing. And sorry if you are a Russian and you are not inside in Russia, but you are in Ukraine. I can be ethical and say that's killing them with, I don't know, some scruples. But when you destroy the meanings to hit the houses of Ukrainian people, when you destroy the electrical grid, when you take children, you kidnap children. Sorry, cluster ammunition, napalm, grenades launched by a drone. I don't have any limit. I don't see Kiev asking, give us a nuke to nuke Moscow. It's the other way around. And I hope more tungsten balls will be our receiving end of the conscripted soldiers of Russia in Kherson. Many more.
Thank you, Daniel. I've been fascinated by that trench they're apparently digging on the left bank. I just kept thinking, but you're right on the edge of the river. What about the water table? Because that's bound to end well, isn't it? Anyway, M, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My check.
Crystal clear.
All right, so I'm catching up to this whole dual-purpose munition request. I mean, I understand why it's happening, probably because the Ukrainians want to reduce barrel wear. But I think overall it could be a very bad idea that could provide the Russians with a narrative that they can leverage against the Ukrainians. But then again, it's a very complex issue.
And that is why it will be discussed as soon as we have Thomas Tyler joining us on this space together with CJ.
Oh, when is that?
We are working on it. Could be one of the next Sundays.
Another power hour then?
It would be RT hour. Yep.
I understand the reasoning behind it, given the current lines of contact. And I understand that some of the newer models could be also GPS guided, so they are not going to affect civilian population when the Ukrainians use them against Russian forces. However, there's always the risk of unexploded ordnance. Then again, that risk has been multiplied by a factor of 100 throughout this war.
Can you maybe go a little bit into sort of a primer on why this might be a bad idea and what could be problematic about it? Is it just the UXL question?
Geneva
Is there
Convention.
something else?
Geneva Convention. And the Convention against cluster munition signed by 100 countries. It's a political risk.
But not the US.
Nor Russia.
Well, I know. And I understand the importance of this type of munition specifically during this war, but it's not an idea that I would vouch for as an analyst, but I could be mistaken. I'd rather wait until the experts discuss it and then read more on it and make up my mind. But two wrongs don't make a right. They are achieving a lot of success with the platforms and systems they had been given. I think that would be a step back in a way.
So what you're arguing for, M, is clearly more artillery, more rocket artillery, ATACMS and tanks, correct? As opposed to using.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Attack helicopters and tanks. But I mean, those munitions are sitting in warehouses. I understand, and the United States, they have the advanced weapon program that is looking for replacements for cluster munitions, specifically the DCIMs. But it's a slippery slope from there, and I'm sure any idiot in Moscow would weaponize this on the highest level in the information sphere. And then you get the whole, the baby who cried wolf. Look, the Ukrainians are using cluster munitions. They're doing this. They're doing that. They're violating that treaty. I mean, yes, they are lying, and eventually the Ukrainians are defending themselves and liberating their lands. But my opinion thus far, it's a cynical trap. I'd rather give them more platforms of what they are using and even more advanced systems than just deplete the stocks of an obsolete solution, in my opinion, that will give them a tactical advantage on the battlefield. Definitely, less wear to barrels, higher kill rate, but the optics are just—it's a very precarious line that they would be walking if they deploy such a firing solution against the Russians. Again, this is being spoken and told out of an extreme measure of caution. Again, I could be mistaken.
Charles, what are the other problems with it? What's the pro and con? And then we'll go on to Daniel again.
Yeah, so I totally agree with him that it's a political question. Maybe just so some technical points on the risk of unexploded ordnance. So I've had to clean up a lot of cluster munitions. They are challenging. I liked Axel's point that, of course, being fired by the Ukrainians, who are also the people who would ultimately have to clean it up. These things will all be recorded. There's a certain amount of control that you can implement, but there is a big unexploded ordnance risk. They're very small, and they're typically very sensitive. But M also had a great point that, if we're talking about the unexploded ordnance risk at this point, there's unexploded ordnance absolutely everywhere in the fighting zone. So does this really increase that risk by a factor? Not really. So that's the main risk, I think, for the harm for the people. And the Russians have shown that they will use, for example, their PFM mines in urban areas, which I would like to think the Ukrainians wouldn't. We're talking about two separate treaties here. So there's the Ottawa Treaty, which is the anti-personnel one, which can cover some distributed anti-personnel mines like the PFM. Ukraine is a signatory, Russia and the United States are not. And then we're also talking about the conventional cluster munitions, of which none of the three parties of US, Russia, or Ukraine are a signatory. So maybe that helps a bit on a couple topics.
All right. Thank you very much, Charles. I just want to jump to Daniel, who might have another question there, and then we'll go back to John and to Daniel.
Okay, probably I will surprise you, but I am total anti-war man. Total anti-war. For me, war is something which connects us with Paleolithic. War is not something we need to talk easy. And I understand every ethical aspect. M has a point. But I think we must not forget the request is not coming because somebody in Kiev loves bloodbaths. Because, let's be serious, what will happen if they get these munitions? And I tend to believe they will get it. First, we forget they don't have armor. They have a lot of soldiers, a lot of them. And they will send them completely without any hesitation, wave after wave, like glorious Soviet army. And we know the psychological effects of people who kill people, lots of people. But let me tell you one thing, some very Russian stuff is the only way to stop them. Because when they see not 70,000, but 170,000 people killed until Christmas, I don't think you can say, you know, they are Satanists. They have nukes. Is NATO there? We'll struggle to explain this. And you cannot stop an aggressor looking at your nails and saying, you know, it's not so good because Geneva Convention. Past 8 months, I didn't see even a flinch from anyone when the Geneva Convention became a paper, use it a toilet in Russian high command. What they do it? Send cluster munition in Kharkiv in the first month, right? They bomb the city with S-300. People don't know what does it mean, a missile of S-300. It's full of cubes of metal. The speed, the kinetic speed, and that blocks of metal which act like cluster munition, destroying city blocks, markets, people sleeping in their bedrooms. So I understand very well why Ukrainians ask this. They will fire at trenches full of conscripted soldiers, which they are not in the right place. Is not their country. We established that was a shameful referendum, right? That is not part of Russia. Crimea is not part of Russia. Donbass is not part of Russia. They need to go home. They need to be defeated. Okay, Mr. Scholz wants to sell a port, some chip maker. He wants to keep their Leopards in their deposits. Okay, give Ukrainians, give us the tools to send Russians home to win this war. And I think United States understand very well the situation. And again, we talk about ethical. None of the parties signed that treaty.
Thank you, Daniel. You're faced with, well, I don't have to say it. You've seen everything Russia's been doing.
Right. So 3 quick points. First one is a disclaimer. As an Egyptian, I lived through my country losing 40% of its commissioned officers, EOD officers, across 3 service branches. I know how I know the cost for unexploded munitions, booby traps, IEDs, and dealing with them. I had to see my father tear up every single time he lost one of his men to one of them, or lost one of his explosive dogs to one of them. And we've lost a lot. So that's on the unexploded munitions risk to come later. Secondly, as a firing solution, I understand that since winter is coming, this would be a standoff weapon against trenches and will increase Russian casualties, which could result in one or more routes that could force the Russian leadership to capitulate and end the war. However, the Russian doctrine accepts 25% losses in personnel when conducting operations. They are past that mark, and they haven't stopped yet. Their sunk cost is too high. Granted, as a standoff firing solution against trenches, that will result in a lot of casualties and therefore may result in clearing more obstacles to freeing more land faster during the winter. You still require armor and you still require trucks with certain specifications to continue to supply and back the troops that would be doing the advances to secure those territories and conduct clearing operations afterwards, etc., etc. So it is not just that one solution. It will require a matrix or a holistic approach to providing Ukraine with the proper platforms that could turn this firing solution into a winning trifecta of increasing the number of Russian casualties, reducing the number of Ukrainian casualties, and helping liberate as much land as quickly as possible. I understand that. It makes perfect sense. However, the third point, and so as not to blabber too much, Nietzsche said, beware that when fighting monsters, you yourself do not become a monster. For when you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you. So right now, let's focus on not losing our humanity when faced by and with a monster. And let's believe in our technological edge and our intelligence and our smarter doctrines and our braver men and women. I don't want to turn into a cynical person at the end of this. I want to make sure that at the end of this, I do not resort to the same tactics that the enemy resorts to, because two wrongs don't make right. This is where my position comes from.
Let me ask you something else. A doctrinal question. Would this constitute a similar to the Russian doctrinal approach of escalate to de-escalate? Because Daniel's argument sounded a lot like that to me.
No, this is not an escalation. This is requesting a frowned upon firing solution that will give them an advantage during winter. It's not escalation, really. An escalation would be asking for F-15s and getting them, not just F-16s. That's an escalation. But asking for that type of munitions is basically a smart person connecting with another smart person and realizing that there are stocks of that, and why not? Let's put them to the test. I mean, I don't want to speculate here. I don't know why they made a formal request for it, and I don't know who reported it. I need to go back and triple read that just to try to understand exactly and read between the lines. But hypothetically speaking, the Ukrainian government requested those munitions. Someone on the other side is willing to provide those munitions. Then it's basically a test run. We're trying to see the performance of those munitions during winter season and annihilate and what's the term? Increase the attrition rate of Russian troops and equipment as high as possible, and see how that develops on the battlefield. No, it is not an escalation.
All right, thank you very much, Em. So the problem is, as I understand it, the technical issue within the US right now is that they are banned for export, and something else would have to be changed. So this is all in a foreign policy. I'll send you the link. There you go. Foreign policy report earlier today by Jack Detch, who's the Pentagon and national security reporter at Foreign Policy. So he probably learned of it from someone reliable on this. Daniel.
I agree with all your points, especially the last one. And there
the Nietzsche, right? Don't turn into monsters when fighting monsters. Was that the last one, Daniel, that you're referring to? Okay, good.
Yeah.
I agree with.
After 8 months from a total pacifist, I become radicalized. And I observe this phenomenon on me. And I understand it because we have the history, like Baltics, like Poles, like Finnish, like Ukrainians. We know our monster. what make me to know this, I become even more less Russian loving. It's not something ingrained in our culture, our old battles 2 centuries with them and their way to wage war. It's something different. I think usually human beings are the same. I watch a lot of science fiction stuff, you know, people loving aliens and things like that, and I usually laugh. It's so hard sometimes, some European to connect with a Muslim, for example, because we have stereotypes, we have stupid ideas. What hurt me a lot and hurt me enormously is to see mothers happy for their Lada. I think the sociologists, the psychologists, the historians will study this phenomenon intensively next decades. But Russians, I will say this, probably sounds like a heresy. They are humans like us. They're not different than us. They have same desires. Okay, they have an ingrained culture. They are better. I saw someone on the national television saying they are the last white race people. Fascist discourse. But in fact, like a people, they're not different than me and you or anyone on this space. What makes them to accept what they're doing is not for something, I don't know, catastrophic. For Ukrainians, it's simple. If you don't fight, you disappear. Not just die. Your grandchild, your son, your shirts, your borscht all disappear. Because look at Saka, look at Irkutsk, look anywhere where they incorporate the people in their empire. You disappear. And I asked myself, okay, they are in contact with Western culture. They're in contact with all the world. They have internet. They understand we have some principles, we have some different religion, we have other ways to look at who we love, who we cherish, who we accept, who we demonize, for example. Why a Russian want to become ISIS, Daesh? Because what that country become is much worse than Third Reich. Is a cult of death. And they enjoy, they embrace this movement. How do you fight people like this? We tried ideologically to spread the free word. Come in our countries, be a refugee. Look how okay is Europe. Look, take a job. Live in this house. You don't speak German, you don't speak Polish. Okay, no problem. Keep your heritage. And you stay on your couch in Holland, in France. You look at Russia today and say, Putin is great and soon will conquer Paris. How you can answer at this? I remember very well how we answered to ISIS, how we'll answer to Al Qaeda or any other system who live to kill others, to destroy others, to dominate others. We don't put the right questions and usually don't get the right answers. But that is the huge tragedy, a bigger tragedy than Ukrainian one. one entire people become seduced of the cult of death. I know there are people, normal people who oppose Putin, who think is a barbarity, and they are silent because it's a terror regime there. But I look at Iran and I say, so you can try a child, a 14-year child, to oppose the mullah and the Republican Guard, and you, a Russian, you can do it in Berlin? I have too many questions. Sorry for my rant.
Not a rant at all. Good points. Just one small comment. I wouldn't call it radicalized. You became more aware of the threat, and you're experiencing a lot of anger, and rightfully so, for the scenes emerging out of Ukraine and the facts emerging out of the conflict and the crisis as presented by sane talking heads and reputable outlets and reputable analysis think tanks. So it's not really radicalization. It's more of a increased awareness of the situation. So what you're experiencing right now is the anger that follows the increased situational awareness, basically, and rightfully so.
You're right, Nem. That's similar to what I wanted to to tell Tanya earlier, but you took it as though straight off of my tongue.
You know what is the irony? Before this, I studied for my master the Daesh war in Syria and what Assad did and how the Arab Spring evolved in Tunisia, in Egypt, in Syria. And I was appalled what happened in Syria. I was struggling not cry to see Kurdish woman trying to defend the city at the border of Turkey, asking just let our woman and child cross the border when that brave woman stand in the front of ISIS. And we all stand and look and ICE write papers. And now this is a huge scale. And I see arguments like, you know, Azov are Nazis. They are Satanists. And watch Mariupol. Mariupol is an Auschwitz of our time. I hope I don't affect the sentiment of the Jews. I don't want this. But to see a city raised, to see what Ukraine find in Izium, in Bucha, it's far, far from me. Don't know what's happened now in Myanmar, for example, or in Pakistan, or in so many places where barbarity and inhumanity make people suffer. But it's unacceptable, us Europeans, to look on the border and say, you know, no other Western power delivered the Leopards. You know, we cannot do this because can affect us economically. You know, we need gas to have people quiet, not make strikes. We need stability of our political regime. It's so cruel for us to use any argument. We have a huge danger. And it's not only for us, it's not only for Ukraine. Every step back, every flinch, every finger we give to this aggressor will help any other aggressor. And world is full of aggressors, full of people who want to get political gain, economical gain, just crushing some enemies. Ukraine war is huge and important because it's in Europe, at the border of European Union. But we forgot about Syria. We forgot about Yemen. Forgot about Ethiopia, Myanmar. This happens there too. But doesn't mean we don't care about them. Because if you help Ukrainians, if you help the country, if you help these people, we help Syrians, we help Yemeni. It's very, very simple. Look, who is the detractor of Ukrainians? Orban. What he had in his discourse? These people coming from Middle East, from North Africa, are not like us, are bad. Is a coincidence he took the water of the Putin? I don't think so. These people don't deserve to have power. And any word, any argument not help Ukrainians. And I want so much Ukrainians to win, not just because Russia damaged Eastern Europe. They put us in political and slavery. Probably they put us like slaves. They destroy our culture. They destroy our political system. We stayed half of century under them and many other Soviet republics. But Russia is a nuclear power, and they use that threat to make people to look back. Because it's interesting what is in the head of one politician who visited Irpin and Bucha, because all of them gone there, all of them. Secretary General of the United Nations, presidents, prime ministers of Europe, and from other places. And after you saw that, and now you know that was a small scale, that was something little in the depravity of this horrible war. What decision make them, their morality, their ethical, their humanity, their empathy to flinch? That is the real question. What makes Mr. Scholz to flinch? Because look at Emmanuel Macron. He took other side. He understands something. He took that lesson to his soul. All other leaders who don't take this lesson, what happened with them? We, the people, led by this political figure, why don't ask them, what do you do? I can speak too much about this. It's my time to stop.
It shouldn't have needed a visit to Bucha or Irpin or anywhere else, frankly. But especially after one, the lack of action sometimes is particularly difficult to understand. Joanna.
Thank you. So there was so much that I think Daniel said that. Well, I wanted to address some points. For example, why it is impossible to negotiate. It's impossible to negotiate because I realized now, well, a few months ago, that we from the Western world really have a very different mindset. And you cannot play chess with somebody who does not play by the rules. You cannot play a game, and negotiations are kind of a game if the other party is totally different. And I don't know if someone from Norway is here, but Daniel mentioned the science fictions and how we relate to aliens. In the Ender's Game, Orson Scott Card makes a hierarchy of foreignness, and he defines their our relations to others. For example, family, neighbors, people from the same country but from far apart, people from another country, people from another planet, people that are not human but they are feeling the same and they are like working along the same principles that we work. And I guess Russians are very foreign to us right now, even if they have the same colors with Europeans, and they seem to be very foreign, but not because they are like a different race, but because of their mindset. And what happened in Russia during the last century, maybe even before this, well, they took freedom from people. They told them that everything is in common and you have to share, and like the communist principles and everything. They took freedom and they sold them. They um, instilled them with this idea that they are superior to others. So they took something from them and then they sold a lie practically. You are different, you are better, you are the true heroes of I don't know, today. And people after 3 generations or more, because it's
They
like
say they're
100
heroes
years,
of our time.
yeah, after 3 generations you begin to believe this lie, and it's so deep imbibed in everything you see and hear that you believe, even if you have proofs of the contrary, because the children of Russian elite are going to the Western university. Why are they going to these Satanist universities? They have villas, they go in holidays, so they kind of know that the West is not as they portray it. But again, you become like a slave to the lie that was told to you. And now, at the beginning of the war, in the first, I don't know, a few weeks before Bucha, of course, I was saying that this is not a Russian war. This is Putin's war. It's Putin who is at fault, and the Russian people will uprise and go and fight against it because they know it's wrong. Now I'm not thinking the same way. Maybe there are good people in Russia, probably they are, but Russian people is kind of lost in this swamp of lies that was poured onto them, and some even um, thrive in these lies because they find things to like shortcuts and things, and they believe it's good what they are doing. So yeah, I have much more to say. I don't want to monopolize the space, but my point was we have different mindsets, and saying this is like there can be no negotiations with this regime, at least in Russia. And even if the regime changes, I'm not optimistic because really, really, we are thinking differently, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. I think a lot of people made that journey, right? Of it's Putin's war too. No, actually, no, it's not. It's not him, because I always come down to one thing, right? If it were really Putin's war, Ukrainians would have, I don't know, done something to him by now. Because he'd have to be somewhere in Ukraine, many places in Ukraine, committing a whole lot of atrocities, and yet somehow, he got away scot-free thus far. So that's kind of proof positive how very much it's not, even with all of the negative effects on Russia, on Russians, just don't care. They're either happy about it, they're either happy with it, or they just really don't care. And at that point, there is a collective responsibility because, as Daniel noted earlier, because of certain changes in the possession of Russians, it is only Russians who can stop Russians. Ukrainians can push them out of Ukraine ever more, but the only ones that can actually end the war now are indeed Russians. This is a war of choice for Russia, and Russia needs to choose to not. So the only way, that it can end before Ukraine painfully and painstakingly liberates every square inch of Ukrainian territory. So it really should be aimed at, Russians.
Actually, I have a question. Sorry.
Shoot.
How is Indonesia placing itself in this war? Because, well, one of my fantasies is that Putin goes to G20, and during his flight, Indonesia declare him a criminal of war, and at the moment he lands there, he's arrested as a criminal of war and transported to The Hague. So, how is Indonesia placing itself in this war?
You're proposing a flight from Indonesia to the Netherlands? That almost never happens. That's right. That's a joke, because by far the most flights from Indonesia to Europe go to Amsterdam for historical reasons. So Indonesia seems to be taking very much a step away kind of role. Maybe M might be more able to delve into this more than I can. But kind of not our business as usual, just going along as though nothing really happened. This is not our stuff. This is to be sorted between others. Am I off on that? That was my general perception of Indonesian approach to the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
They haven't made up their mind yet. However, over the last week, a $1 billion deal is more or less in place between the Climate Change Fund and South Africa and Indonesia to wean them off coal and replace their coal-fired plants with renewable energy sources or renewable energy stations. That's the only thing that I know about Indonesia right now, but bear in mind that Indonesia has a lot of domestic problems, and their relationship with Russia is more or less a legacy of the old days that they still don't know what to do with right now. So I haven't seen any indicator that any Indonesian position has changed domestically or when it comes to their foreign policy, given the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Do you think it's fair to say that they behave as though nothing's really happened that regards them?
Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand are behaving that way, yes.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you. I was only singling out Indonesia because of the question, but yeah, they're far from the only ones, absolutely. Chris?
Yeah, I'm not in the business of defending Putin and Russia's war of aggression and the terrible war crimes, but I also think it's not very helpful to compare Mariupol to Auschwitz or say that it's worse than the Third Reich. I mean, let's be honest and don't forget, the Nazis really, they were in the business of building factories to kill people. They killed 6 million Jews. They let 2 million Soviet POWs starve to death, and they had plans to kill another 50 million people and killed in their campaign 20 million Soviets. So I can understand all the outrage and all the anger about these horrible war crimes, but I think one should be very careful to compare that to the actual Nazis from Germany. It's my opinion.
Daniel, I have a hunch this might have been aimed at you.
Okay, no problem. I am of German origin in part. And my grandfather was in Waffen-SS. And I understand you, you are a German. Let me explain you something like this. What is a filtration camp? What is a mobile crematoria? What does it mean to take 4 million people from their country and deport it in Russia? What does it mean to kidnap children and so-called adopt them? What does it mean to torture people, animals? What does it mean to use cluster munitions against civilians? And what does it mean 120,000 Mariupol residents killed? Don't sound very close. Okay, then let's take Russian politics about this shit. What they say? We are the last white race. Ring a bell? We are the best. We are the purest. And everybody else is gay, is bad, is evil, satanic, corrupted. They deserve to be destroyed in the nuclear apocalypse. Did you see Himmler saying, guys, you took this shit to a different level? And they are just 8 months of war. It's not 1943. They stepped aside, step by step, very, very fast. And remember, who was the important religious leader who ran from Russia? Yes, Chief Rabbi of Russia. I stand my case.
I stand by my point. Nazis who really built death camps, killed 6 million Jews, starved 2 million POWs to death, killed 10
Give them
million
3
civilians.
years. Give them 3 years. Give them 3 years. And free hand.
I adopted.
You adopted? Okay,
I adopted.
my dear friend from Germany, don't excuse Russians. And believe me, they are much evil.
No. I'm not
Frederick.
excusing. I'm not excusing Russians. Sorry, but if you say that
What
Russia
is a filtration
is not the
camp?
same as Nazi
No.
Germany, it's not.
Chris,
It's not an excuse.
listen to me.
It's not an excuse for Russia or Putin.
Listen
Sorry.
to me.
No.
What is a filtration camp? Please explain to me what is a filtration camp. When you
There is
split
nothing
women
like
from men.
Auschwitz or Treblinka in Ukraine. Nothing even
Are you
close,
sure?
like Auschwitz or Treblinka. Nothing. Who says otherwise is lying.
Do you
Nothing
hear
even close
about
to
model
Treblinka or
crematoria?
Auschwitz.
No. Don't use this excuse. What is a filtration camp?
I'm not using excuses. I'm all
Then
against the regression. I'm
it's
all against the
obvious.
war crimes.
It's
All I'm saying
obvious.
is there's the difference.
Chris, it's not a difference. It's just a bigger scale.
Yes.
Because they are
Daniel.
not conscious like Germans. They are not efficient like Germans. Just that.
Daniel, if you excuse me, please disengage. Chris, what is the point that you're trying to make?
I was trying to make the point that I would be careful to compare MriyaReport to Auschwitz or the Nazi ideology and what they did and what they plan to do. It was happening in Ukraine.
Well, the Nazis
horrible
the
enough on
Nazis,
its own. It's outrageous. It's war
yes,
crimes
the Nazis
on a
Nazis
huge
said that
scale.
the Jews.
But Nazis separate.
Okay, the Nazis said that the Jews don't need to exist. That the Jews are the root cause of all problems in the world, etc., etc. The history is there. People can revisit it. And now the political leadership of the Russian Federation is saying that Ukraine as a country doesn't exist. Ukraine as a people don't have the right to exist. Ukrainian language doesn't have the right to exist. Ukrainian culture is nothing, and they are trying to cancel that. They are trying to destroy that. And their military leadership carried out the orders of the political leadership and sent their troops to try and achieve that objective in several ways. First, through hybrid warfare, and then through an overt invasion that saw them committing war crimes equal to war crimes committed by the Nazis. So why are we comparing? Why are we saying this now?
Sorry. For the Nazis, not only the Jews, but all the Slavs and a lot of people,
and the gypsies, etc.
subhumans.
I
They wanted to
know,
kill
I
them all,
know,
and
I
they
know.
killed them all.
Whoever
And
they
they starved
singled,
them to
whoever
death.
they singled out
Yeah.
as an enemy and a threat.
And they killed
to their,
disabled people in Germany. They starved them to death. They gassed them to death even
yes,
before the
they did
Holocaust.
everything from eugenics. Yeah, well, I understand that. We don't need to rehash that because everyone is well read.
Yeah, obviously
on the
we do have
history
to
of
because
Nazis.
it's different. It is different. Who says otherwise? Sorry, but I have no understanding for that. It is different. It is a terrible crime, terrible war crimes, and Russia is to condemn for that, and it's outrageous. But sorry, that does not rhyme.
Sorry,
It's different.
can you, Chris, stop. you're talking just about war crimes. This isn't just war crimes. You just keep repeating, oh, it's war crime. It's not. Because when you say that a nation doesn't exist, doesn't have a right to exist, and is a perversion of your own, and therefore it needs to be punished for it, that is not a war crime. It has a slightly different qualification for a good reason, right? Now, Daniel might be being hyperbolic, maybe not. But fundamentally, when you say that a nation doesn't have a right to exist, then it's perfectly reasonable to say, well, what was the last batch of people who were going around saying that a nation doesn't have a right to exist? That is not an unreasonable comparison to be making. It's not one that can be dismissed outright. Now, is it the same or is it not the same isn't the point. Of course, it's not the same. Nothing is ever the same as something else. It's not the point. The point is, for me, at least, to say, well, there's a difference between war crimes and there's a difference between that and genocide. What Russians are attempting to do is a genocide. They said so themselves.
There's a difference between saying a nation has no right to exist and people have no right to exist. And we have to exterminate all the people.
Yes, that's what. Have you read Putin's essay last year? What did he say?
Did he say that people have no right to exist and we have to exterminate all the people in Ukraine? But the Ukrainians have no right to live?
They literally said
the
that.
Nazis
They literally
said
that they would drown.
They literally said they literally. We have to kill all the people.
They literally said that they would drown the children. They literally said that they would eradicate them. They literally said their talking heads on Russian television are saying that Russian artillery should go destroy Ukrainian cities block by block until they surrender. They literally said a week before their rocket and missile attack on critical infrastructure that they should destroy that infrastructure so that they would freeze to death during winter. They literally said that. It is open source information as televised on their national television that is controlled by their security services.
Yes,
they are literally putting out the message in their native tongue out there.
Yeah, and they are saying that we're going to nuke all of Europe and we all going to die and that they will use your... They say a lot of crazy stuff on Russian television. I hope you all agree.
Das ist aber nicht verrückt. That's not crazy. That's fascism. That's the mindset of fascism. It's a fascist thinking. It's a fascist mindset. That's just, it goes back to Julius Evola. You can read it there, and it was in the 19th century. That was fascism, and it is fascism now, and nothing ever will change that. And that's what we are up against.
Yes, that's right, and I don't doubt that. But even in fascism, there are differences. Italian fascism was completely different from German fascism.
Stop, everyone! My room. Apologies. So you're saying all of this is an academic argument then, Chris, and I think I don't want to keep engaging in this. I don't think many others do. I don't think many others want to keep on going, making and saying, you know, what's the difference? This is a difference. That's the difference. Well, at the end of the day, what we're seeing now is a genocide, not just war crimes. This is the one important point I want to make, Chris, because you kept saying this is a war crime, that's a war crime. Yes, there are war crimes. No, there's way more than just war crimes. Markedly more than just war crimes. This is the one bit that I really want to bring to the fore. I will pass the mic to one other person here. I'll pass it to G. Raphael, who has and then to Jimmy, who have particular, let's say, viewpoints on such things for particular personal reasons, which I'm sure they're going to both go into, and then we should do our best to move on to Dan and so on. G.
Thank you, Doman. To be honest, I don't really want to get into it too much. The only thing I wanted to say is that once you get to the level of genocide, I think it's very, very unhelpful to start making comparisons and saying who was worse than who. Was the Soviet Union worse than Hitler, or was the Holocaust worse than the Holodomor? That's something I've given a lot of thought to recently.
Can you say really, everything's just really appalling?
Yeah, once you get past a certain point, it really doesn't matter. And if you think about it from a way of I think about this sometimes this way. What punishment would be deserved for a certain act? Well, once you get to genocide, the punishment's all the same, right? There's no one deserves to get a lighter punishment or heavier punishment. You commit a genocide. It's genocide. There's, we're kind of out of tools of way of punishments that, I mean, apart from death, I really don't see anything that would make sense. As for the method, I mean, a lot of more starvation. The Holocaust was, gas chambers. Doesn't matter. The end result was pretty much the same. Each genocide has its own, I guess, unique, identifier. But at the end of the day, it really makes no difference. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, G. Raphael. That's my thoughts on this. Very much resemble yours, which is at some point it really doesn't matter, and everything is really abysmal, and then nitpicking it differences does more harm than good, honestly. And again, when intent to genocide, it's more than just a war crime. When especially the intent to genocide is stated, as and I had clarified previously. Jimmy, go ahead.
I think Dan was before me.
I want you to jump in on this because I think Dan has a different topic, and then we can close the topic because I think you came up for this particular thing, and I'm not going to stand in your way. So
okay, so I've got a family member that works for the government of Ukraine. Her ex-husband is Mistevi, like a city police officer. He was he volunteered to go to Izium to document war crimes. In the last few days, they're turning up more graves in the forest or area around Izium. There's evidence. I didn't ask how many. I didn't want to ask how many, but there's more soldiers now being turned up with their genitalia cut off, and there's no other wounds to those soldiers. So you can't tell me that that the Nazis were worse than what the Russians are. There's no way. Like we've watched Russia descend for how many years into this madness, and we've tried to warn you, and the Georgians tried to warn you, and we had a chance to get this right. It's 80 years since World War II. Like what are you doing? You're defending not the Russians by comparing them to the Nazis and saying that the Nazis were worse. Like, what's wrong with you? This is crazy. Like, it's literally the craziest thing I've heard on MriyaReport. Like, I'm sorry, this is too much.
thank you, Jimmy. I would ask you something now, but I won't because I think you need a moment to yourself. Yeah, I really don't think there's any point to saying who's worse, who's better. Just forget about it. There is no good. That's the point. It's all really, really, really awful. Yes, it can be awful in a slightly different way. That doesn't make it better or worse. Dan, I think we've done enough on this. That's enough. We're not going to litigate history anymore. Please go ahead, and I think you have something different because you were up for something else before already.
All right. Well, I will pause on what I was going to say about what you were just talking about. Back to the. So first of all, I had just woken up and logged on when sort of in the middle of the cluster weapon discussion. I'm assuming this is about the M26 rockets for the HIMARS system. Just to be sure I'm on the correct page.
No, nobody was talking about the M26. I don't think. What we were talking about earlier when Daniel and Em, before that CJ and I were discussing it, were the DPICMs. Is that the acronym M?
Yeah, so it's dual purpose improved conventional munitions, which
that.
All right, so we made those for a bunch of different weapon systems. By far the highest volume, most devastating version of them it was the original rocket that for the HIMARS and M270, because the sheer volume of them it put out was impressive. But we made them as artillery shells. We did a bunch of different DPICM, but that's just a technical question. My point is very simple. Ukraine's not talking about using these things anywhere except Ukraine. Furthermore, Russia has sprayed so many landmines around with absolutely no records, even attempt to keep track of, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Ukraine already has a 3-decade demining operation ahead of it. If they're willing to make that a little worse to send the Russians home sooner, it's their decision. You know, they are making a very conscious choice that between a worse post-war landmines, unexploded ordnance problem, and the Russians, we'll take the unexploded ordnance. That's their call. I mean, it's just there's I mean, I'm a little bit of a maximalist. I think NATO jets ought to be over Ukraine right now, ending this thing. But yeah, I mean, arguing over exactly what we send the Ukrainians is just the craziest damn thing ever. You know, there should be only one answer to a Ukrainian request for equipment and munitions. Yes. It's really that simple. I mean, it's just. I will point out, among other things, that all of these quote unquote civic organizations that argue against this, that, and the other thing were probably funded by FSB money. They've been a lot better at that than they are at actually fighting the bleeping war. Thank you very much.
I'll make it the final point to your last there, Dan. For Russia, information warfare is 80% of war. So, they don't really separate it out when you said that they were better at this than the rest. As to the rest, I think that the unexploded ordnance concerns are very serious, very sensible, and very on point. I think M went on this a little bit. Well, he did go on it a little bit. He could go on it a lot more, I trust. And I think it's a very, very important point to bear in mind. However, at the same time, right, the very first thing you said, Dan, I think, was, well, it's going to be their problem, really, and it's their risk assessment to be making. Just like with most things, it's a question of risk assessment. And if they make the risk assessment that this is worthwhile, it probably should be their call from just a very baseline moral perspective, right? Really probably should be the Ukrainians' call on what they do and what they don't do. All right, Daniel, just no more history, please, because I don't want to go more into this, because discussing who's worse, if either's worse, isn't worthwhile. Go ahead, Daniel, and then we have David, and then we'll circle back to Jimmy. Daniel.
I want to say I regret I launched this bomb. I understand is a very difficult subject. And I will say, like Romania, who participate his country in Holocaust, and we don't learn at school about how we killed 20,000 Jews in Odessa, our army. So what I want to say is something very sensible, but must be said. You cannot say never again, and as a German or Western European who dismissed all Eastern Europeans when they said no to Nord Stream, watch of Russia, watch of Black Sea, there is a huge danger, and you make deal like usual. You cannot say We cannot compare and watch Scholz ignoring the facts. I don't see hundreds of thousands of Germans on the streets of Berlin, Hamburg, Köln saying, Mr. Bundeskanzler, is wrong what we do. Because you are generous. You open your homes for Ukrainians. You are kind to help them to pass the deficit of the government. You help them a lot. But also, you look away. Because it's very hard to accept, to sleep this night, if you take the connections in 2022 of the Putin regime, his army and his people, because they are not soldiers, people who... Why you Russian living in Germany don't protest against Putin? But I can say to the Germans who have high morals and high standards and say about Romanians are corrupted. But what I say, we make hashtags free the leopards. And we debate which is worse, Mariupol or Auschwitz. Is a shame. And I am ashamed. And we sleep well in our warm houses, full bellies, being happy because we support Ukraine. Really? What do you want? Me to go on Donbass to fight? Release the fucking leopards, you Germans.
And Daniel, that's why we don't debate that. No, I think this, as Em and I had made quite clear, because you're right, and there's no point in that. David, those the tones from across the
Good
Atlantic.
morning. Good morning,
Inexplicably.
Hello, Axel. No, that the planes fly both ways. It's quite explicable, but we keep it pushing. I just wanted to point out and salute and welcome our friend Chris from Zurich and say that I have been listening to his contributions. And I can't help but wonder why it is you bother your time to come here. No one is buying the shit you're selling. Most of us are sick of these old, scared German men coming with their disgusting accents, butchering the language, telling us how scared they are, how well bribed they are, and how we must what? Listen to Germany? Fuck Germany. Last time we listened to Germany was when they were losing a war and then being told what to do in the 90s while selling out their arses to the Russians. So, I mean, I'm not really surprised to hear such cowardice from German-speaking people here. It's what we've come to expect from you. Spineless, no morals, haughty attitude as if you're better, while running brothels and taxing prostitution and allowing Russians tell you how to live and run your country. I just invite you either to get on board or to fuck off, because no one really wants to be listening to your misery. And yeah, just look around, my man. You've been coming for a couple of weeks. Don't you get we're not buying what you're selling? And you probably do, and you would probably make an excellently overeducated and stupid argument as to why you're coming to speak in the open forum. The people who moderate here are bound, and they say we let everybody speak. Good for them. I recognize bullshit when I see it, and I'm calling you out as a potential troll. You sound quite educated, so you must know what you're doing. And I just invite you to fuck off and don't waste your time here anymore. Thanks very much, everybody. Retweet the space. Chris, I hope you die slowly in miserable
you were not listening very
Oh,
good.
go
I
fuck
was always
yourself.
arguing
Oh,
for
cry,
releasing the
cry, the
leopards.
poor German, cry.
Sorry
Oh.
about that.
And that's enough for everyone. Thank you, David. Thank you, Chris. We'll take a couple of minutes for everyone to chill off. And by minutes, I mean seconds, because I'm not waiting minutes. And I have a Jimmy and a Mitek, and hopefully we can move to topics more constructive. Jimmy.
I had a question for Chris. I'm just curious. Well, maybe it's a question for Dom. I'm not sure. Why does Chris not have his last name on his profile? Like, what are you hiding there, buddy? I have my first and my last name on my profile. I'm pretty easy to find, but you're not accountable to anyone. So what's up with that? I don't like. I mean, if Russia wants to find me and my family, they can find me and my family. July 15th, they phoned in a bomb threat to my wife's workplace. She's a teacher. I don't know how teachers are threats to civil society, but apparently things haven't changed much, and they still are. So, University of Saskatchewan was shut down July 15th this year because of a bomb threat phoned in from Russia. So, figure the rest out. I don't know what else I can tell you. You should have your last name. You should disclose your last name so you can be accountable. If you really believe in what you're saying, you'd have your last name, but you don't. So, yeah, I encourage you to do what David suggested you to do and take a long walk, bub.
You know, Jimmy, people sometimes just don't want to have their last names on the internet. Not everyone will.
He should. He should. If he's saying what he's saying and he believes what he's saying, he should have his last name. Like it's otherwise it's just keyboard warriors when society doesn't move forward.
All right, Mitek.
Yeah, hi. I'm trying really to contain myself here. I'll say one thing and I'll move on to what I actually wanted to talk about since I had to find something new to talk about. And it's this. Well, two things. My family went through a shit show during World War II, 3 concentration camps, Siberia. I'll say this one line on the subject. It didn't start with death camps. It didn't start with a Holocaust. It ended with that. It started with the beer hall pooch. It started with Kristallnacht. It started with the killing of infirm people in hospitals. We cannot forgive the people who are going to sit around quietly with their little fucking sherries going, oh, you can't say that. It's the truth. Own the truth. Because if we don't, it'll happen again. That's what never again means. I'll give you this little nugget. I was raised a Roman Catholic in a Polish family that was screwed up. My second wife came over from Cincinnati and looked at around our family, and on New Year's we blew the horn. I blew those notes into a horn. I didn't know why I was doing it. And she says, you know what, you're Jews. And we looked at it. Everything we did in that house, every food we had, every prayer we said was done in a Jewish way. I did some homework. Turns out on my mother's side, we're Jews. So you know what? I survived because somebody was nice enough to make sure I didn't die. Okay? So this is what the Russians are doing. Own it. It has a name. It's fascism and it's Nazism. Now I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to go on to the subject that's far more pleasant, and maybe I'll calm.
Sorry,
Yeah.
briefly, just, hold on for a second. It is Murphy's Law. I literally stepped away for a discussion here in the office before I could return to the phone. I missed what happened. My friend David Farrell, evidently I heard him from far away from the phone that he was in a slightly more excited mode. Can somebody explain to me what exactly happened in very 3, 4, 5 words, please?
I think I can give it a go.
Yeah. I could say Daniel said something very specific, and he accused the Russians of being Nazis. A certain other individual who I shall not name because only the Germans in World War II were Nazis. That's a false intellectual argument. If ever I heard one, I've heard it all of my life. I'm not tolerating it. No one else hear it.
Yeah,
that's
completely
pretty
right.
much it.
Okay, all right. So these
Yeah.
Russians
Okay.
of today are fascists, no question, 100%. And the most common term used for fascist in organizations is Nazis. And
Yes,
these guys behave like Nazis. They smell like Nazis. They talk like Nazis. They give interviews like Nazis, and they destroy civilians like Nazis. And they fight, by the way, also as badly as Nazis. There you go.
exactly.
I think you have it.
Okay. Okay.
And
So
Peter, as you know, I'm German. I have very little. I
yeah,
have very little
and
respect
you know
for
what?
people who don't see that.
I have loads of German friends, and it doesn't sound the way it sounds. I mean, I have loads of German friends, and why are they my friends? Why are they my friends? I'll tell you why. Because they were born after a certain time. They learned in school about what happened. They also had in their own families anti-fascist tendencies, and some of them were Jews, and some of them were Christians of one form or another, or atheists, and they said never again. And that is why I'm friends with Germans. That's why Poland trades with Germany. Sure, we fight over frickin' dead fish, and maybe you want some money back for things because of Russia. Again, Russia. But we're friends. We don't worry about these things. I want
100%.
I want to live I want to live in Berlin for 6 months because of the awesome nature of what Berlin is. I want to go to the Charité Museum. I want to go see the photography museums. I want to drink coffee, eat chocolate covered pretzels. And I don't care. Germans are my friends. You know, what the sins of the grandfather have long been paid for as far as that goes. Anyways, speaking of paying, we as people here, I mean, I here in northeast of England do what I can. I work with charities. We have projects ongoing. We donate in the little plastic pots in Polish shops. We collect things. So what I want to is give everyone here who's got the ability to speak right now, if they're working on anything, I think we should do a little round robin and just what are you working on? What can we donate to either physically with labor or with money, or by telling other people about that will help the Ukrainian people get through this, and more importantly, the Ukrainian army to get through this. That because I'm not going to be able to buy a Bayraktar. I'm not going to be able to buy a Tiger tank. Sorry, not a Tiger tank.
That'd
That's
be
a
a
museum
bit
tank.
outdated.
A leopard. Well, it's a cat. It's a cat. You know, he goes, rawr. I can't do any of those things, but I can help to get blankets. I can
Different
help to
prints,
get
though.
bandages. You know, so what are we all doing to help? Can we drop some links and do something positive instead of reacting to these people? Because I refuse to be. I quit smoking 2 months ago. This man is going to make me start smoking again just out of nerves. So I'm going to have a nice cup of coffee. What are we doing to make the situation better with money and who's been recently on a trip to deliver flak jackets or whatever? Let's talk about that, okay?
Axel, if Tim's nearby, maybe you can give him a good shove up onto the space. Thank you, Mite.
Why does he need a shove up? He's doing something at the moment.
Oh, because he's recently been on a trip. That's why. It's just,
I can highlight that. Give me a second.
While we wait for Tim, let's hear out Oana.
Thank you, Norman. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
I have just a really small comment to make about Germany on a chill note. There was a time when a lot of European countries were looking at France and Germany like one would look at the stars. And fortunately, I think that time is gone. And what is or was expected from them, at least the way I see it, is damage control. But they seem to go further into the abyss and step on the exact principles and values they promote themselves with. Yeah, That's just sad, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's really no need for delving unnecessarily deeper into that. Thank you, Anna. Shall we say a few words about unexploded ordnances? So I'm getting questions. What are they? Why do they matter in the context of cluster bombs? Why is that a problem? And I don't know. Would you want to talk a little bit about that? Because I think you might be better placed than I.
Sure. 2 main points. The first one is shelf life. So you design a system. Nothing is 100% fail-proof. So there will be failures. One of them is duds or dead on arrival or dead upon arrival. And these are systems that you built, tested, and you deliver to your client. I'm talking about any engineering solution here. I'm not talking about weapons per se. So the generic concept is that you have dead on arrival units. And the probability of duds increasing depends on storage conditions, transport, etc. It differs from one product to another, whether it's a light bulb or cluster munition. And they could fail for any reason. Usually there is a curve that tells you the probability of your solution failing and why. Be it current, be it components, be it weather, be it impact, be it fuses, etc., etc. This is why they fail. So unexploded munition is munition that was produced, past quality control, and delivered with the belief that they would detonate upon dispersal or upon firing. If they do not detonate, then they become unexploded munitions. The engineering or the scientific explanation for why they did not explode differs from one unit to another, one batch to another, one firing solution to another, and so on and so forth. Now, why would they be a problem? There would be a problem for Ukrainians. There wouldn't be a problem for Russians. So let's say that Ukraine used cluster munition to attack a Russian position. It managed to cause casualties, but the position itself didn't fall. And therefore, Russian troops still alive, manning the position, or Russian troops arriving to that position, they have to deal with the unexploded munitions. And if they don't have enough EOD or explosive ordnance disposal teams and personnel, they wouldn't be able to secure their own position against the risk of unexploded munitions, which could detonate if handled improperly, or detonate just like that because whatever happened to a component within them prevented them from detonation, and then they decided that component decided to work, and then the munition would function, and then it would detonate and serve its purpose, and that would cause more casualties. Now, in the other scenario, the position had been attacked, the Russians had to leave it, Ukrainians advanced, and now they have to clear and secure that position, so they have to send in their own EOD personnel to deal with unexploded munitions. That would require them sending in sniffer dogs, using certain equipment, and using certain human resources to secure the position and deal with those unexploded munitions, and that could cause them losses amongst their sappers. The same thing happens with Russian unexploded munitions when
Ukrainian forces are conducting clearing operations and securing towns, villages, oblasts, cities after being liberated. They need to go in and they need to look for any unexploded munitions to secure the area for the resumption of civilian activities, which is habitation, economic activity, transport, and so on and so forth. So why is unexploded munitions a headache or a nightmare? Because they can detonate at any time, and that comes at a cost, which usually happens to human life. If you don't die, you could get maimed. If you don't get maimed, you can get severely injured and then die from your injuries. If you don't get maimed, or you don't die, or you don't get injuries that result in death, then you'll get injuries that would require hospitalization, which exerts pressure on the hospital system and depletes resources from doctors, nurses, medical supplies, medication that is required to help you recover from your injuries and resume normal life. So unexploded munitions, they happen for several reasons. And the risk is that you need to send in EOD teams to clear them. And then, even though you could still miss a few of them, and if they do detonate, if they do explode upon discovery, or whether they got tampered with, or whether they got active again and decided to detonate or explode, or not decided really, they don't have a decision. So there the right set of factors and the right set of parameters are in place for them to detonate, and they do detonate, and they do that without a warning, especially if they're not being dealt with by professionals. That could result in loss of life, could result in maiming, could result in life-threatening injuries, or could result in injuries that would exert pressure on the healthcare system of the respective village, town, city, oblast required to treat citizens afflicted. This is the block diagram of unexploded munitions, basically.
Thank you, and this is really what's behind a lot of your concerns, right? About the possible deployment of whatever they're called, DPICM. I keep forgetting. CJ, glad to have you here. Go ahead.
Very quickly, Egypt is one of the countries afflicted by the battles of the Second World War, especially the Battle of Alamein. We have tons of unexploded munitions in the Western Desert, normally across the narrow strip of the North Coast. This area receives a lot of rain. It is actually good for planting wheat and other crops. However, that area is still very underdeveloped and only focused on secure beaches that were cleared extensively and turned into vacation homes and touristic resorts, or seasonal resorts to be more accurate. But to this day, mines in the Western Desert still claim the lives and body parts of members of the Western Desert Bedouin tribes who live there and traverse the desert. So it is a nightmare, and it could go on for years and decades, and it requires a lot of financing, a lot of resources, a lot of equipment, and a lot of personnel to deal with. And then again, there is no 100% plan against it.
And that's because it's a very insidious problem, persists for a very long time if not dealt with very quickly. But dealing with that takes a lot of resources, and we've had actually an interview with a team of bomb techs 4 days ago here, I think, which might or might not already be on Spotify. I wasn't honestly following that very well, but you can hear much more about that there if you're very interested in that. Thank you, Em. CJ.
So, I mean, I want to back up everything Em is saying, about how dangerous and deadly this is years later. I mean, even when I was in Afghanistan on Bagram Air Force Base, which is, the largest base in Afghanistan, there was still 30,000 Soviet mines that were in the waterways and on side and in the base. I mean, just incredible. The base was gigantic, but it still was a problem. And we know it affects people all around the world. What I want to try and do instead is explain why Ukraine might be requesting this, despite the fact that they of course know the risks that come with it. They've been dealing with it for 8 years, and then now it's at an unprecedented scale. So obviously nothing like before, and they know it's dangerous. So the two reasons why is, well, we know they're willing to take this risk currently, and by that I mean the BM-21 cluster munition ammo. So it's very short range, highly inaccurate, and the BM-21 ammo used by both the Russians and Ukrainians has a dud rate of between 6 and 7% if it's stored perfectly, so relatively high. So right now we know Ukraine is okay with this understanding, I think, on the grand scale, that this is going to cause problems later on, but it's worth it to destroy more Russians in the short term. When we look at DPICM specifically for the 155, it has a dud rate of 1%. Now, M is completely correct. Over time, this gets worse, but the same can be said, of course, for the rocket ammo, actually to a larger degree than the artillery ammo, because you have to consider not only the degradation of the munitions, but in the rocket case for the BM-21s, the degradation of the rocket systems. So that will actually degrade worse and more quickly than the artillery ones will. So that's an important factor to understand. So this, giving them DPICM would allow them to do the, take a similar risk, but actually somewhat less to a large degree. And the real reason I would say, sorry about the car, the real reason I would say is tube wear. This is the most important thing in my point of view. Ukraine does not have many artillery systems, from that can shoot 155. They're still outnumbered greatly by Russia. Obviously, their crews are better, but what cluster munitions, specifically the DPICM rounds, do is allow them to shoot much, much less than they do. For example, I have the table up right in front of me. For destroying a tank, it takes something on the order of 100 artillery rounds unguided to destroy it, whereas with DPICM, it only takes half. I mean, across the board, it's a much more efficient munition because it's more brutal in how it's applied, yes, with the dud rate. But if Ukraine's main problem is that they have to keep these artillery tubes in good condition longer, then it is an important factor to consider understanding the risks. So that might be why Ukraine is requesting it. But again, don't want to invalidate anything Em said, because I couldn't agree more.
It's basically presenting the scientific facts. It's a political decision after all, and it has its military significance and its military reasoning, and it will definitely provide Ukrainians with a superior standoff firing solution against Russian trenches during winter warfare. I can't disagree to that, and everything CJ said is 100% on.
CJ, just a little technical question. Could you explain a little bit what all goes into tube wear? Is every firing of an artillery shell the same? Do some shells cause more wear than others? What else are the variables that affect a tubed artillery piece and its, let's say, wear and tear?
So really, the two factors are, one, how many rounds. And so the heavier the rounds, of course, the more charge you need. And the second consideration is how much charge. So in order to basically fire as many rounds as possible through a tube, to keep it going for a long time, you would want to fire a standard round at the lowest charge possible. So very close. The closer you can shoot your artillery, the longer you can keep that piece in the fight. If you're always shooting Excalibur or you're always shooting at maximum range, it's not going to last as long, probably only half as long. So a very significant planning factor here.
Does an Excalibur round basically have the same wear and tear regardless of how far away you're firing?
Well, you always shoot an Excalibur max range straight up every time. It's the same thing. And so what that means is generally it's a lot of tube wear, but this is a very uncommon round. I mean, it's, something on the order of 100 times more expensive than an unguided round. So you could just, generally expect it to be fired 100 times less on average.
All right, thank you very much, CJ. Let's go on to 3 hands we have up. First Latin, then JJ, and then Mika. Latin.
Hey, thanks, Doman. I have a question that I think probably CJ and Jim, I see, yeah, Jim is still there, might be able to help me out with. Jim, I was listening to you yesterday on another space. You said something really interesting that I really agreed with. You pointed out some of the videos that have been out in the last couple of days, Russian videos of Ukrainians in M113s getting hit pretty hard. I had a look and ended up finding a few of them, and yeah, I mean, it's obviously, if you're on the Ukrainian side of this, if you support Ukraine, it's hard to watch. It's kind of a reality check because the war continues to exact a price on our Ukrainian allies. So yeah, that's just the reality of it. But on a technical side, I'm wondering, because as I looked at those posts, I also saw some people really being critical of the M113. It's junk. It's this. It's that. It seems to me that, I mean, if at least one of the videos that I saw, I think, was a direct artillery hit, and in that case, even a main battle tank would be in big trouble. It just seems to me that the M113, yeah, it's old, but there are a lot of them, and as far as protected transport, they still are better than troops getting closer to the line with on the back of a Toyota. So I'm just trying to get a better idea of what you think. CJ, you might have something to say about it, about how good they are, really, because I know the Canadian military still uses them. They call them T-Labs. They've been updated, but no matter how much you update them, it's still basically an aluminum box. But it does, as far as I know, still provide some significant, at least small arms and shrapnel protection, which is for territorial units that otherwise might be on the back of a pickup. It's still an improvement.
CJ?
I mean, just long story short, even a Humvee is better than nothing, right? We've seen some incredible videos of, Humvees taking on, much bigger armored vehicles with much bigger guns. It's really a matter of, obviously the conditions, but also the training and how they're applied. So if you see, I mean, with Ukrainians capturing the T-90M, the newest tank, supposedly best tank that Russia's brought to bear, it's kind of worthless if it's not in the hands of great people. And I think Ukraine is really showing that firsthand here.
Yeah, the armament on the M113 is kind of useless for doing frontal attacks. It's like really Ukraine's tried to use it as a security element vehicle, like controlling some crossroads in cities they've just taken over. But we're seeing it used in frontal assaults, and it's not meant for frontal assaults. It's meant just to meant for other roles, and this is kind of the argument. I mean, like a Bradley would be good, a Striker would be good. Like, I don't know. It's just we're using it in ways it shouldn't be used for at this point in the game. Not against T-72s, right? It's aluminum. So
Yeah, but if I can just make another point, see what you think of this, because they it just seems to me that on social media, there's always interesting things to look at. Every day we see new video, different systems that the Ukrainians are using in the field, and no matter what you're doing is looking at the battlefield through a straw when you see those videos, and without the bigger picture and the bigger context. I mean, I'm not an expert in armored warfare, so I don't know if these M113s and some of these videos if the crews were blatantly doing something wrong, and under the conditions maybe they're pushing what the vehicle is capable of. But yeah.
CJ, if you want to touch upon that, would be great. But also, I'm wondering, can you illustrate maybe quite plastically just what the difference is between, say, an M113 and a Bradley when it comes to it being used? I know you're artillery, I know you're a different branch and all, but nevertheless, what's the difference in how you get to use it?
Oh man, I mean, yeah, the only times I've used an M113 are as a fire direction vehicle, so pretty far in the rear, and you're just doing math in there and talking on radios. But there's, I mean, so many key differences. The first is speed. So the Bradley is going to be pretty much a lot quicker. Yes, it's a taller, so it has a higher profile. But what you get with that is a much bigger gun by far and away, and also much better optics, specifically thermal sights, LRAS, and things like that that allow you to target at a much bigger range. And so you basically have a platform that can carry, I think, even more people, be faster, and shoot much further. So it becomes actually a armored personnel carrier as opposed to just an infantry fighting vehicle, as Jimmy pointed out. I mean, it's going to be useful for locking down a road, I would think, the M113, preventing, basically Russians on foot from sneaking in or trying to keep vehicles back. But other than that, I mean, it's not going to be too great, one-on-one against really any other vehicle, I would think. But that's okay. I mean, that's better than fighting on foot.
Yeah, the Bradley thing was just everyone's like, oh well, we can't send the Abrams. Well, we send the Bradley if it's the logistical challenges of the fuel and blah blah blah. Like I don't want to get going in circles here, but this is if the United States needs to send something first so Germany can release the Leopards, then that's kind of how the Bradley came into that.
Well, one of the good things about why the Bradley is actually a much easier fit is, Ukraine right now is running and managing M109s, right, which is the same chassis as the Bradley, at least in the newer versions. I'm not sure if the older M109 self-propelled guns are exactly the same, but there's definitely a lot of overlap. So the maintenance crew's already there, the training's already there, the fuel's already there. So it's something that it's pretty easy to jump to, I would say, to Bradley's next. But hey, I'm not an armored guy, so.
Either of you two might be able to answer this, but if Bradleys are hopefully in the pipeline at some point, I believe that its prime weapon, the 25 millimeter, is the same one I think that the Canadians were using on their Coyotes in Afghanistan. And I've spoken over the years to a few crew that operated those, and they said that it was a phenomenal weapon, and the infantry really appreciated the fire support they got from that.
I mean, these things, are designed to do different types of gunnery. Hell, even, with, the TOW missile variants or other variants, they've been designed to hold their own against a tank, if not outright win. And now you're seeing, Ukraine use BTRs that are pretty old to take out much newer Russian vehicles. So I think that would just happen even more with Bradleys.
Right. Okay. Oh, Jimmy, sorry, yeah.
Sorry, the point I was making yesterday on this other space was that problem that I'm hearing from Ukrainian troops is that Russia is it's going to be harder to trick Russia again in terms of outmaneuvering them and doing a cat and mouse with Kharkiv, and I think they caught wind of this with Kherson, and that's why they're I'm skeptical that they're actually evacuating Kherson. But they've caught wind of what Ukraine's kind of been doing, and so we've got the battlefield reality now is that Russia's forming up these hard points, and we're going to need better tools to remove them from these hard points. And Ukraine is like these Russian videos are propaganda videos. Like, don't get me wrong, they're edited and cut just to show Russian people that they're winning, right, and not losing horribly. But at the same time, it does show these vehicles being overpowered in an ambush or a raid by these Russian vehicles, and we can't do these. We're not going to do human wave attacks on Russian hardpoints. We can't do that. And if it was the United States in this situation, they would be moving heaven and earth to get their guys the tools they need for the job. I don't know what else I could say to support that. It's every day civilians will die if we don't get Ukrainians the tools they need. With the kind of what we call it Bezdorija is like the rainy season, and there's actually people are saying that that the war is going to slow down, but this presents a great opportunity for Ukraine because Russian logistics will be harder to move around, and Ukraine knows their territory better than the Russians do. Also, the Russians are stupid. Like this is their military in a nutshell. That they'll they'll put their own guys into these muddy situations. Ukrainians won't do that. They know what their territory is, and we have this opportunity to outmaneuver them a little bit here in the winter, and there's opportunities to be found for sure. So we should exploit every opportunity that we have. So just I'll leave it at that.
Jimmy, when you say additional tools, I mean, I don't want to get into the Leopard and Abrams conversation again, because that's just, let's wait and see what happens there. But other than what they have already, what other tools do you see? Like if you were the quartermaster here, what would you be sending them?
I don't know the American stuff very well. It's like I'm kind of. I mean, we'll go in circles if I start talking about stuff. I mean, there's American weapons that are probably inbound, but they're probably like 3 months from arriving on the battlefield. So, like this is like a more of like an emergency measure, or trying to pull tools from NATO battle groups and then replenishing them with other tools. Like we're gonna have to get creative if we're gonna make a splash on the battlefield before we can't afford to wait 3 months. And after these other tools arrive in 3 months, then things might change. Even it might be changing by then. So it's yeah, I don't know. I'll leave it up to somebody else to say that. But the tactical situation is we have to like rush. There's like if we want to take Melitopol, for example, there's no way around it, right? Russia has a wall built up around that city, and people are being killed in Melitopol under the exact same circumstances as Kherson. We've heard more about Kherson, but it's I think Ukraine wants Melitopol back just as bad as Kherson. So.
And just quickly, Jimmy, just to be clear, I want to make sure I wasn't misrepresenting your comments on the videos. I took your point yesterday. I agreed with you. Because I think you mentioned that we shouldn't be afraid of seeing some of that stuff, while we, with a very clear mind, understand that it is propaganda, that it's going to be cut and shown in a way to I think in some of what I was watching yesterday, there was definitely the intention of showing, oh, look what the West is sending, it's junk, it's useless. But I take your point, especially in that we need to at least look at this and understand that there is a price being paid. Even if they had the best of everything, Ukrainians would still be dying for their country right now.
Well, yeah, I agree. Like the other thing I said too, the MRAPs were like the perfect tool for the job for Kharkiv offensive, right? For a high speed push. So, but Ukrainians just need different tools for different tactical situations. So, but grateful for the tools that we have, and it's those MRAPs saved like at least 1,000 Ukrainians on that advance. So.
All right, thank you all very much. JJ and then Mika. JJ.
Hey, great discussion, guys. I wanted to kind of go back briefly to the cluster munitions discussion, and I might repeat some of the stuff I said earlier today. I have a history of working in both diplomacy and in the military, so I kind of cross over these weird boundaries on the U.S. side, and I'm pretty intimately familiar with what went on with the Convention on Cluster Munitions. So I just want to give people some policy background, and this is me trying to explain the way it happened, not defend it, because I don't agree with everything that happened. But the convention was signed in 2008 by most European countries, including almost all of our NATO allies, except for the ones on the Eastern Front, Japan, Australia, most of the West. It was driven by Princess Diana's legacy of cleaning up mines and unexploded ordnance, and there's good reasons for it that people have explained here. But the U.S. was reluctant and remains reluctant to sign it for very specific reasons in having to do with war plans in South Korea and the Korean Peninsula and in Europe if necessary. And the reason is these weapons are really, really good at stopping a concentrated armored push, right? If you've got a bunch of vehicles going down a road and you need to stop them fast, you can use a cluster munition, and you can take out just football fields, soccer fields full of vehicles very quickly, disable them, kill them, whatever. And that's why they don't want to hamstring themselves on those battlefields. However, there was a decision made, and it goes back to the Obama administration. It was reinforced during the Trump administration. I was there for all of this. It was painful that we were not going to support the export of those weapons to any of our allies, any NATO ally, anybody. And if they had legacy weapon systems that we had given them before, and we were the partner refused to divest of the cluster munitions that we'd given them, some of them which were expired, by the way. And some of them ended up on battlefields, and we found them, and we were really pissed. And they should have been taken off the shelf like 12 years ago, before they ended up on the battlefield. And then people come back and say, "Look, these are American cluster munitions," and we're like, "Oh yeah, we sold those in the 80s." Before all that started, but that was one problem. The other problem was that even with the improved cluster munitions, they're supposed to have a dud rate of something like less than 1%, which means that of all these they're basically like little grenades that land on the ground and blow up. They're supposed to have only 1 out of 100 was supposed to remain on the ground in a armed state that could explode. The testing on those, despite the claims, the testing on those proved that wasn't true. So the decision was made on a policy level by big, high-level policymakers that we were going to keep to the spirit of this convention, even if we weren't signatories, and we would maintain a war reserve in case we needed it for those specific scenarios. So in order to give these to Ukraine, we would have to reverse that policy. And the big problem with that diplomatically is we have fucked over a lot of partners by telling them we're not going to support that system anymore. We know we sold it to you, but like even the artillery tubes, if they had it, we were like, no, we're not going to support it. We know you spent millions and millions of dollars and blew your budget on it, but we're not going to support it. And our partners were angry with us over this. So we really went to the mat on this, and it hurt some relationships. But if we were to go back on this and say, oh yeah, well, we'll do it for Ukraine, that's going to cause other difficulties. I think we should anyway, just for these practical purposes. But there's also a cost, right, that we've discussed earlier, that there's going to be a lot of unexploded ordnance, and kids are going to pick that stuff up and lose arms. People are going to die. It's going to be farmers are going to plow it up in their fields and destroy their vehicles and get killed. So it's not a simple decision. And I think the discussions we're having here today about it are echoed in policymaking rooms, because I've heard these discussions before. I've heard these very same type of arguments and discussions in places where the decisions are actually being made. I'm not in those places anymore, so I can't make those decisions for you. I wish I could, but I've moved on to other things. But I just wanted to kind of give people a sense of what goes into that, and why it's not just about Ukraine and that battlefield. It's about the whole history of mines and things blowing up and hurting people, and deciding that that's something we want to leave in the past. And it's a tough decision, and I'm not sure I agree with it, but I understand why it was made.
Hello.
Happy to talk more about that if anybody wants to discuss it with me, but I'm muting for now.
CJ, please go ahead. And Betty, this Barasukas, please don't unmute yourself unless you're told so. So please raise your hand. CJ.
Yeah, I think, as someone who's never used the improved cluster munitions, it's hard for me to use like personal experience. I just know what the doctrine says, and the doctrine says it's going to be a lot more efficient in terms of the number of rounds you have to fire, and also the amount of the effects. So I would ask anyone that has experience with it to speak more towards that. And then, yeah, I think JJ hit it right on the money, right? It's something that, we technically have and use, but it's a little bit tricky when it comes to exporting. The U.S. across multiple platforms has made every effort to reduce the amount of cluster munitions we have in the spirit of the treaty. And I'd specifically point to the M30, right, which was a cluster munition weapon for the HIMARS, and it has been converted now and demined into M30 Alpha 1, Alpha 2s, which are the submunitions that Ukraine does have which they are just tungsten shrapnel. There's no secondary explosions, which is why it's still very effective without having to have that worry about unexploded ordnance later on. So if that's not going to be given in larger quantities, then DPICM should be looked at closely, and perhaps those export rules, because if it's, in my point of view, if it's safe enough for U.S. soldiers to have on standby in the event of World War III, then it makes no sense to me that it would be stopped from being given to Ukraine, where it's a vital conflict, in support of democracy and support of Europe and support of the world.
Yeah, and this is where I can jump in and say, since I no longer work, in an area where I have to represent the U.S. government view, I agree. Like we went really hard on this policy in a very extreme way that was almost, dogmatic, and I disagreed with it at the time, but it wasn't something that I could affect, so I just had to enforce it, and it was unpleasant, and I don't like it, but I understand why they did it. So just understand that these discussions are happening, I'm sure, today, and echoing what we're saying right here.
All right, thank you, JJ, CJ, and M. Mikko.
Thanks so much. Is it too loud here where I'm speaking now? Is it too loud here? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I like to discuss about a little bit about Ottawa Convention, but JJ, but that's another topic. To CJ, question about M777, 155 cells. How many powder packs you can load in with one grenade? Just my interest.
CJ, in case you didn't catch that, how many powder packs can you load in an M777?
It's going to be the highest charge for the MAX system, or the Mike 232 Alpha 1 will be 5 hotels, so 5 charges, and that's a big difference between the Caesars and the L59 caliber guns.
5 charges. That's pretty good. Yeah. I think so. Most of people don't understand artillery stuff. So I started myself, as conscript we started the Sudi with 88, and 88 always had the grenade and the cartridge together. I went with 100 millimeter, and it still had the cartridge together, with P60 tank tower. And when we went to the 130 millimeter, the powder pack and actually detonator it like a shotgun cell was together. So I was just a little bit interested. But if you would shoot the Excalibur round, would you put like 5 powder packs, or what would it be?
Yep, you need to get it as high as possible. So you have to shoot max everything straight up to get the altitude you need for it to glide in.
5 packs.
Thank you very much, CJ. Thank you, Mika. Dan Miner.
So yeah, CJ was just mentioning. So part of this issue is that we just need to reduce the number of rounds the Ukrainians have to fire per target, because we haven't sent them enough guns. Which, we could just fix that problem. They need 200 or 300 more tubes. Send them. Yes, some National Guard unit will have their training inconvenienced. We don't want to send the National Guard unit. Send the guns.